Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The man was holding the wheel in his hands. He was standing next to the cart when he said that he had barely fixed it. The man was pulling the cart through the forest when the girl asked what she had left to do, telling herself that she needed to cook dinner. Then Jiras said that they needed to hurry if they did not want problems with the owner. A fork appeared in front of them when Sarah exclaimed that there had to be another way, adding that he should look at the road. One sign pointed to the right. The man looked at the girl and said that today was the owner's first birthday, so they should not be late if they did not want problems. Jiras turned, explaining that this way they would save an hour. Arrows were stuck in the bodies of people. In the middle lay a half-rotten horse. At the end was a charred body. Sarah saw an insect in the eye socket. The man gritted his teeth and said that this place was one big grave. Then he asked about when they would defeat Seknian and bring back peace. Sarah covered her mouth with her hand and said that she felt sick, so she offered to go quickly, to which the man agreed. The girl's eyes widened when she heard someone scream. A child was lying behind them. Then she exclaimed that she did not believe her eyes. The child was lying under a dead elf. Jiras turned to Sarah and called her. She followed the man while the child continued to cry. Jiras looked sadly ahead and said that for him death was the best salvation. The girl pursed her lips. She suddenly looked back. Sarah resolutely walked away from the man while he called her. She took the child. Then Jiras asked her to stop. The girl smiled, looking at the baby. Sarah stood with her back to Jiras, who asked her not to condemn the child to their torment, because she knew that the life of a cursed slave awaited him. The baby smiled gratefully. Then the girl said that it was not true, because she was happy. Sarah turned her head and added that it was because Jiras had freed her from the curse. The man looked ahead and said her name. A voice came from the small house and asked Nero how old he was. It was 5 years later. The boy showed his age on his fingers. Jiras stopped in front of the hatch. Sarah put her hand on her stomach when the man told her that everything was fine and that he was catching on quickly, and besides, their boy was much smarter than most children. Jiras looked out of the hole in the floor and called Nero to come with him. A candle was burning near the wall. The boy's eyes widened. Nero stopped next to the man and asked if their great-grandfather had made this room. There were bookcases in front of them. Jiras replied that their great-grandfather's father had made them. The man looked at the child and asked him if he knew what had always been forbidden to slaves. Then Nero began to say that it was a weapon. Jiras took the book, adding that there were also books. He opened the tome, saying that they were not allowed to touch the tools and books, and asked the boy if he knew what absolutely all slave owners were afraid of. Then Nero suggested the stench. Jiras frowned and said that they were afraid of change, and the book leads to it and helps to achieve it with weapons. In his hands was an open tome. Nero looked ahead attentively when the man explained that the owners did not want them to change places with the world. He closed the book and said that the father of the great-grandfather understood that the world does not stand still. Jiras handed the book to the child, adding that he wanted his descendants to be ready for change, and that for this he created a library here. The man frowned and made Nero promise that he would not tell anyone about this place, and that he would immediately begin studying. The boy held the book in his hands when Jiras told him to remember his words about the world changing. The man was lying in the garden when screams were heard. Jiras' eyes were empty. Someone was running ahead, calling his brother. Nero was sitting in the library when he was told that something had happened to his father. A name was written on a wooden plaque. Sarah was crying with her children near the tree. Someone had placed a flower on the grave. A dark-haired man bent down and said goodbye to the deceased, adding that he had been weak and that even his medicine had not saved him. He looked at Sarah, who exclaimed that it was all him and that all their money had gone on the treatment. The man cleaned his ear and asked if she really thought he was still sorry that he had not bought her at auction. The girl looked angrily ahead and screamed that he had added poison to his medicine. Her mouth was covered. Ralph grinned and told Sarah not to forget herself, because a slave could not talk to him like that. The girl hit him and replied that she would take revenge on him by cursing him. The man swung his arm and cursed. Nero opened his mouth wide and screamed. He was stopped by an open palm. Sarah's fist froze in front of him as she said she belonged to the Regaz family, then asked if he knew what they did when someone mistreated their slaves. The man unclenched his fist. Ralph turned and said they would meet again, adding that he had heard she was getting weaker. The man smirked and called her a sick slave widow. Sarah and the children stood behind him as he asked what master would not sell such a slave. There were trees near the tall house. Sarah noticed the men as she was called to bow to her new master. Ralph grinned nastily. Sarah looked ahead, frightened. Nero held back the sisters, who were calling for their mother. They watched the cart with Sarah leaving, while she silently asked Nero to protect the younger ones. Sarah cried bitterly. The protagonist gritted his teeth when his mother asked him to never cry or give up. Nero ran to the crowd, calling for his mother. He looked ahead furiously, while those around him said that he was her son and that he was very brave. Nero looked ahead in horror. Sarah looked down with empty eyes. The boy looked ahead lifelessly, calling for his mother. His sisters ran past him. Nero covered their eyes. He looked away when someone shouted to let him go because she was his property, so they should not care what he did to her. Guards passed by the crowd, who answered that the murderer would scream in the dungeon. Then the man exclaimed that Sarah was not worth a penny. Ralph opened his mouth wide and asked if they really sent people to prison for killing a horse. Nero looked away gloomily. Sounds came from the small house. Wendy and Sylvie were hugging each other. The boy sharpened the wood with a blade, remembering his father's words about what absolutely all slave owners were afraid of. The blade flashed when he thought about how they were afraid of change. A tear fell to the floor. Nero held the blade out in front of him, remembering the words about how a book leads to them and how a weapon helps them achieve it. The blade of the sword flashed. The protagonist swung the blade. He lowered the weapon in front of him. The sword fell to the floor. Nero sat down near the bookcase. He took off his clothes. A pendant flashed around his neck. The boy took it in his hand. His sister appeared above the ceiling and said that it was time for dinner, to which Nero replied that she would be right there. A voice came from the house saying that they should actually sleep in their own beds. Nero hugged his sisters, who said that Wendy had nightmares every night about her and her sister being stripped and sent to different masters, and Sylvie was afraid along with Wendy. Then the brother asked them to try not to think about it. The girl looked at the protagonist, who said that he would do everything so that they could be together and become ordinary people. Then he was asked how. The light fell on the boy's face when he answered that there were 3 ways. He presented shiny coins and explained that the first way was to buy freedom from the state, and then they would stop depending on anyone, to which he was told that they had no money, to which he agreed. The boy presented a broken sword and added that the second way was to give their life to the country and earn the people's calling, but this was unlikely. Nero opened his mouth and began to talk about the last way. The wind blew the cloak as he said the word Excanum, explaining that it was an academy and that their emperor had graduated from it, though he had once been a slave. The hooves touched the ground. The man was sitting on his horse when a cry was raised for the emperor to make way. The man held the reins as he addressed Lord Logan, who apologized to the emperor, adding that they had not expected him so soon, whereupon the man replied that he had come for a meeting of the Council of Eric, which would be held the following day. His Majesty dismounted, saying that besides, Eric's father was no stranger to him, and that he would like to meet him first, to which Logan replied that he was honored. He looked at the Lord and the child, saying that he was very big now. Logan pointed to the boy and said that he was Eric's eldest son, named Evan, whereupon the child said that it was a great honor for him to meet them. The emperor stood in front of the boy when he asked if he planned to enroll in Excanum next year, and when Evan answered in the affirmative, he added that as the head of the academy, he would have something to talk about with him. Then the man was invited to come in. Logan pointed to the crowd of people and ordered the slaves to hurry up so that they would not delay the emperor's dinner, and the emperor replied that it was not necessary since he had eaten before leaving. He patted Evan on the head, adding that he just wanted to walk around the places where Eric grew up and talk to future students. The boy pointed to the side and asked to let him show the emperor the places where his father used to play, to which the man agreed. Nero watched silently from around the corner. The sun was shining on the crowns of the trees when someone said that Eric grew up there. The ruler stopped in front of a tree and said that he thought this was called a tree house. Green fields stretched far away when Evan said that his father adored nature, to which the emperor replied that Eric always said that nature was true magic. Bulls were grazing near the fence when he said that it was they who helped him become a great magician. The emperor looked at Evan and asked if he was getting anywhere when he said that he dreamed of the same thing and that he was more interested in dark magic right now. Energy appeared in his hand when he replied that he had not really trained yet. Then the ruler said that his blood really flowed in him since he was able to do such a thing at such a young age. The gate opened. The earth trembled. Evan looked up and said that nothing was explained to him yet, he was just enjoying nature. The bulls were approaching the knights, who asked his majesty to hide. The blade of the sword flashed. The man found himself above the animals. The warrior hung upside down in the air and screamed. The bull opened his mouth wide. Evan attacked with a wave of energy. An explosion occurred near the beast. Blood sprayed over the bulls. The emperor stood in front of the child, who asked where they came from. The ruler reached for the hilt of the sword, ordering him to run from there before it was too late. His hand grabbed the blade. Nero appeared in front of them. He frowned. The bull's eye glowed purple. The animals stopped in front of the boy. The bulls began to turn around. Behind him stood the emperor and Evan. The ruler frowned. Sweat was pouring down Nero's face. He remembered Jira sitting in front of him and saying that he was their son, but they were not his real parents, and that his father was an elf who was already dead when they found him. The boy remembered how the bird sat on him, and how his father said that he had this pendant with him, which contained power. The jewelry was in his hand when he was asked if he was half-elf. Behind Nero stood the emperor, who asked if the bulls understood him. The beast opened its mouth and roared. The bull was rapidly approaching Nero. A shadow from the blade fell to the ground. The boy dodged to the side of the beast's attack. The bull's body fell in front of the emperor. Nero was breathing heavily. The ruler looked down and asked again if the boy used magic or his natural gift. Nero bowed down to him and replied that he was simply working on the farm with these bulls. He looked up and added that the animals attack those who feed them. The ruler frowned silently. He opened his mouth and asked how he could reward him. Nero's eyes widened. There was a crowd of people behind him as he asked for permission to enroll in the academy. Sweat broke out on Evan's face as he asked again. The boy opened his mouth wide and turned to His Majesty, asking if Nero, a slave, could study at Excanum. The soldier looked ahead in shock and wondered how a slave dared to hold a weapon near His Imperial Majesty. The ruler leaned towards the boy as Evan said that he was simply a fool. The emperor towered over Nero and asked what the half-elf thought he would not understand, adding that it was very brave to protect him. The boy looked down in fear when the ruler said that the youth was the one who provoked them. The emperor turned his back and exclaimed that this was treason. He turned to the boy and added that he would receive a lighter punishment than death. The ruler looked away in anger and ordered that he be sent to the Akali mines immediately. Nero looked ahead in horror when he was told that he was being condemned to labor for life. There was a crescent moon in the sky. Fog enveloped the trees. The tide men were walking behind a horse. The man turned his head to the side and asked if they had arrived yet, adding that he wanted to go home. Then the other man said that he gave up and that Erica was far away, so there was no one to protect them. The tied-up man turned around and asked what kind of place this was, where they were going, and why everyone was talking about death, to which he was told that they were being taken to a magic mine in Aesbaum, where magic ore was used to make magic weapons, which were used heavily in the last war. Nero pursed his lips when someone said that there were monsters in that area attracted to magic ore. A voice came from inside the house saying that they were alone and that they would not last long, and someone suggested that they would be sold. The girls were sitting in a corner when Sylvie said that her brother had promised to return, and that they just needed to continue working, cooking, and cleaning. A smartly dressed man opened the door, his cheeks shining as he exclaimed that the twins were very cute. The men looked at the children when the blonde man said that he would give 300 for them, adding that it was a reasonable price for weak children. Logan looked at him and replied that there were nasty rumors about him, to which he replied that he, one of the greatest aristocrats, really believed the dirt that society said about him. Sweat appeared on the girls' faces when he added that he would give 450 gold pieces. The fat man smiled and replied that he would give 600 at most, and that with that money the Lord could buy a strong man. Logan looked away silently. Nero opened his mouth wide and screamed that he could not believe that he had missed his only chance, and that things could not get any worse. He remembered the cheerful sisters and added that he could not die because he had to protect them. He was struck in the face with a whip. The man with the whip in his hands exclaimed that he had warned them that he had a weak heart, ordering the boy not to dare to frighten him anymore. He began to beat the child with a whip, asking what would happen if his heart could not bear it. Then Nero began to beg for mercy. He opened his eye slightly when a scream was heard. The beast knocked the boy to the ground. Blood was dripping from his fangs. He opened his mouth wide and growled. The protagonist looked away in fear, asking what was happening, when someone exclaimed that it was a wolf possessed by magic ore. The man fired a bow and ordered to attack him and kill him. The arrows pierced the predator's body. The beast disappeared into the bushes, then someone exclaimed that he was dead. People passed by the bloody body when someone said that they were almost there and that they should hurry if they valued their lives. There was blood near the boy's head. Nero pursed his lips, thinking that he could not die here. The rider raised his hand and asked the keepers how things were, then the man cursed and asked why it was so late. The man in armor approached the rider, who exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a year, adding that he was glad the man was alive. Then he was asked to shut up and asked where the other 4 were, because there should have been 18. The guy looked at the prisoners and explained that nothing could be done about it, since 3 had died of hunger and the 4th had been killed by a monster. Bob looked ahead with displeasure and asked who the guy had brought to them, cursing. The protagonist looked down tiredly when the man told him to look at how thin and weak and untalented they were. The moon lit up the mountain when he ordered the men to take their picks and stand in a row, adding that this night would be full of tears and suffering, and that the keepers were much scarier than the monsters, so they should not talk to them. The slaves began to pick up the pickaxes when a boy approached the overseer and said that he was an ordinary citizen and that he had been sent to them by mistake. He folded his hands in front of him and asked to be allowed to take over the management, adding that he would reward him generously. Bob swung his sword. The boy took the reins and called him a worthless person. Bob opened his mouth wide and shouted, saying that everyone here should forget about their past, because from now on they were soulless ore mining machines. The moon was shining over the mountains when he added that if they did not like something, then death would free them from all worries, and he did not care who killed them or how. Someone swung a pickaxe. The man chipped off a piece of stone. He sprawled on the ground. Nero looked at him when they asked him if he really had not learned to hold a pickaxe correctly in a week and that it might be easier to just kill them. Then the man replied that his shoulders hurt a lot. The warden pulled his sword out of its sheath and said that his blade would quickly heal him. Then the prisoner asked him not to do it. The man looked away when a scream was heard. A sound came from the depths of the cave. The prisoners froze when they heard the warning that it was a monster and they needed to get their weapons ready. The warden held up a blade and asked the men what they were doing and then told them to grab their swords, to which they replied that they were slaves. Nero's face sweated as the man screamed that it made no difference and that they needed to grab their swords if they valued their lives. The man was thrown back by the blow. He slowed down with his hands on the ground and was then addressed. The green monster opened its mouth and growled. Bob looked forward in fear when he was asked what it was, to which he replied that he had never seen one. The men with swords in their hands said that they didn't even know how to hit when asked why they were just standing there. Bob looked at the blood splatter when someone replied that they just needed to swing the sword. He ran away from the monster, calling for help. Bob's face was dripping with sweat as he asked if any of them could fight, and he cursed silently that Samuel didn't, and the Empire wouldn't come running to help them with one monster. The men with swords froze in fear. The monster swung its axe and growled. Its severed limb hung in the air. Nero held his sword out in front of him. He landed behind the monster. The monster opened its mouth and lunged at him. He swung his sword. The blade pierced the monster's flesh. 2 men stood outside the house. The corpulent man waved and asked Lord Regaz to let him know if he changed his mind. Sylvie looked at her sister as they thanked God for not selling them. The Lord looked up at the night sky as they added that the master was much kinder than he seemed. The dark-haired man looked ahead seriously. The green monster was lying on the ground when Nero was asked his name and he introduced himself. The people were standing in front of the monster when Bob asked if the guy owned a sword, to which he replied that was why he came to them. The protagonist looked questioningly at the caretaker when she said that it was not bad, adding that she was promoting him to a guard. Bob crossed his arms over his chest and said that he should not be misunderstood, and that the protagonist would guard the territory from lunch until evening, and in his free time he would dig and kill monsters if they came. Then the other man added that it was certainly better than being in Shaw all day. Nero saluted and thanked him, adding that he would try his best and that he would cope with all the monsters. He stood before the keepers when Bob said that it seemed he was not so useless, but he should not delude himself, that he was just lucky that he distracted the beast, and that he still had to learn the basics of swordplay. Then Lloyd said that he found it hard to believe that the boy was a slave practicing fencing, adding that it would be good if he was trained. The man looked at the boy with the weapon, calling him Samuel. The warrior in shining armor stopped in front of Nero when he was asked to teach this boy how to handle a sword, adding that Samuel was an elite dark knight, so he should be respected. Clouds were floating above the rocks when someone asked if their guards were slacking, to which he was told that they were very lazy and that they might as well watch the training instead of slacking off. The man raised his mug to his lips. The guards watched the boys fight, saying that Nero was definitely a genius and that he could have easily gotten into the academy if he hadn't been a slave. The boys crossed swords when he added that it was a shame that he would rot here with everyone else. Samuel closed his eyes and said that was enough for today. The boys sheathed their swords when the knight added that Nero's blows weren't getting any stronger and that he had already told him to train by working in the mine, and the boy replied that he was trying. Samuel looked at his naked body when he told him to take off his shirt, adding that muscles don't lie and will show how well he worked. Sweat was running down the boy's back when the knight said that it was better, but far from ideal, so he shouldn't spare himself, but should work hard. The warden brought the mug to his face and asked what he expected from a 13-year-old boy. The green monster frowned. There were rocks everywhere in the mine. The protagonist looked pleased. The prisoners stopped in front of him and told him that he was incredibly lucky. They looked straight ahead seriously while they reproached Nero for doing his part of the work while he was out for a walk, and that they had heard that he ate cheese soup during his service, and then asked if he thought he was better than them. The prisoner curled his lips and told the guy not to smile when he passed by, otherwise he would not stand it. Nero looked ahead in confusion when the man added that the monsters killed the guards and others took their places, and then asked if he would smile when he was torn to pieces. The protagonist turned around when the warden asked why they were just standing around again and ordered them to get to work. Nero looked down sadly. A bald old man looked at him and said that they were ungrateful fools who did not understand that they remained alive thanks to the boy. Grandfather closed his eyes and explained that it was human nature and that people hated those who had succeeded in anything, adding that they were afraid of change and differences and went crazy when faced with true power, but even so, they were all the same. Nero looked away silently. A voice came from the horn, calling for attention. The boy's pupils narrowed. He quickly walked forward when the order was given to prepare for battle. Nero ran to Bob. The monster stood in front of the caretaker when he called for them to surrender, because reinforcements had already been called, so they, freaks, would not survive. Bob looked menacingly forward and shouted that it was in the name of the Empire, mentally asking His Majesty to quickly save them. The blue monster in front of him said that they, humans, were not the only ones who could have an empire. Then the caretaker began to answer him. The severed head flew to the side. Nero looked at the ground in horror. Samuel ran up to him and exclaimed that they must not be allowed near the mine. His blade flashed as he ordered the protagonist to stay down because he couldn't handle these monsters, adding that the boy should catch the moment when the brightest beam fell on his sword. The Dark Knight swung his blade. Black energy attacked the goblins. Samuel raised his sword above himself. He pulled the blade aside. His hands clenched the hilt of the sword. The Dark Knight moved forward with fury. Blood spurted from Samuel's body. The monster swung his blade and called the boy an annoying cockroach who didn't even let him enjoy his victory, adding that he had enough of killing his warriors. Tears welled up in Nero's eyes when the monsters were ordered to devour the fallen. The goblin stepped on Samuel's hand and growled. The protagonist ran into the cave. He looked in front of him in shock. There were blades lying on the ground. Prisoners were sitting in front of him. The boy opened his mouth and asked what they were doing. The men looked guilty as they replied that the monsters wanted the mine and they agreed to be their slaves. Nero stood in front of them as they added that it made no difference whether it was a human or a monster because they just wanted to live. The protagonist looked away when he heard someone's voice. A monster was approaching him, saying that humans were very interesting, but he would disappoint them because they did not need slaves. The monster looked forward seriously and explained that they wanted meat, and then ordered them to be killed. Nero cut the goblin. The monster's eyes widened. The blue creature was finishing off the bodies of the dead. There was a bright flash. The monster turned its head. The flames burned all of its flesh. The monster impaled Nero on the tip of the blade and said that he was strong for a child. The protagonist spat out blood. He opened his mouth slightly and said that he was training. Sweat appeared on the prisoners' faces when he added that he did it to protect the people. The monster opened his mouth wide and said that the boy was much more useful than most of the talentless, but young meat was very tasty, so he would eat it. A strong flame burned him to the bones. The emperor clenched his hands on the blade and said that it seemed that they had used the teleportation artifact in vain. Nero covered the wound with his palms. The ruler stopped in front of the boy and called him a hero. Then he said that it was a great honor for him that His Majesty remembered the name of the slave. The main character smiled and began to ask for his sisters, but the man interrupted him. The emperor sat down next to him and replied that it was too early for him to die. The prisoners held their swords in front of them and said that he had done nothing and only interfered with their work, and that they were defending the mine and the boy had stabbed himself on purpose. The emperor opened his mouth and replied that their blades were too clean for those who were actually defending themselves. The men looked forward in fear. Ragnar swung his sword. The flames burned the lying prisoners. The ruler put his sword in its sheath when he said that only he could deceive himself. He took Nero in his arms and ordered the captain of the knights to send the boy to Excannum as soon as he recovered. Blood flowed from the protagonist's mouth. The trees were blooming near the house when Nero was asked when he would return, to which he replied that he could not say for sure. He stood in front of his sisters when he added that he would try to finish everything by the time they came of age. He hugged them and told them not to upset the master, to be diligent and hardworking like mom and dad. The girls with tears in their eyes promised him that they would wash the dishes better than anyone and work hard and also clean. Then the boy praised them. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he said that he would do everything so that they would become free. Then they thanked him. Nero turned around when he was told to hurry up and replied that he was already on his way. The workers were loading the cart. The boy raised his bag above himself and asked whether he should climb into the cart with the baggage, to which he was answered in the affirmative. The man in the cloak glared and asked how they dared and if they had forgotten that His Majesty demanded respect. Evan gritted his teeth and asked if a slave would be traveling with them, to which he was told that it looked like it and that he had managed to gain the emperor's favor. Nero smiled and assured the Sir Knight that everything was fine and that it was warm now so he did not need to worry, adding that he himself did not mind the cart because of the fresh air and everything else. The knight threatened the servant with his blade, who replied that the boy himself had agreed. Sweat began to pour down his face. The knight frowned and said that the boy might get sick, so he should provide him with everything he needed. He stood in front of the servant when he added that if the boy arrived at the academy sick, his family would be in trouble. The carriage sped down the road, with people shouting that it was in the name of His Imperial Majesty, in the name of Lord Eric's son, Evan. The sun was peeking out from behind the hills. Pink flowers were flying past Nero. The boy looked at his sword with admiration. He remembered the emperor coming to him and telling him that it was the sword of the Giga's caretaker. The stone in its hilt sparkled as the ruler explained that he had lost 3 sons in the war against the demons, and that grief had led him to the mine, and now he was dead. The protagonist spread his arms out to the side as Ragnar added that the sword no longer had an owner, and so he was passing it on to him, and that it was an heirloom of the Giga's family, so he should take good care of it. Nero looked at the blade, smiling. He closed his eyes in satisfaction, calling the sword his own. The sun peeked out from behind the mountains. The protagonist opened an eye slightly as someone exclaimed that they were almost there, so they should prepare to enter the academy. The boy looked ahead carefully. In front of him stood the Excannum Academy. They approached the gates when they were greeted and asked if they were there for the entrance exam and what their last name was. To which they replied Regaz. The man with glasses and Evan smiled when the guard said that they were glad to see Lord Eric's family. The man pointed at Nero and began to say that he was their lowly slave when he was interrupted, assuring them that they had been informed. The protagonist looked at the guard when he said that Nero was Lord Regaz's adopted son. The boys reacted differently to this news. The sun illuminated the blue building. The rays penetrated the high corridors. Evan turned to the protagonist and told him not to walk near him. He turned away, adding that he smelled terribly and that he was not his equal, so he had no right to even say his name. Evan started to walk away from Nero when he asked him not to pretend to be his relative, because he was his slave and the Lord's son was his master, to which the protagonist agreed. A crowd of children gathered in front of him. The blonde man smiled and said that all kinds of people had gathered here, then the girl added that they were all very beautiful. Gloria spread her arms out to the sides and greeted the children, explaining that she was the director of the glorious Excanum Academy. She spoke in front of the crowd of children, addressing the future students on whom she had high hopes, adding that she could not convey her excitement. The statue had a blade in its hands when it said that the descendants of those brave warriors who helped Emperor Ragnar in the war against demons had gathered here now. Evan smiled when she added that the children of great sages like Eric were present. The curly-haired boy became embarrassed when the headmistress mentioned his ancestor Atramus. 3 elves stood in front of the statue when they mentioned the representatives of the elven royal blood. The boy picked his nose when they mentioned the members of the Dark Knight Gaian's family and said that today they would start a new history. The boys and girls smiled when they mentioned not only the famous descendants, but also the representatives of the noble bloodlines on whom the future of their empire depended, adding that the blood in their veins and natural talent would help them achieve success. The elves looked ahead seriously. The teachers stood near the railing when the applicants were asked to never give up and become new heroes, adding that they would be helped by the wonderful professors of the Excanum Academy. Gloria put her hands out to the sides and exclaimed that in turn, she promised to fulfill all their dreams. The children raised their hands and screamed when she told them of her love and welcomed them to Excanum once again. Nero clenched his fists awkwardly, thinking that her speech had nothing to do with him. The guy pinched his nose and said that it seemed like that slave, adding that he stank. Then the protagonist thought that it was not surprising, because the academy was created for nobles, for people like them. A crowd of applicants stood in front of the walls when it was announced that they were not yet students of the academy. The man crossed his arms over his chest and said that in a month there would be an entrance exam, and in the meantime they would divide them into groups so that they could prepare together on that day. The children looked at the man with displeasure when someone asked about what would happen if he failed the exam. Then he was told that he would be sent home. Luther crossed his arms over his chest and asked if they really thought this was a kindergarten, adding that this was a military academy where there was no place to rest and that they would learn more about the upcoming exam a little later. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked what kind of nonsense this was and if they would really be sent home if they failed the exam. Then someone asked if they could trust him since he looked like a commoner. The man opened his palm and said that the exam would be taken in groups of 5. He bent his index finger, adding that they would be training for a whole month and that they should remember that their gender did not matter. Evan smiled contentedly when someone said that they hoped to be in the same group with the descendant of Eric or the heir of Atramus. Nero looked at the boys in confusion, who were talking about how they wanted to be with the 3 elves and how difficult it was to live in the same room with such beauties. Someone took a step. The blue-haired elf hit the boys. She looked ahead angrily and said that their ears were sharp enough to hear them, so they should keep their mouths shut. Luther pointed at the girl and exclaimed that fighting was forbidden, suggesting that the princess go home right now. She walked away from the boys, clenching her fists. Nero looked ahead in admiration, thinking how cool and very cute she was. The flag was fluttering in the wind when it was announced that Evan's group would be Jaqen, Hyken, Lucy, and Nero, so they were asked to come forward. They stood in front of Luther, who informed them that their room was on the 3rd floor, and that he was appointing Evan as the leader. Nero looked at Lucy, thinking that she did not look like a noble. Then the man told Evan that as the leader of the group, he must not allow hostility between the members, and that if something like that happened, he would have to answer. Jaqen and Hyken laughed, discussing that at least they were in Eric's son's group, and that it made up for the lack of cute girls. The protagonist smiled. Lucy looked down. Evan pursed his lips in anger, thinking that he couldn't believe that these freaks were in his group. Nero stood next to Lucy. They looked in different directions and sighed. Evan looked with distaste and told the slaves to wash themselves, adding that he didn't want their room to stink of them. The protagonist closed his eyes and agreed with him. They stood opposite each other when the Lord asked why he didn't call him master, to which the guy replied that he himself told him to pretend that the slave didn't know him. Evan frowned and said that they were in the same group now, and the guy should take his place, adding that Nero was his slave and the Lord was his master. The protagonist looked away and replied that he understood him. The slaves ran away from the lords when he shouted that since he understood, he should leave and take a bath. Nero and Lucy went out into the corridor. The girl opened her mouth and said that she was pleased to meet him, adding that they did not need to observe formalities since they were both slaves. The boy turned to her and asked if she was an elf, to which Lucy answered negatively. Then he assumed that she was a half-elf. The protagonist passed by her when she answered that he was right, but she was not as strong as other elves. Then the boy advised her to just not stand out. Nero walked away from her, adding that she should not show her thoughts, feelings, and beliefs to anyone. The protagonist was walking down the corridor when he said that she could only show the bare minimum. Water was flowing in the bathhouse. Nero was in the water, thinking about how good it was in the bathhouse. He remembered how the emperor came up to him and called him a hero, to which the boy replied that it was an honor for him that the ruler remembered the name of a slave. Nero smiled wearily and asked for his sisters. Ragnar sat down opposite him and replied that it was too early for him to die. Then the protagonist thought that he had to die, and then his sisters would become ordinary people and receive money. The boy was submerged in water, thinking that the emperor was up to something and that he wanted to test him. Nero frowned when he realized that he wanted the boy to rise up and subjugate the nobility like the emperor himself once did, so he should endure all the insults and humiliations. Things were in a pile. The lords were sitting on the bed when Evan told the slave to stop lazing around and wash their things. He picked up the linen and promised the master that everything would be clean tomorrow. Lucy watched as Nero carried the things. Clouds floated across the sky. The protagonist stood in the foam. A girl approached him and said that she would help when asked about what she was doing. Nero brought his hand to his face and asked if she was ordered to help or if she liked to work for free, to which Lucy answered something unintelligible. Then he asked her to leave. The girl looked down when he explained that his worries were his worries, just as her affairs were her affairs, and that a slave should not help a slave, adding that it was disgusting, so Lucy apologized and said that she would not do it again. She turned and began to leave. The lights were on in the windows. The children were sitting in the room when the Lord asked the fat girl to dance for him, repeating several times. The lords began to smile when she replied that she had never had to dance, and Jaqen said that fat people did not know how to dance and that it was hard for them to even walk, so Haken told her to sing. The dark-haired boy frowned and said that they, the nobles, paid taxes so that the slaves would have everything they needed, so she should reciprocate his kindness and grant his wish. Lucy folded her hands in front of her and sang about how, beyond the hills, on a starry night, a little boy and an old man were getting ready to go together. Nero looked at her sadly, thinking how naive she was, because they were already paying them with their service, and Lucy continued to sing about how the baby was agile and fast like a fox, and that no one could catch him. She remembered the boy walking down the hallway. Sweat was running down Lucy's face as she sang about how the fearless baby and the carefree sage continued to walk in the night. Haken was sitting on the bed when Jaqen asked her if she had really decided to choose a stupid lullaby out of all the songs, and if she could sing something else, like about love. The girl pursed her lips and said that it was the only song she knew. Then he replied that there was no culture in slaves. Evan slammed the book shut and said that was enough for today, and that it was time to sleep, and then told Nero to turn off the light. The sun was shining on the facade of the academy. The basket was full of groceries when the boy told his master that he had brought his breakfast. The protagonist stopped by his bed when he was asked why he was so late. Then he apologized and said that the dining room was far from them. Lucy was lying behind Nero when he was asked why he only brought one portion and that it was obvious that he should have brought more for his friends. Dust rose in the room when the slave exclaimed that he would be back soon. The girl headed for the exit. Evan took a bite of bread, calling the slave a useless piece of feces. Nero and Lucy exchanged glances when he asked what she was doing, to which she replied that he could not carry it all himself. They ran down the hallway when he reminded her that he asked her not to interfere. Then the girl apologized, adding that this was the last time. They ran into the room. Then the protagonist exclaimed that he brought food, to which Evan replied that it was a bit slow. The basket fell out of the slave's hands. The food fell on the floor. The protagonist looked ahead in horror. Lucy began to wipe the floor. Evan opened his mouth and told him to throw the food away. He was holding a book in his hands when he ordered Nero to clean up and bring another set, adding that if he couldn't, he and Lucy would give up their portions, to which the slave agreed. The sun's rays illuminated the academy. There were scraps in the basket when someone said that it was delicious and that there were still 10 minutes before the start of the lesson. The lords approached the door when Evan ordered Nero to clean up. He stood with his back when he added that the slave should not finish his leftovers, but simply throw them away. The protagonist took the bread and replied that he understood the master. The door slammed shut. Nero stood with his back to Lucy, who apologized and said that it was her fault. He gritted his teeth in anger and asked how many times he had to tell her to mind her own business, adding that it all happened because she had decided to help. Lucy was on all fours when he exclaimed that she should think about herself. The boy remembered the old man's face, telling him to be patient, and that it was human nature. People hated those who had succeeded in something, and that they were afraid of change and differences and went crazy when faced with true power, but even so, they were all the same. The protagonist looked away silently. He opened his eyes, thinking about what had happened to him. Lucy trembled. The students were standing in front of the teachers when Luther exclaimed that he wasn't going to repeat it twice and that they needed to pick someone from their group and fight. Then asked if they didn't know that they were here to become soldiers. Then he added that enough of the preludes and that they wanted to see what the applicants were capable of, so they should hurry up and start preparing. Hyken pointed behind him and said that he would fight Nero. When Jackin asked about how it would be better to fight someone who was stronger, to which he replied that it didn't matter and that he was summoning a slave. Evan looked at the blonde who said that he would beat Lucy. Then he was asked if he was embarrassed by anything and if he thought he would get credit for beating up weaklings. The girl folded her hands in front of her, thinking that she couldn't fight, when Jackin said that they would put on a real show and would not spare them. Luther put his hand in front of him and exclaimed that in order to win, they must make the enemy surrender, adding that they could begin. Swords rose into the air and a cry was heard that someone was surrendering. Then he was told that not even a second had passed. Nero stood in front of the Lord, who told the slave not to be afraid, because he would be gentle. Hyken raised his hands and added that he didn't even know how to use a sword. The sun illuminated a broken sword. The protagonist put the blade in front of him. A wooden sword lay on the ground. Nero turned to Hyken, who shouted to the professor that his sword was defective. Luther approached him and said that it was strange, because he checked all the swords before the start. Then he gave the Lord a new blade, for which he was thanked. The sword flashed. Hyken swung at Nero, assuring him that he was serious now and calling him a stinking slave. The protagonist struck the Lord. Luther, Evan, and Kate looked forward in shock. Hyken held a broken sword in his hand, asking the professor what was wrong with their wooden swords that they would break with one touch. The bald man opened his mouth and asked to be spared the Lord's arrogance, explaining that it was not the weapon and that his opponent was very strong. Luther looked at Nero and added that perhaps he was very good at breaking swords. The tip of the blade flashed. The protagonist pointed the sword at the Lord, who said that he surrendered. Applicants fought around the professor as he ordered the winners to stand on the right and the losers on the left, and asked if there were any left without a partner. Hyken was lying in front of Nero when the teacher added that if they couldn't find an opponent in their group, they should find one in another group, because he would deduct points from those who didn't fight. The protagonist passed by the guys who were talking about how good the slave was, and that life had probably taught him, and wondered if he was really 14. Nero smiled, thinking about how the wooden sword was surprisingly light, and how great it was that he had become stronger in the mine. Kate walked towards him, saying that she thought she would get there first. They looked at each other, then the slave said he was glad to meet her, adding that the opponent quickly surrendered to the girl, and that miss was very strong. To which she replied that it was surprising, because swords are not her specialty, and that people here do not even know the basics. She continued to look at him when she asked what this formal tone was about, because he was also 14 years old. Then he replied that he was a slave. Sweat appeared on Nero's face when the elf asked what it meant, assuming that it was some kind of race. Then she was told that it was a status. Kate crossed her arms over her chest and said that she did not care, and that she did not see any difference, offering to watch the fight. Then the protagonist agreed with her, calling her miss, and she asked him not to say that. The protagonist looked away and replied that it was fine, thinking that elves do not have slaves. Evan stood in front of them and said that this was what needed to be proven, adding that he was a little late. The Lord looked at Kate, who called him Eric's son, and replied that he had already said that his name was Evan. Then the elf asked about whether she should really remember his name. Nero stood aside when the Lord reminded that 3 years had passed since their families met, adding that she had not changed at all. Then Kate replied that she did not remember anything, and Evan said that she had grown a lot and was acting like a real lady. The princess frowned and reminded that they were still in class, suggesting that he save the conversation for later. Then the guy agreed with her and replied that she was very unapproachable, offering to talk to her over a cup of tea during the break. Evan passed by Nero when the girl answered him that she would think about it. The Lord stood next to the slave. He opened his mouth and said that the main character raised his hand to the nobleman. The Lord looked ahead with anger and told the slave not to be arrogant. The lights were on in the windows of the academy. Lucy looked beaten when she was asked about what happened to her face. Nero was sitting opposite her when she answered that she was beaten a little and that she lost. Then the guy asked if she had ever held a sword in her hands, to which the girl answered that she had not, and that she was scared. The lords entered the room. Nero ran up to Evan when he called him. The Lord looked ahead seriously when he said that in the academy, the slave completely forgot his place, so he forgets about the consequences of his actions. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that if the Lord was talking about fighting, then he sincerely apologizes. Evan looked down and said that one day he will have to show the slave the true value of his existence, adding that Nero must now become a horse. The boy looked ahead with fear and asked again. Then the Lord told him to become a horse, adding that he should not ask, but do. The protagonist bowed down to the lords. They looked down on him. Evan opened his mouth and ordered him to laugh. Nero opened his mouth and did as he was ordered. The Lord smiled evilly when Hyken exclaimed that no one would want to ride a dead horse, so he needed to laugh louder. The slave was on all fours and making whinnying sounds. Haken ran towards him, asking if he could ride him for free, to which Evan replied affirmatively, adding that he was all his. The Lord mounted Nero. He kicked him, ordering him to run. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed. Lucy trembled, covering her mouth. Jaqen smirked. The elf turned to him as he called her to him. He looked ahead furiously and screamed, ordering her not to make him repeat what he said. Lucy walked towards him. She got on all fours. Jaqen sat on her and asked her what she was doing, ordering her to move forward. He opened his eyes wide and asked what was wrong with her when the girl started crying and making whinnying sounds. Tears were pouring out of her eyes. Sweat was pouring down Nero's face. Haken was sitting on him, ordering her to move forward. Jaqen held Lucy by her hair, asking her why she was crying. The lights were on in the building when someone said that he had just taken a shower and was already sweating. Then they offered him some fresh air, to which he agreed. Evan looked through the doorway, telling the slave that from now on, whenever he said the word horse, he was to get on all fours and run to them. The slaves were sitting on the floor. Lucy was crying, gritting her teeth. Sweat was pouring down Nero's chin when he ordered her to stop crying. Then the girl replied that her master had never done that and that it was very hard and painful. The protagonist stood in front of her, then she noticed his blood. The boy smiled. Tears were streaming from Lucy's eyes. She looked at Nero, who advised her to just smile so that the pain would go away, adding that when it went away, it would be easier to endure, and having endured, she could wait. He looked at Lucy when he said that he would come to her because his father and his mother said so, and it was written in the books. Then the girl asked about who would come, to which she was told that a chance would come. The moonlight illuminated the building. A sword flashed in front of Evan's face. Nero stood next to the master's bed, thinking about a chance to stop everything. He looked at Evan worriedly. The protagonist frowned. He imagined the executioner standing next to him. Nero imagined his severed head rolling. He imagined his frightened sisters. The protagonist put the sword back in its sheath. He lay down on the bed. Lucy opened her eyes and said that he made the right choice. The lords were sleeping in their beds when he answered that there was a monster inside him. Nero spread his arms wide and added that they were taking it out on them so as not to show their true face to others. The boy looked sad when he said that they saw what monsters were hiding behind their masks, and they did not know about their monsters, did not see what was going on in their souls. Tears flowed from Lucy's eyes when the protagonist added that they did not even imagine how ferocious their monsters could be. The sun was shining brightly above the academy. Mike smiled and explained that it was magic, adding that the boys could be sure that each of them had a little mana in them. People stood in front of them when he added that there were no exceptions, be it an elf, a nobleman, or a commoner. When someone chuckled, he threatened that if he heard such a sound again, he would kick that person out of class. Mike imagined making a fire as he explained that magic was the power that made things they thought of come true using mana, and that the bridge that connected the flow of mana and pure magic was called a spell, summing up that a spell was a language created by the divine mage Ludard, and that with it they could use magical power. The boy pointed to himself, asking the professor if he was sure he had mana since he had never been into magic. He opened his palm and asked him to imagine something swirling in his palm. Mike put his hands behind his back as he asked the boy to concentrate on that thought and create a mental image of it, adding that when he felt that what he had thought of was taking on some form, he should shout out a word. Mike smiled mischievously, saying the word Ankrash. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted out the word. The children around him began to laugh. Mike appeared in front of him and shouted for him to concentrate again and believe. The child held his hand out in front of him and shouted Ankrash. Energy appeared in his palm. The professor opened his mouth wide and told him not to stop. The boy looked at the energy when Mike suggested that he try to imagine that his small flame was starting to spin and then turn its rotation into a vortex. A strong flame burst into flame in the boy's palm when he said Ankrash. Then someone exclaimed that the professor was right and that even a hillbilly had mana. They were standing outside the academy when Mike added that it was not always necessary to shout the spell and that there were several reasons for this. For example, they could be in the middle of a battle, about to attack an enemy, and say the spell out loud, thereby informing the enemy of their intention to attack. The children looked at the fire in admiration when the professor said that using magic silently requires training, so they should try to hone their skills. A bird flew overhead when he announced that it was time to practice. Fire appeared in the palms of the boys as they cast the spell. A vortex of energy appeared. Evan raised his hand and realized the spell's fire blossom, flame flower. He closed his eyes when someone exclaimed that this was expected of him. After all, he was his father's son. Then someone objected that the boy had changed the spell. In front of him stood Mike, who exclaimed that this was very good. But anyone could do something like this with practice, and that he did not want to offend him, adding that he should just continue to work hard and believe that his power can turn the impossible into the inevitable. He took a step under the cries of Ankrash. The professor leaned over to Evan and asked if he knew that using forbidden spells at the age of 14 was punishable by law, adding that the tutor he had been illegally hired was his colleague, and that he should not try to impress his classmates, since they all knew that Evan was a talented young man. Nero looked down, admiring the fact that he could see his mana. Energy appeared in his palm as he thought about it, as if it were coming to life. A swirl of flames appeared in front of him as he cast the spell. The children looked at him, saying that it was quite good, but Evans was better and asking where the slave got so much power from. The flames in his palm disappeared. Nero held his hand out in front of him and cast Ankrash. Next to him stood Lucy, whom he asked about why her fire was bigger, to which she replied that she did not know, while the others said that at first he was just lucky and that in the end he was a slave. Mike brought the mug to his mouth. Clouds floated in the sky when they were told that they were not yet students of the academy, so the professor had the right to teach them only one spell called Fire Arrow. Manhwa stood behind Mike when he was told that even commoners knew this spell, and asked to teach them something better. The blonde opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this spell could not even kill a wolf. Then the professor asked him if he really thought about it. Mike turned around and attacked with purple mana. The flow of energy hit the mannequin. The children looked in one direction in delight, saying that it was Fire Wave. The scarecrow was engulfed in flames as the professor said he understood that they were interested in such spectacular spells, but he asked to see that the wave instantly burned through what it touched, but the dummy remained almost untouched. Then he added that in this state, their enemy would still be able to attack. Mike touched the hair and asked about what they would do if the enemy could only be killed with a direct hit to the head, and about using Fire Wave or Firestorm against him, adding that the Shadow Lord would not spare them. He put his hand in front of him. The stream of energy blew off the dummy's head. Then the professor replied that it was necessary to use resources tactfully, no matter how much they had. Mike smiled and explained that this was called the basics. Nero looked forward in shock as the professor added that their favorite spectacular spells began with the basics. He bent his hand and motioned for them to begin, warning that only those who hit the dummy would go home. The sun was shining brightly as he added that he had taught them everything they needed to know, telling them to imagine that they were simply throwing their mana into the dummy. Streams of energy shot up to the cries of Ankrash. The professor sipped his tea slowly. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, casting a spell. A stream of energy rushed towards the dummy. It disappeared near the head of the scarecrow. Lucy came up to the guy and exclaimed that it was too far, but he almost hit it, adding that she thought that if he tried harder, everything would work out. Jacken smiled and apologized, adding that he hadn't noticed. The protagonist's shoes caught fire. Mike snapped his fingers. A bare foot appeared. The professor walked away from the children, telling them to focus on the task and not hit their classmates. Nero looked at the burnt shoes, thinking that these were his only shoes, and that his mother had made them for him. The sun hid behind the clouds. The boy tried to hit the dummy, shouting Ankrash. The mana flow reached the head of the scarecrow. Nero put his hand behind his head and said that he finally succeeded, adding that, apparently, magic is not his, and thanked the professor for his patience. Mike grinned and asked him to stop, because lying to professors is forbidden. The boy stopped when he asked to show him his potential. Nero's hand was engulfed in flames. A powerful stream rushed past the scarecrow. The fire blew off the head of the mannequin when Ankrash's scream was heard. Tears flowed from the protagonist's eyes. Mike opened his mouth and asked why he was hiding his power. Nero clenched his teeth, answering that he cannot stand out, and without power he is the most ordinary. He closed his eyes and explained that if slaves cause a lot of inconvenience to the nobles, they are killed. The professor stopped in front of him and asked if he was afraid of them. The boy shook his head, denying his words. His glasses flashed when Mike asked if he hated them. Nero looked ahead angrily. The professor approached him and said that he had met that look before. There was a desert behind them when Mike said that this anger was of the creature that sat inside the boy, adding that in order to defeat the arrogant lords, he must tame the essence living inside him. Nero remembered how Hyken sat on him when Mike said that otherwise they would master him. He remembered how he and Lucy ran along the corridor when the professor said that taming this creature was easier than he thought. The protagonist imagined the Lord standing in front of him and saying that they had become more obedient. Then Mike explained that the essence awakens only when his kindness weakens, and he hears a whisper about how he needs to become it and look only at it. Nero remembered how he smiled, thanking his master. Mike whispered in his ear that he shouldn't give in to that temptation. The applicants were standing in front of the professors when Luther announced that as far as they knew, their fate as students of Excanum Academy would be decided in 3 days, explaining that students of the academy generally take 7 exams, the tests of the 7 true powers, and that they were taking the very first exam. He introduced the energy balls with abilities when he added that this was a test of strength. Luther bared his sharp teeth when he reminded them that they came to them to become soldiers, and that strength is the foundation, so only those who know how to use it will enter the academy. The girl opened her mouth and asked him how many people in the group would fail the test. Nero stood next to Lucy when she was told that too. Kate crossed her arms over her chest. The brunette looked ahead with displeasure when they were asked to remember that they had only one weapon and spell available to them. Then someone said that he was already tired of the fire arrow, and Luther cursed. He introduced the labyrinth from above, saying that the monsters were the direct participants of their test, so in order to reach the end, they must defeat them, and he also warned them that they would try to kill them. Luther grinned menacingly and said that the weak would not survive. The participants looked ahead in horror and asked if they could really die, adding that their parents never told them about it. Mike smiled and asked the children not to worry, promising that if anything happened, they would revive them, but if too much time passed, death was inevitable. He put his hands out to the sides and asked the participants to be quiet and trust him, adding that it was in their best interest to stay alive. Sweat appeared on the faces of the participants as they answered that it did not change anything, and that no one told them that this would happen, adding that it would happen if their parents found out about it. Mike put his hands behind his back and said that the nobles must have misunderstood them, explaining that they were joining the academy to become soldiers for the imperial army, so if the emperor ordered them to die, they would die. Luther opened his mouth and said that their parents had agreed to these terms, and Mike exclaimed that if they were scared, there was another option. He held his hand out to the side and suggested that they just leave there. The participants stood in front of the professors in silence. Chloe smiled and asked them to calm down because they had not yet explained the most important part of the test. There was a wooden board lying between the rocks, as she explained that at the very end, they would see a wooden bridge. Chloe covered her mouth, adding that if their comrade was on it, they would have to eliminate him. Sweat appeared on the participants' faces as she concluded that there could only be 3 winners. Water poured out of the pots. Nero dove into the water, thinking that they would fight with real swords. He smirked when he realized that he could kill them. The academy building was illuminated by the sun. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. He sat up and asked what happened. Lucy started crying when she started talking about Nero's boots. He looked ahead, confused. Jaqen waved at them and apologized, explaining that he found the boots very comfortable, so he decided to wear them for a run, but he didn't think they would get ruined. The Lord started to leave when he added that he would bring the slave breakfast as an apology. Nero's hand began to shake. Lucy approached Chloe and asked about new boots. The girl folded her hands in front of her and said that the test was tomorrow, to which the professor replied that she understood. The warehouse was illuminated by the sun's rays when Chloe explained that all the uniforms were there, and the key holder had not returned yet, so they would only be able to open it next month. The elf looked at Lucy, who began to speak. The front of the academy was illuminated by the sun when someone woke Evan up and offered him to warm up before the test, which he agreed to. Nero looked at the blanket and asked the girl if she was going to get up. A voice came from under the blanket, saying that she was not feeling well, so he should go and she would catch up with him. The protagonist headed for the door. The participants stopped in front of high cliffs when they were asked if they understood the rules. Chloe looked at the boy while explaining that they would have different paths, but with the same difficulty level and the same destination. Nero looked at the academy when they were told that it seemed like one of the students in their group did not show up. Then someone asked if she would be disqualified if she was late, to which they were told no. Lucy's hair fluttered in the wind when they were told that she was unlikely to succeed because the test required time, which she had lost. The lords rushed forward as the trial began. The protagonist ran with a sword. His feet were bare. He ran between the rocks. A crystal appeared from the ground. Monsters appeared in front of Nero. He held his blade in front of him. The boy dodged the monster's fist. A stream of energy pierced the monster as the protagonist cast a spell. Lucy approached Mike. She looked forward with hope, breathing heavily. Nero leaned against a high rock. He stopped when someone called him. The protagonist turned around when he heard his name. Lucy stood in front of him, saying that she had made it in time. She had shoes in her hands, then she was asked what she had done. She stood barefoot in front of Nero when she explained that she had sewn their shoes, and that it seemed to be possible to wear them, adding that it was lucky that the professor had a needle and thread. Tears streamed from her eyes as she said that it was okay, because she couldn't win because she was fat and a coward, and he was strong and had suffered a lot, he deserved his chance. Then she said that she just wanted to help him get closer to him. The protagonist looked forward with gratitude. Lucy's legs were covered in blood. Nero crouched in front of her. He jumped up. The protagonist looked forward with determination. The monster attacked Hyken. Jaqen struck the goblin. He grabbed his shoulder, breathing heavily. On the cliff stood the caretaker, to whom he shouted that he definitely had 2 broken bones. The man looked down and told him to stop complaining, adding that they would heal him later. Jaqen walked past him, shouting that he would tell his father everything, to which the caretaker replied that he would tell the emperor everything. The lord walked along the cliffs. He looked at Hyken. Jaqen curled his lips and asked how his friend was doing. Then his friend replied that this was a damn place and that he almost died, and another lord said that this was a disgusting exam and that it couldn't be worse. There was no one between the rocks when he was asked where Evan was. Then someone suggested that he must have crossed the bridge already. Evan appeared and said that he was here. They stopped in front of the bridge when he was told that they thought he would be faster, to which he replied that he had encountered too many monsters and that he had used up almost all his mana because he had used magic too wastefully. Then someone asked if the slave had lost yet. Nero ran past them when someone said that his feet hurt and that he couldn't imagine what it was like to be barefoot. The protagonist ran to the bridge. He stood on one leg. The guy turned around. Nero took a fighting stance. The lords looked in the same direction when Jaqen asked him where he got the boots. Hyken walked up to the protagonist and said that it was no secret who would go next. They stood in front of each other when he ordered the slave to get out of the way and go home to clean up the cow dung. Nero frowned. Sweat appeared on Hyken's face when he exclaimed that just because the slave could swing a sword, it didn't mean he could handle the three of them. The protagonist pierced his hand with the sword. The lord fell into the abyss. Then Nero replied that it was not 3, but 2. Mike appeared next to Hyken. They disappeared. Evan and Jaqen looked forward angrily. One of them took a step. The blonde pointed the blade at the protagonist and asked how he dared to touch his friend. He swung the sword. His blade broke into small pieces. Jaqen looked at the hilt and cursed. He threw it away and said that this is what happens when you use a cheap sword. Flames appeared in his palm as he exclaimed that it doesn't matter now because he knows that his weakness is magic. A powerful cloud of mana was moving towards him. Jaqen looked ahead in shock and exclaimed that the slave didn't even say a spell. A powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist stood in front of Evan. The lord's pupils narrowed. Nero looked ahead menacingly, inviting the next one. Behind, Mike was helping the lords. The participants were standing on the bridge as the slave asked the lord how he knew that it would be impossible to pass the test without boots. Flames appeared in his palm as he asked what the protagonist meant. Evan shot a cloud of energy, exclaiming that frankly he didn't care about his words. Nero's hand was enveloped in purple energy. A powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist appeared from it. There was no one in front of him. Evan raised his sword over Nero. The lord gritted his teeth in anger. The protagonist parried the blow with his blade. Chloe looked at Mike and asked if he had teleported, to which the professor replied that he was not sure because he had not looked. The lord swung his hand, engulfed in flames. The fire enveloped the slave. His hand caught on the ledge. Evan approached him and said that his fate had long been predetermined and that it was written in Lugard's books. The blade of the sword flashed when the lord added that he was born a slave and would die a slave. A small explosion occurred in front of Evan. He looked down emotionlessly. Nero covered his head with his hand. The lord's pupils narrowed. The protagonist attacked him with a stream of energy, then Evan cursed. Nero jumped over the bridge. He turned around. The protagonist kicked Evan. The lord's eyes opened wide. He hung, holding onto the ledge. Sweat was pouring down his face as the slave told him that they must have read different books. Nero grabbed his hand. Lucy was visible around the corner. She was sitting on a rock. The girl was wiping away her tears, apologizing to her father for being so weak since he had done everything to give her such an opportunity. Nero approached her and said that tears would not help. Lucy opened her eyes. The protagonist smiled and called her to come with him, saying that they still had a little time. The girl smiled brightly. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that this is how it is, that is why he is here. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what about her. Lucy looked down and said that her father raised her. The man stood next to the girl. It was said that her mother died when she was very young. She and her father worked together. The man and Lucy smiled. The man was given a bag. She said that their master was a good man, so they had an easier life than him. Lucy's father dove into the water, and she said that she was saving the master's only son. The man was lying on the shore, and she added that her father had died. There was a scroll on the ground. It was said that after some time they found a will. In it he asked to free her. Tears appeared in the man's eyes. It was heard that, however, the young master did not survive the accident. The master looked down sadly, and Lucy said that he was preparing to enter Escanum, but death does not care about their plans. The man was sitting in a chair. It was said that having lost his only heir, the master went deep into himself. Grinning, he handed the girl a letter, and she said that one day he finally called her. Lucy looked at the envelope. It was said that and added that she could ask for anything, he would help. Looking away, the protagonist said that it was great. The main thing was that he kept his word, to which she replied that but anyway. Standing on the roof, she added that she would not survive here. The academy building appeared. The students were standing in a crowd. It was heard that they should hurry everyone to the warehouse. The uniform would not put itself on. The protagonist and the girl were standing in the crowd. The protagonist held the uniform in his hands. Nero entered the room. The student took a step forward. The hero changed his clothes and grinned. Lucy looked at him with admiration. Smiling, she said how beautiful it was. It suited him very well, to which he asked if it was true and grinned. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked why she was blushing. People were standing in a crowd. It was said that whoever had changed their clothes should not linger. Quickly to the training ground, assembly. Lucy rushed forward and shouted that she was faster. Holding the bird forward, the girl said that now they are. Throwing the bird up, she added that they are the official students of Ixcanum, to which the students exclaimed joyfully. Looking up, the students heard that their uniforms were made of high-quality fabric and leather, for which they thanked the Imperial Majesty. Looking straight ahead, Kate heard that they would have a life of courage and honor. The hero grinned when he heard that they should enjoy themselves and not forget about training. Evan frowned when he heard that they should not be afraid of difficulties and be sweethearts. The headmistress grinned and said that she hugged each of them tightly. She stood in front of a crowd of students. Suddenly, she disappeared and said that that was it. The girl closed her eyes and said that oh my god, she was incorrigible, to which Mike replied that he agreed. Suddenly, someone shouted about Grupa. Looking at the paper, the man shouted the names of the students and added that 6 were in the first group. The hero sighed. He heard that a direct descendant of Rundle was with them, the children of Kundan too. The girl closed her eyes and heard about Group B. The professor began to read out the names. Lucy closed her eyes. The professor shouted the names of the students. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that they were in different groups, asked that she could handle it. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she said yes. Looking at the sheet, the man shouted that so. Next, Group B. The protagonist looked ahead, hearing his name. Looking straight ahead, Ethan heard his name. Kate's name was heard, and then several more names. The students lined up in front of the professor. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked that this time they would not be living in a common room. Smirking, the professor said that they should not worry. They were teenagers, and they could not keep an eye on everyone. The girls and boys would live in separate rooms. Ethan and Kate raised their hands, hearing who would be appointed as the headman. Lowering his hand, the professor said that in that case, let them decide for themselves, to which he was asked that he could, by force, and he answered that as they wanted. Group G. Kate and Ethan looked at each other. The protagonist smirked slightly. The academy building appeared. The students stood next to each other. It was heard that isn't it obvious who is stronger, and what does he know about strength? Grabbing the stone, Ethan asked what strength. The guy lifted the stone up and asked what she thought of it. Looking at him, the girl said, well, good if this stupidity is strength for him. Grinning, Kate said that the strongest will be called the one who splits the stone into small pieces. Smiling widely, the guy asked what by any means, to which she answered that yes, and he added that excellent. A view of the academy building opened up. The sword dragged along the ground. Walking straight, the guy heard that Khan's two-handed sword, crazy. Swinging the weapon, Ethan shouted that they were going. Suddenly he hit the stone. The stone split, and someone said that he split it into 2 parts, a monster. Pulling the bowstring, the girl said that true strength. Suddenly she shot a bow. The arrows flew at the stones. They began to crack. A surprised exclamation was heard. Grinning, the girl said that it was different. Raising the flag up, the guy said that he surrendered. Surprised, his eyes wide, the main character thought about how great it was he really so lucky with the group? Kate stood in front of the students. Looking at them, she said that as a head girl she wanted to establish some rules. If they were not happy with something, let them say it right away, then she was not going to listen to their whining. Raising her finger up, the girl said that firstly, they only move together, the professors said so, and this is not discussed, they do not need lazy people. Extending a second finger, she added that secondly, the guys should not come closer than 10 centimeters to their room, and let them not burst in on them because of some nonsense, let them always warn. The guy yawned, hearing that thirdly, they are all equal, so they forget about formalities. Grinning, the guy asked that he should also address her as you, she is a princess after all. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he forgot, classes among elves are created only to determine the role. The protagonist lowered his head, hearing that ordinary people show respect to aristocrats who protect them, fulfilling their duty. We'll forget about this tradition outside of Noria, good. Looking away, Chuck said that no, good, to which she replied that it is excellent. Suddenly the girl said that it is not like that with people, to which the other added that actually yes, she does not understand. Standing in front of Kate, they asked how they can be equal to a slave, to which the other replied that this is wrong. Turning their heads, the girls asked that they are right, to which the guy asked again. Standing in front of them, Ethan said that he didn't really care, he had been friends with the slaves before, to which they asked again. And he added that they invited them to play when they needed more people, if they were better than him, well done. But frankly, if it was the other way around, he made fun of them. Looking up, the guy said that he could address them informally, the main thing is that he didn't do any mischief. The girls looked straight ahead in bewilderment. Kate raised her eyebrows and asked what the majority agreed with. Frowning, the girl said that they would listen to what the slave had to say. The hero opened his eyes wide, hearing what he thought, he was their equal. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly. Looking at him, the man said that he was a hero. Closing his eyes, the main character said that the elves in Noria obeyed the laws, and respectfully addressed the strongest of them. Standing in front of him, the girls heard that if they proved their strength, he would address them both as you, since it was so important. Smiling, the guy said that it was great, the headman was elected by force, and this would be decided by force. The girls looked straight ahead in bewilderment. Turning her head to the side, one of them said that she had nothing to say. Standing in the middle of the corridor, Kate said that it was decided, let them be ready in 5 minutes, the first lesson would start soon. Lowering his head, the main character thought about what the gentleman had. The building of the academy appeared, and he added that their views were so different. There were no people in the corridor. The students were leaving their rooms. Kate stood in front of the girl. She grinned and asked that there was a huge difference between the groups. Did she think she could handle it? To which Kate asked what she was talking about. Looking straight ahead, the elf asked that she would be able to pass the second exam with such blockheads. The guy rolled up his sleeves and said that they were idiots. He would now see the full power of idiots. Let him come here. Closing his eyes, the girl asked what she said. Like a fool, nothing. She didn't care about her opinion. Smirking, Kate added that she should take better care of her young wizard. The guy lowered his head. It seemed that he got it good at the exam. Evan's eyes widened. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Leaving, the girl said that she would ask him to spare her empty talk, to which she was answered that the same was true. The students walked straight. Approaching the hero, Chuck said that it was because of the throne, to which he asked again. Images of girls appeared, and he added that there were 3 noble families in Noria, but only one could ascend the throne. The crown appeared. It was said that Kate's family had been passing the crown for 7 generations. Because of this, she could lose her status. The girl walked straight, and Chuck added that her family would be forgotten. Hilly terrain appeared. Standing in front of the students, the professor said that their first lesson. Grinning, he added that he was saying right away, for the second exam they would be divided into 2 teams of 3 students each. Looking straight ahead, the students heard that where they would end up would be decided by a lot, and only the winners would move on to the second year. To which he was asked what again, and Mike said that in the first year their task was to teach them to work harmoniously in a team. Raising his finger up, the professor said that so that they could confront the enemy with any partner, to which he was told that it was cruel. They had managed to get closer this year, and now he was saying to kill each other. Raising his hand, Mike said that they needed ruthless first-class warriors. He extended his hand to the side and added that if there were any objections, to which Kate shouted that they would not go anywhere. Let the lesson begin. Opening the bag, the professor said that here was the lot, red group A, blue group B. The protagonist stuck his hand into the bag. He pulled out a blue piece of paper. The students looked at the paper. Smiling, the professor said that the division was over. Continue. The girls looked at Ethan. A question arose that he was responsible for magic, to which Mike answered that he was. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what magic had to do with it. Standing in front of them, the professor answered that the most important thing in magic is attention. They would need a lot of strength for this training. The guy closed his eyes and said that now they were completely focused on themselves, but if someone disturbed their inner harmony, they would obviously get angry. Kate frowned, hearing that only by overcoming all this would it be possible to concentrate and eventually become a legend. A stone was visible in the distance, and the professor said, "So, they see that stone, go ahead." Closing her eyes, the girl thought that the basics, everything starts with the basics. Suddenly she shouted that on her command. Raising her leg up, she added that one. The students walked in step. It was heard that too. Suddenly Kate pushed the guy to the ground. Looking at the wound, Chuck said that it hurt. There was blood, asked that he had a fracture. Standing behind them, the professor said not to worry. Even if his bone came out, he could easily put it back in, to which he shouted no, he. Looking straight ahead, Kate said to get up. Flames appeared in her hands, and she added that while he was left without legs at all, let him get up, useless carcass. Raising her leg up, she shouted that once again, the thought arose that when it came to winning, she became very angry. Kate's squad was breathing heavily. Ethan lifted the 2 girls. Closing her eyes, the elf shouted that it was faster, let them move. Suddenly the guy fell to the ground and cried out. Striking at him, the girl shouted for him to get up now, they must catch up with them. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The guy clenched his teeth, and she shouted for him to get up. Raising her leg up, the elf shouted that one too. Grinning, the protagonist thought that it seemed like he did too. Suddenly, the protagonist fell to the ground. Swinging, the girl shouted for him to get up. Chuck looked away with displeasure. Suddenly, he fell, and Kate asked what was wrong with them. Let them get up. Holding the protagonist's head, the girl breathed. The professor stretched his hand to the side and shouted that Tima had won, and then laughed. The students lay one on top of the other. It was heard that they were so useless. The sun was visible from behind the mountains. It was said that tomorrow they would be doing magic exclusively, advised to prepare, to which he was answered that it was good. The academy building appeared. Ethan raised his hands up and said that it was hot today, and the girl said that she wished she could always be with him. Closing her eyes, Kate said that she hated working in a team. It was annoying. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. The guy took off his sweater and said that he was sweating all over. The girls looked at him with admiration. Ethan grinned and asked what they were standing there for. Were they going swimming? The elf frowned and said that she would change in her bedroom, let her go. Ethan ran away and shouted that yes, as she said. The guy grabbed the door handle. Frozen, he turned to his friends. Looking to the side, the guy said that he would come right now. The guys were slowly walking near the wall. Ethan said in surprise, his eyes wide open. Suddenly, Kate heard something. She looked to the side sharply. The elf pointed a knife at the guys, and they heard what happened. The guys suddenly fell down. A loud scream was heard. Kate locked the window and shouted that if it happened again, she would gouge out their eyes. Lying on the ground, the guy asked what they saw, to which they answered that yes, when the door opened, it seemed he broke his neck, but he also saw. A view of the blue sky opened up. Smiling, the professor announced the second lesson. Today he would teach them how to use magic. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that they were going to the forest of spirits. The students stood in front of the magician, and someone asked again. Holding the sphere in his hands, the guy said that this light. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he would be their guide. Looking at the light, Kate grinned. Looking to the side, the main character thought about how she could smile so sweetly. Looking at the girl, Mike said that it was impossible. Closing his eyes, he added that spirits love elves and sometimes talk to them. There is no need to use this. Standing in front of the students, the professor said that they should play fair, their chances are equal, to which the girl replied that okay. Several spirits appeared, and the guy said that in the forest, in addition to the lights of the tree spirits, the spirit of the earth, the spirit of the wind, the spirit of fire, and the spirit of water will be waiting for them. The image of the beast appeared, and he added that they do not like strangers, so they can even attack them. This is a kind of warning, but let them be careful, they can die. Standing in front of the students, the professor heard the question that they are risking their lives again, to which he answered that in order not to die, they must work as a team. Looking straight ahead, the students listened to the fact that each of them has already mastered protective magic. With its help they can save themselves or their friend. The team that first reaches the destination wins. Stretching his hand up, the professor said go ahead, to which Kate replied that he did not say anything useful, and he added that they should not linger. Ethan rushed forward and shouted. The girl clenched her fists and said hurry, and the professor said stop. Mike took the hero's medallion in his hands. He grinned and said that he would probably take it. Not to worry, he would return it at the end of the lesson. They could go, to which he replied that it was good. Mike, looking at the medallion, asked what was interesting, where it came from. Suddenly, a scream was heard in the forest. The spirit raised his hands up and screamed. Looking to the side, Kate screamed that this was no longer just a warning. Raising her head, she screamed about the earthen barrier. The girl said in fear that the spell was not working. The spirit swung his hand and screamed. Suddenly, the hero covered the girl. The protagonist fell to the ground. There were shards of stone lying around. They developed eyes and ran away. Holding the protagonist in her arms, Kate screamed his name. The spirit, looking at the golem, said that he only asked to scare, to which he was told that he himself intervened. Looking at the hero, the girl told him to wake up. The professor grinned and thought that he shouldn't worry, he wouldn't die. Mike stretched out his hand, thinking that while they were sleeping, he had cast a protection spell on them. The protagonist lay with his eyes closed, and the girl said that she was asking him. Suddenly, the protagonist made a sound. Kate angrily asked about the idiot, why he had gotten involved, and so recklessly. Nero said that it would be better for someone like him to suffer. Smiling, he added that it was much better. Holding her hands to her face, the girl asked that he had died, to which Kate replied that no, he hadn't. Closing her eyes, she sighed. She raised her head up and froze. Green rays flew towards the hero. The professor smiled and asked that their strict princess had broken the rule. The particles were approaching the protagonist. Suddenly, Nero opened his eyes in surprise. Standing up abruptly, he asked what, said that it felt like he had slept for 12 hours. Leaving, Kate said that they would go, that he was a living shield. The professor watched them. It was heard that she would be indulgent, since he was so nice. The students walked straight. Kate said that she wanted to drink, to which the hero said that he should wait. Having brought a leaf with water, the protagonist said that here, let him drink. Looking down, he added that he washed the leaf well, let him not worry. Looking at him, the girl asked what to understand this. Smiling, Nero answered that he was her slave. Closing her eyes, the girl sighed. Standing in front of him, Kate said that first he, to which he asked again that she was worried about him, and she added that suddenly there was poison. The girl looked to the side in surprise. Suddenly she exclaimed in fear. She sharply applied a spell. A blow flew at the monster. He started to run away screaming, and the hero turned around and asked what was happening. Turning around, the beast screamed loudly. The girl stretched out her hands forward, and he ran away. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that it was a baby, a green dragon. Putting her hands to her face, the girl apologized and said that she thought it was a spirit. Frowning, the elf said that hitting him was the same as attacking the dragon itself, and attacking the dragon, the guardian of the forest, means. Appearing nearby, Mike added that he would turn the entire forest against him, to which the students turned in surprise. Suddenly the dragon screamed loudly. The students and the professor raised their heads up. A glow appeared among the foliage. Suddenly creatures began to appear. Kate, opening her eyes in surprise, said that no, this was a misunderstanding, they did not want to harm them. Looking from behind the tree, the spirits said that they believed her, but the huge dragon stepped on the ground, and they added that it was better for him to tell her this. The dragon opened his mouth in front of the students. Sitting down on the ground, the professor shouted that everyone should kneel down, quickly. All the students quickly sat down on the ground. Looking to the side, Mike turned to Kate and said that he should talk to her extremely politely. Looking at them, the dragon heard that he was the great master of the forest. They wanted to apologize for injuring his precious child. Looking straight ahead, the dragon replied that they had not injured him, but almost killed him. The girl said in fear that no, it was an accident, let him see, they were much younger than her heir, they did not know, they really did not know. The dragon replied that whoever did this, let them sacrifice him, he would try his meat. Licking his lips, he added that the forest would forgive them. The girl trembled with fear. Kate looked straight ahead. Then she looked to the side. There was slime under her feet. Walking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was him. Looking at the dragon, he added that he attacked him. Standing before the hero, the dragon replied that by this act he had brought his hour of death closer. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, hearing that he was a half-elf. Raising his head up, Nero said that she knew that tests were being held here for Excanum students. He had read that a contract had been made between them and people. They had been tested here, and they had been attacked by the spirit of the earth. Sitting on a tree, the spirit said that it was true, and the protagonist added that that was why they were on guard. Looking at the hero, the monster heard that and seeing the prince's shell, to which she replied that the princesses, and he continued that yes, the princesses, they were scared and thought that the spirit of the earth decided to return. Looking up, the protagonist added that he attacked her then, wanting to protect others. Suddenly the dragon opened his mouth. He froze in front of the protagonist. Looking at him, he said that she also came to protect her child. Flying up, the dragon added that he spoke beautifully, Excanum recruited worthy students. Flying away, he said that the anger of the forest was dissipated. Having fallen to the ground, the hero was scared. Running up to him, the professor asked that he was alive, he did. Kate clenched her teeth and said that he was. Surprised, opening her eyes, she continued that a mudblood, no, he is a half-elf. Standing behind the hero, the girl asked that he was a half-elf, to which Nero replied that yes, but he did not see his parents. Kate said that he should not have been born. Suddenly she screamed furiously that he would be damned, half-breed. The protagonist looked at her in amazement. The girl began to walk away. Grinning, Mike said that he thought, he has not yet read the book about elves and half-elves, let him not forget to take the medallion later. The spirit of water swung at the girl, someone shouted to be careful. The protagonist used a spell. Beams flew past Kate. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Beams flew sharply through the spirit. Rushing forward, Nero screamed about the girl. Taking her by the shoulders, he asked why she dodged the protective spell. Suddenly Kate screamed furiously that she was gone. Lying on the ground, she added that he should not dare to pronounce her name. Frowning, the elf said that she did not want to know him. Waving his hand, Ethan asked why they were dragging themselves so slowly. He grinned and added that they had won. The hero passed by him and he asked what had happened. Ethan, his eyes wide with surprise, asked what. The professor handed the medallion over. Standing in front of the protagonist, he said that once upon a time, elves and half-breeds lived together, or rather, tried to, but after centuries they understood. Mike closed his eyes and added that their coexistence was impossible. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked what but why they did not deserve to live. An image of a man appeared. It was said that half-breeds combine the subtle nature of an elf and the unbridled greed of a man. The fact is that they are born with bright signs of both races. Standing in front of the protagonist, the professor said that of course, among the half-breeds there are those who have adopted elven features to a greater extent. They can even be more sensitive and tender than the elves themselves. The girl grinned, and he added that she should remember Lucy, that's what he was talking about. The elf's eyes lit up, and it was heard that the second nature of half-elves was greed, which could not be compared with humans. Nero looked straight ahead in amazement, listening to the fact that half-breeds were much more sensitive, and if chaos took hold of them, it would be impossible to restrain them, facing problems throughout a long and difficult life. The professor said that, unable to fight any longer, most half-elves would choose the path of greed. Gritting his teeth, he asked what he was doing, whether he was restraining what was inside him. Tears appeared in the hero's eyes and he said that he was trying to restrain it. Stretching his hand forward, Mike said that he should take care of this thing. As he left, he added that he would never show it to the elves. A view of the academy building opened up. Turning around, Chuck shouted that they had to hurry up, they were late. Running straight ahead, the guys apologized, said that they were running, to which Chuck said that now was not the time for breakfast, or they wanted to be late for the exam. Grinning, the protagonist said that they would make it. The guy furiously said that he was actually worried about them, to which Nero replied that he asked him not to do this. That's enough. Hugging the guys, Ethan said that half of them would fail, to which Chuck replied that they would pass together. The guy turned to Kate, to which she asked how things were. Standing in front of her, Ethan asked that someone was in a good mood. As expected, she would not give up the victory so easily, to which she replied that of course they had been preparing for 3 days. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he was sure she would do great. The elf abruptly left. Standing still, the guy said that nothing had changed. Since then she still hasn't spoken to him, asked what happened. The protagonist sadly lowered his head. The students were standing at the gate. Smiling, the professor said that they had been waiting for this day for a whole year, and today they would finally learn the names of the winners and say goodbye to the losers. Raising 2 fingers up, he said that the second exam was a test of wisdom. Looking straight ahead, he added that wisdom was the favorite power of the elven people. They were confident in themselves. Well, let them answer. The students answered that they did. Looking to the side, the elf said that their future fate depended on this test. How could he make fun of them? To which he asked that yes, today was wonderful weather, and the mood to match it. Raising his hands up, Mike said that okay, since there were no latecomers, they would begin the distribution. Pulling the bag forward, he added that everyone remembered the groups. The students froze, looking at the bag. Kate confidently walked forward. She stuck her hand into the bag. The elf pulled out a piece of paper. The students looked at the sheets of paper. Pointing to the side, the professor shouted that great, everyone was identified, and now to the testing ground. The students happily entered the testing ground. Looking at Kate, Ethan called her. The elf said that she did not want to, it was impossible, but a test of wisdom. Suddenly she shouted loudly that she did not want to. Tears appeared in her eyes. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. Standing near the tree, Mike said that this tree is called Maxnia, or simply the sacred tree of the Mu Empire. It is too valuable, so it is better not to touch. The students raised their heads up and asked again. Looking up, the protagonist said that fruits grow on it that can cure any disease, the favorite tree of one of the gods. Pointing to the side, the professor said that he is right, he knows everything, and now let them look inside. The bird was sitting on a branch, and he added that in front of them was Iragan, a legendary bird, and, of course, it should not be touched either. The bird guarded the eggs. It was said that Iragan made a nest here so that the chicks could enjoy the fruits of the Maxinia after birth. It is not necessary, it is just very greedy. Looking up, the professor said that it is a big headache for the Empire. In general, everything here is inviolable. Smiling, he added that the exam is simple, let them drive the bird away from here so that it will not return again. The students looked in surprise, hearing that he reminds them that nothing can be touched. Raising her head up, the girl said that without touching the bird and the fruits of the tree. Looking at the guy, she asked what time it was, to which he replied that before sunset. A sound was heard from the pipe. The guy waved his hand and wished him luck. Suddenly he disappeared. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that if they touch or break something. Looking at the guys angrily, she added that she would rip their heads off, to which they responded approvingly. Walking forward, Kate said that she would try to think of something now while she was gone, let them not touch anything. The guys looked at her silently. Gritting his teeth, Ethan asked what he should do, just cut the tree and then glue it back, to which Nero replied that no, that was not possible. The man took a step forward. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought about the fact that this was a failure, a test of wisdom, and she was on the same team with 2 blockheads. Kate looked down and added that one of them was a half-elf, a sinful people who rejected wisdom. Suddenly she froze, hearing that it was impossible, let him stop. The girl pointed the crossbow upward, to which they shouted at her, stop. Suddenly the arrow flew upward. The apple began to fall down. The apple fell to the ground. The man fell to the ground. A scream was heard that they were fools, they warned them. Looking at them, Kate heard that these fruits were priceless. What had they done? Smirking, the guy said to calm down. They assumed that something like this could happen during the exam, but much more importantly, looking straight ahead, he added that they failed the test. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked again. Looking to the side, the girl asked what. Not even 10 minutes had passed, to which she was answered that yes, and during this time they had already managed to break the rule and cause great damage to the Empire. Stupid soldiers. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they could not pass the test of wisdom. Mike disappeared and said that he left them with this. The students were silent. Then they walked forward. Raising his hand, Ethan said that because of those fools, their Chuck was expelled. Turning around, he asked if he should wait, if that meant they would win automatically, to which they replied that it was true, he had forgotten to tell them something. The guy suddenly appeared and said that the failure of one group did not mean the victory of the other. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that in war, defeat was brought on by the rash actions of soldiers, and there was no victory without a fight. The guys looked at him silently. The sun was shining brightly. Sitting by the tree, the boy said that 2 hours had already passed, half the time. Suddenly they saw Kate ahead. The girl was walking with a snake on her neck, and someone asked about it. The snake crawled up. A question arose: what if it hurt Iragan? The bird looked at the snake. The answer was heard that it was impossible. Iragan sharply flapped his wings. It was said that she was a strong bird. Her power was akin to the power of the spirit of the wind, but this would make her understand that it would be too dangerous for the chicks to be here. Looking up, Kate said that then she would definitely move the nest. The bird grabbed the snake. Suddenly she dragged it up. The chick was eating the snake. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what she liked. Raising her finger up, the girl shouted that she should climb up, take the chicks and run, to which they asked again. The girl furiously shouted that it was faster. The guy started to climb the tree. The bird was flying around the tree. Suddenly, it angrily flapped its wings. It abruptly pushed the guy. Ethan fell to the ground. The bird looked down. It was heard that it was so strong, it was as if the wind blew him away. Closing her eyes, Kate asked what the hell and what to do, said that they should think. They didn't have much time. The guys put wings on their hands. Looking straight ahead, Ethan said that if the charming male offered to move her, something dripped on the guy's nose. Looking up, he said that what a beast. Kate put the bow to his head. She screamed furiously that she had to stop fooling around. He found it funny. She didn't. She had to graduate from the academy. Pulling the bowstring, she added that the centuries-old history of her family depended on it. They stood silently under the tree. The girl pointed the bow upward. The hero stretched his hand forward and shouted that he should stop. He couldn't, otherwise they would fail. He would just scare her. He would succeed. A strong wind appeared around and she shouted for it not to interfere. The arrow flew up and she added that she couldn't fail the exam. The arrow shot up. The bird suddenly flapped its wings. The arrow bounced off the apple. Suddenly, it fell to the ground. The girl looked at it in surprise. Falling to her knees, she said no. Putting her hands to her face, Kate added that this was the end. It was starting to sunset outside. The hero looked away in surprise. Looking at the clouds, he said the wind. Standing in the middle of the meadow, the protagonist added wild animals, a disaster that they couldn't stop. Grinning, the hero added fire, a forest fire. A hole appeared on the ground. The protagonist stretched his hand down. Kate extended her palm to the ground. A glow appeared on the guy's hand. Suddenly, a flame appeared under them. Smoke began to fly upward. Suddenly, the bird opened its eyes. It flew up sharply and screamed. Kate stretched her hand forward. The guy grinned and said that when it came to the state, they could use any magic, even the one that was previously banned. Suddenly, the girl screamed a spell. The bird looked at her in surprise. The trees around began to catch fire. The bird grabbed the eggs. It flew away with them. Iragan moved further and further away. Hugging the protagonist, the guy asked what happened. Looking away, Nero heard that he was a genius, a true genius. The girl was sitting in front of the flames. It was heard that there was nothing better than simply taking advantage of the enemy's fear. The guy grinned and said that the essence of animals is that they are powerless against fire, and Iragan, who controls the winds, is no exception. They were able to understand this. Mike smiled and added that they had passed the test. The guys laughed loudly. Tears appeared in Kate's eyes. It got dark outside. The guy was crying as he walked. Ethan put his hand on his shoulder, and the guy said that they shouldn't cry, to which the hero replied that he shouldn't cry himself. Waving his hand, the guy said that he should go. The carriage was already leaving, to which Ethan replied that they would meet again, and the hero added that in the war. Standing still, the guy said that elves live longer, so he should come to his funeral, to which he replied that he shouldn't say stupid things, he would wait for letters from them. Walking straight, the guy asked where Kate was, to which the protagonist replied that he was taking a shower, and Ethan said that he should forget about this ice queen. Leaving, the guy said that he was going then, to which he was told that he should go and write to them. The elf turned the corner. The guys stood with tears in their eyes. Looking at Kate, the protagonist said that how many more separations awaited them, to which Ethan replied that this academy was a real hell, there can be no talk of any greatness. Looking straight at her, the girl asked that Chuck left. Angrily looking at her, the guy asked that he was her comrade, and all she would say was that Chuck left, to which she replied that they would be an eyesore for another 10 years. Opening the door, she added that with him she would definitely live for another 500 years, to which the guy replied that yes, but still. Turning around, Kate said that that was enough, asked Nero to go into the girl's bedroom. Suddenly the door slammed. With wide eyes, the guy asked what was what. She washed herself and invited him to her place. This was now her personal room. Was this really the same one? To which the protagonist asked that he also needed to wash himself. The hero grabbed the door handle. Kate was sitting in front of him at the table. Looking at the cups, she said that he should drink tea. It is the favorite drink of elves, very expensive. Looking at the tea, the hero asked how much. Looking to the side, Kate answered that if converted into local currency, probably about 200 gold. The protagonist spat out the tea. Looking at her in surprise, he said that yes, he can only earn one miserable coin in a year. Oh no, these 48 gold will take him 48 years. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that he should not dare, he will finish her off, to which the hero replied that fine. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she was called a crybaby. Surprised, opening his eyes, the protagonist asked what, a plus, to which she replied that she was a crybaby, and he added that it was good. Tears appeared in Kate's eyes, and she said that because of the terrible situation of their family, she was raised in severity. The girl looked at the elves and added that they did not love her, were not cruel, rather, just indifferent. Adults wanted her to understand the essence of the world she lived in. The moon and the sun appeared, and she said that she understood the balance. Because everything is woven from the forces of two equal opposites, she lacked the warmth of loved ones. The man put his hand on her head, hearing that, but the one who surrounded her with his care appeared. The guy grinned, and she said that they would call him uncle, he was half-elf. The man bent down, and the girl said that he was disliked for this too, but he was kind to everyone, especially to her. She fell in love with her uncle very much. The uncle hugged the girl, and Kate said that one day he and Adele, who cleaned their house, fell in love with each other. The guy was on his knees. It was said that he went to his grandmother to ask for the hand of the maid. The woman angrily clenched her teeth, and she added that but he refused. The uncle grabbed his face. It was heard that after that he could no longer see Adele. The guy's eyes lit up. It was said that he had changed a lot. The uncle led Kate by the hand, and she said that his sincere, warm smile had disappeared. He had once told her. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. The guy lowered his head. It was heard that his inner demon was coming out. The girl ran straight. It was said that she was small, but she realized that this would not lead to anything good, and said that this was a way out, that they would all be happy. She only asked to be patient a little. Kate let go of her uncle. It was said that he had already decided everything. Kate looked at him and said that by killing her grandmother, he had ruined them all. The protagonist looked at the girl in amazement. With her hands outstretched, Kate said that from that day on she decided not to trust anyone and never fall in love. With her head down, she added that she believed that by making wise decisions, she could complete her path. Gritting her teeth, the girl objected. The hero extended his hands to her, and she said that even so, to which the protagonist replied that he could let him believe him. Raising himself, the main character said that he should believe he would not become like his uncle if she believed. The protagonist frowned and said that he would definitely not let her down. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if it was true, to which he replied that it was, and she said that he should wait and not move, to which he asked again, and she added that she had said not to move. Pointing the bow to the window, she said that Ethan was there. The arrow flew over the guy's head. He fell to the ground in fear. As he left, Kate said that she wanted to thank him, but she was just going to the library. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that Ethan was an idiot. The man shouted loudly that they had successfully completed the first year of Excanum, sincerely congratulating them. Standing in front of the students, he added that yes, he thought they were idiots, but to his surprise, many managed to pass the test of wisdom, to which they asked what his congratulations were, and he added that as they could already understand, now they would begin to form new groups. Looking straight ahead, the students heard the ones he was calling step forward. Tima looking away, the protagonist thought, God, I wish he could be on the team with at least one of them, and on different teams with Evan. Hearing about Team D, the protagonist raised his hand and said that he was. Nero took a step forward, hearing that they were stepping forward. Looking straight ahead, the students heard that their room was in the same place where Team D's room had been in their first year. A huge building appeared, and the protagonist thought that he was alone. The students were moving forward. Kate was smiling, and the protagonist thought, wow, Kate is on the same team as the heiress. The protagonist turned around and thought that they seemed to have become friends. A memory surfaced, and he added that it was different last time. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist thought about Ethan. Pointing at himself, the guy shouted that he was the headman. There was an objection, to which he was answered that there was none. Raising his hands up, the guy said that if anyone had any, he was always ready to accept the challenge, and the hero thought that it was Lucy. The girl waved her hand. The protagonist grinned and thought that it was good, Ethan would not leave her. Turning around, he added that he would not. Walking straight, Nero thought about what would happen to him. The students entered the room. The question arose that they could not clean up before moving out. Grinning, the guy said that they had a slave, let him clean up. Looking at the students, the hero asked again, to which he was answered that yes. Surprised, his eyes widened. Nero heard that he had heard he was friends with Kate and Ethan, to which he answered that yes, and he was asked that he would address them as you, and he again answered approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that they had known each other for a long time, so he shouldn't meddle in their affairs. Lowering his head, the protagonist answered that it was clear. Looking at him, the guy said that he would be the headman, to which the protagonist asked again, and they answered that they did not need extra trouble. Leaving, the guy wished him luck. The door slammed in front of the hero. He silently looked around the dirty room. Looking straight ahead, he said that at least they did. Standing still, the hero added that they were not mocking him. A long corridor appeared. Looking in surprise, the guy asked that she was a slave, to which he was told that she was also a half-elf. Lucy remained silent, hearing that he thought she was an elf. The man hit the table, clenching his fist. The guy said that he did not intend to repeat it. There was no division into classes in their group. Looking at him, the guy asked what he was talking about. No one gave him the right to give orders. Frowning, Ethan said that if he didn't want to do it the easy way, they could fight, and after the fight he would call him master. The student smiled and offered to live in peace, to which the guy replied that they did. Lucy opened her eyes in surprise. The entrance to the room appeared. Looking to the side, Kate said that she would be the head girl, asked if there were any objections. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that they needed to find out what Evan thought. Sitting on a chair, the guy said that he didn't care, let them do what they wanted. The girl froze, looking at him. It got dark outside. Things were lying on the floor. The guy walked straight. He closed his eyes. Suddenly a glow appeared in his eyes. Pink rays appeared around his legs. A glow suddenly appeared around Evan. Looking straight ahead, he said that he would not give up. Raising his hands up, he shouted that he would not lose. Green beams with leaves flew straight. Evan looked forward in surprise. Stretching his hand forward, Kate asked what he was doing. Turning around, the guy said that he was trying to understand what he was capable of. Looking at him, the girl asked what if he died. Without turning around, he answered that it was better to die than to remain nobody. Looking to the side, the girl said that it was not the blood of his ancestors that made his father great. Leaving, she added that it was a powerful mind. The guy opened his eyes wide, hearing that he should not play with fire, otherwise he risks losing his nobility. The sun rose over the palace. Looking at the hero, the man asked what, and this is the whole group, who is the headman. Looking at him, the protagonist answered that he, to which he was asked why the others did not come, and he added that he tried to wake them up, but they, to which the man again asked that, and this is his excuse. The man shouted angrily that if he was late again, he would get penalty points. The protagonist looked down. The sun was peeking out from behind the trees. Standing in front of the students, Mike said that in this lesson he would teach them unity. The students ran straight ahead, and he said that if someone turned away from them, let them think. The guy looked at the students, and he added that maybe the problem was in him. The students floated away on a raft, and Mike said that they should learn to look at themselves from the outside. The students rowed, and he added that then they would understand what exactly it was about him that others did not like. The protagonist, looking straight ahead, wondered what was wrong with him. Someone was mopping the floor. The protagonist was cleaning the room. The students were playing cards. Nero stood silently to the side. Standing in front of the students, the man said that now they were on the Skeba Hills, as they could already see, it was not so easy to get here. Animals appeared, and he added that this is the most amazing place in the area, many species of animals, plants and fish live here, the cradle of life. Smiling, the man said that but the reason why they collected them. An image of an animal appeared, and he added that the Callums, and someone asked that they live in the hills of Skeba. Looking away, Jack said that this is the problem, irresponsible farmers abandon them. In the wild their number has increased dramatically, it's all about uncontrollable appetite and speed of reproduction. Raising his head up, Nero heard that as they know, wild callums have a negative effect on flora and fauna, and we should not forget that they are strong and warlike monsters. Raising his sword up, the man said that so, the team that kills the most callums will receive a worthy reward, to which the students shouted that excellent, there is no better test than hunting. Standing in front of the students, Jack said that it would happen again. Wild callums are strong. Attacking them alone is suicide, so let them stick together as a team, everything is clear, to which he was answered approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that it was the last one. Today is a meeting for magicians, so the professors will not be able to help them. The blue sky appeared. It was said that no one except the team will protect them, to which it was heard that good, let them not worry. The animals ran straight. A cry was heard that they should return by sunset, so they began. The beast looked straight ahead. Someone said about the first callums. Suddenly an arrow flew at him. Running forward, the girl shouted that he knows that the prey belongs to the first one to wound, to which he replied that it is not fair. The beast rushed forward and shouted. The protagonist turned back. Suddenly he looked to the side, hearing that someone addressed him. Walking straight ahead, the guy said that he should rest today. Going into the forest, he added that he should just not get underfoot. The protagonist silently looked straight ahead. The foliage of the trees appeared. The beast was breathing heavily. The protagonist dodged its attack. The callum's eyes lit up. Suddenly, it threw the hero aside. The beast rushed forward. Looking straight ahead, Nero shouted a spell. Suddenly, the beast flew up. Callums fell to the ground. The protagonist struck it with a sword. The hero sat above the beast. Having fallen on his back, he sighed heavily. Looking at the beast, the protagonist thought that it was not so scary if you close your eyes to the fact that it almost killed. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard behind. The beast screamed furiously at the hero. Running away, Nero thought, what, did he really kill his female? Particles flew forward. The beast crashed into a tree. The trees shook from the impact. The protagonist stood in front of it. The monster's eyes were glowing. The protagonist frowned and thought that this was the end. Rushing forward, the beast screamed loudly. Standing in front of it, the hero screamed about a fire arrow. Gritting his teeth, Nero thought, damn, he had no mana left. The beast rushed towards him. The hero's foot was at the abyss. Suddenly, he fell down. The protagonist bounced off the cliff. He fell several times on the rocks. Falling to the ground, he cried out. Nero was lying near a small strait. Looking up, he grinned. The protagonist grinned and thought that he couldn't move a finger. It seemed like he was dying. Lying on the rock, the hero thought that it was so simple, unfair. He was alone, so he would die. Evan looked away, and the hero thought that the reason for his loneliness was that he was a slave. Evan was right. The bird raised its head up. A thought arose that he had always been different from them. He would never become the same. The birds flew at the protagonist. There were more and more of them. Suddenly, a blow flew at them. Lucy, looking down, screamed the hero's name. The girl began to climb down, and the protagonist said no, let her not come down. Looking down, the girl exclaimed in fear. A stone broke off under her foot. Suddenly, she fell down and screamed. The girl fell near the hero. Looking away, Nero said that he said so. Fool, why can't she even? The hero froze, hearing Lucy crying. The girl clenched her teeth and cried. Lying on the stone, she said that she thought he was dead. Clutching her head, she added that she was in a lot of pain too. The girl was sitting over the protagonist. Looking at her, the hero asked how she did it. They hadn't done healing magic yet. Grinning, the girl answered that she had learned, to which he asked that she had done it herself, to which she answered that she had, and he asked again how. Lucy was sitting over the girl and said that he knew what a crybaby she was, and when her friend felt really bad. A green sphere appeared, and she added that she stretched her arms forward and cried out through tears that she was asking to be healed. That's all. Looking at his hand, Nero asked again, and then said that he would also need to which she answered that she definitely did. She had also asked the professor about it. A ledge appeared, and she added that he said that some can use magic without a spell. It is called an innate ability. Sitting in front of the girl, the protagonist said that he felt better, to which she replied that thank God, and he added that she was incredible, and she asked again. Looking down, the protagonist said that of course, she had a kind master, most nobles despise them, asked how she can be so kind to everyone. Every day her smile becomes brighter and more sincere. But how? Grinning, Lucy answered that she tries, thanks to his words. Looking straight ahead, she added that it was difficult for her to hold back her tears every day, and one day, when it was especially hard, she closed her eyes and imagined. Standing still, the girl said that a narrow road between high white walls. A bright beam appeared, and she added that in the end, what she strives for. Lucy grinned and said that it had gotten easier. She continued to train, over and over, and the pain had subsided. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he didn't understand what the point was. Sitting in front of him, she replied that it was because she began to see only what she wanted. Without dwelling on the bad things, there were enough of them in the world. To which he said that no, he thought, on the contrary, you can't avoid the worst, you need to face it face to face, and do everything to win. Looking at the hero, Lucy said that it was true, but only he could do that. She didn't have that much, to which the protagonist asked what so much of what, and she added that she had the strength to hate and resist it. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she had enough life in her good world. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that she was strong. Nero slightly raised himself. Closing his eyes, the protagonist heard what he was doing, to which he replied that he was meditating. Looking at her, the hero added that this way he could restore his spent mana faster. Let him try, to which she replied that it was good. Lucy and Nero were meditating. It was sunset outside. The girl slightly opened her mouth. Looking at her hands, she said that at first she felt a little weak, but now she was overwhelmed with strength. The protagonist raised his head up. Suddenly, a blue sphere appeared in his hand. Looking up, the girl asked what he was doing, to which he replied that he was paving the way, and she asked again. Stretching his hand up, the protagonist said that after listening to her story, he realized his mistake. Before it seemed to him that there were different paths, among which there would be a suitable one for him. Looking up, the girl heard that, but now he understands that they create their own destiny. Shots began to fly along the rocks. It was said that this wall was at an angle. If they made several such depressions, then, grabbing onto them, they would be able to get out of here. Grinning, the girl said that she understood. The beast was lying in front of the ledge. The student began to get out of the cave. The protagonist climbed up. He took the girl by the hand. Lucy grabbed the edge. It was heard that they paved the way and were able to get out. Sitting in front of the girl, the protagonist asked that even the mood had improved. Really? Grinning, the girl answered that yes, and hers too. Suddenly they turned around, hearing that they were addressed. The guy furiously shouted that yes, they at least know how long he had been looking for them, to which they addressed him. It began to sunset on the street. Standing in the middle of the beast, the man said that so, the sun has risen, it's time to sum it up. Jack's eyes widened as he shouted that on average everyone had killed about 2 or 3 Callums. The students cheered when they heard that they had killed 4 Callums in addition to Kate's team. The boy gritted his teeth and said that, oh shit, if they had killed 1 more Callums, they would have won. Looking away, the man said that Kate's team had won first place, and then someone turned to him. The professor was carrying an animal on a cart. Looking at it, the man asked what, 2 more, to which he was told that Nero had killed them. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what, alone, 2, to which another said that if so, then. The students raised their hands and shouted that hooray, victory. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that it was unthinkable. Raising his hand, the man shouted that in that case, first place, and someone interrupted him. Looking away, the protagonist said that if it weren't for Lucy, he wouldn't be alive anymore and his Callums would have been eaten by vultures. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they should add these points to her group. Standing in front of them, the professor said that Lucy had done such a noble deed, then the points should be recounted, to which the girl hesitated. Pulling the sword forward, the guy furiously shouted that he was an idiot, they had lost so many points, he had forgotten his place, he should watch his language, or he should kill him. The hero grabbed the sword. The protagonist looked at him furiously and said that he should try. The guy took a frightened step back. The protagonist threw the sword aside. A bright beam appeared in front of him. The students were sitting in the room. Evan was cleaning a stick. Suddenly, the guy looked away. Kate was reading a book. She looked back at him. She smirked and asked if he could stop staring, saying that she already knew she was irresistible. The guy lowered his head. Evan lowered his gaze and said nothing. In the forest, he heard something faster. Turning around, Ethan shouted that there was not much left. Lying on the ground, the girl said that her leg, she seemed to have sprained her ankle. Suddenly, the guy kicked the ground. Holding her on her back, he shouted what was going on. The girl looked away in surprise. The hero pressed his head against the tree. Standing still, he said that he should forgive her. The tip of the sword shone brightly. The hero struck the tree and shouted once. Looking at the tree, he asked why he still couldn't do it when would he be able to cut it with one swing. There were several cut down trees near the protagonist, and he added that he was lonely. 9 months later, looking straight ahead, the man said that the 6th exam, a test of endurance. The students ran forward, and he said that even if they were 100 times strong, smart and everything else, without endurance nothing makes sense. The protagonist held a sword in his hands. It was heard that this time everything is simple, they must survive. A ledge of land appeared. Mushrooms grew near the plants. The beast was sleeping on the ground. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that the test would last 2 months. Nero walked straight. It was said that with the current supplies they could last a month at most. The hero's sword was shining. It was heard that therefore they should not forget to use weapons. A glow appeared near the mushrooms. It was said that they should distinguish poisonous herbs from edible vegetables. Looking at the tree, the hero heard that living side by side with comrades. The boar was sleeping on the ground. It was said that at any moment they could become his enemies. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said 2 months of survival. Suddenly he grinned slightly. Clenching his fist, he thought that he was the most resilient person at Excanum. Things were lying on the floor. A thought appeared that he only needed to hold out for 2 months, too easy. The mushroom grew upward, and the hero added that there must be some kind of catch. The beast was sleeping, and he thought that something was testing their endurance. 2 weeks later, the arrow flew straight. The boar screamed from the shot. Grinning, the guy said that meat, tasty meat, finally he would eat normally. Swinging his hand, he added that the brisket, ribs, chops, all his. The next day, looking down in fear, the guy said, oh shit, it had been almost nothing, and the meat had time to rot. Gritting his teeth, he said okay, it couldn't all go bad. The girl looked at the mushrooms and said that this one was definitely edible. The guy bit the meat. The girl put the mushroom in her mouth. Covering his nose, Mike said that it smelled like he ate too much, threw up, and was now lying around. Standing in front of the guy, he added that he was in the hospital. Suddenly they disappeared, and he said that he was out. The boar rushed towards the student. The guy furiously shouted that he should share with him. The damn boar, stop eating everything with one mug. The boar ran faster and faster, and he asked again. Closing his eyes, the guy shouted that they should save him. He surrendered. Sitting next to him, the professor said that he was out. They disappeared. The boar ran past. Looking to the side, the protagonist heard that the guy had fallen through. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that only 2 weeks had passed and some had already dropped out. Nero opened his eyes in surprise and added that stop, there is no limit on the use of abilities. A bright beam appeared near the hero. The boar was sleeping on the ground. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he knew that he could hear him. Let him answer. The beast laid his head on the ground and the hero asked again. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about what was worth trying. He assumed that it would not be easy. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The boar approached the plants. He began to eat mushrooms. Taking a step forward, Nero thought that for sure wild boars know this area and edible mushrooms. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that together they will be together. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away in fear. The hero turned back sharply. The boar looked at him furiously. Nero climbed the tree, and the boar screamed. Looking down, the protagonist thought, what the hell? Looking at the boar, the protagonist thought, yes, boars are the kings of gluttony, they will never share food. The beast fell to the ground. Suddenly he fell asleep. The protagonist watched the boar. The balloon flew straight. It was heard that he did not think that the test was too harsh for children, to which he was answered that no, not at all. Grinning, Mike said that even if this exam was invented by the headmistress. Looking straight, he added that but he is a real genius. The man stretched his hand forward. It was said that when a person leaves his comfort zone, he shows his true face. The boar looked straight. It was heard that where there is no one to rely on. The guy stretched his hand in front of the beast. Frowning, Evan said that he should obey. It was heard that someone would become a real tyrant. The girl was lying near the boar. Kate grinned. It was said that someone would show kindness and adapt to the world around them. The boar held a carrot in its mouth, and the professor added that someone would do it with their weakness. The beast put the carrot near Lucy. It was said that it would cause sympathy. Ethan grabbed the boar sharply. Looking at him furiously, he shouted that they would decide like men. The winner would get food, and the professor said that someone would awaken unprecedented energy. Grinning, Mike said that someone would become. The hero looked at the beast, and he added that he would become a king. The protagonist jumped down. It was heard that how they would show themselves here would largely determine their fate. Nero landed on the boar. The beast raised its hind legs and screamed. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he shouldn't fall. Under no circumstances. If he falls, he won't get up. It means he'll fail. The boar was lifting his legs up. It was getting dark outside. The beast was breathing heavily. The protagonist threw food in front of him. The boar silently looked up. Suddenly, he sat up and shouted, to which the protagonist replied that he was so stubborn. It got dark outside. The protagonist looked at the beast. Nero put his hand in his pocket. He threw a cookie in front of the beast. The boar looked at the food. Then he ate the cookie. The protagonist grinned and hugged the boar. He threw another cookie. Looking at him, the beast made a sound. Suddenly, he ate the treat. The protagonist hugged the beast. Then he threw another cookie. Smiling, Nero said that it was delicious. Looking down, he added that what was created by man was really delicious. Sitting on the boar, the protagonist said that he still had a lot for him he was saving for today. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped off him. The boar looked away. Looking at him, Nero said that they did not have to be friends and he did not need to love him. Stretching his hand forward, he added that they would simply survive together. The beast ate the food from his hand. The hero poured cookies from the bag. The boar began to eat them. The hero bowed before him. Grinning, the professor asked, "Isn't that wonderful?" said that there are two types of kings. The boar brought a carrot, and Evan said that it was not enough, to which the professor added that a tyrant, albeit smart, but who chose the path of evil. The protagonist was sitting by the river. It was said that an outstanding king who chose the path of mercy is also known. Many cases of their clashes are known. Looking away, the beast grunted. The boar dug the ground, and the professor said that but the result is always the same. Grinning, the protagonist asked what all this was to him. It seemed that they only remembered the winner. A month later, clapping, Mike said that he congratulated, he passed. Lowering his head, the protagonist sighed. He abruptly fell to the ground. Smiling, the girl said that they were incredible. They managed to pass her severe test, where she does not see those cowardly newcomers who stood in front of her on the first day. Now they are worthy warriors. There is no greater joy than to look at them, so much matured in his academy. Stretching her hands forward, she added that they should not be shy, pass, take another step towards their mother, to her house, office, to her bedroom. Looking up, she said that they should fall into hers, to which the guy turned to her and she asked that she overdid it. Suddenly she disappeared and said that until the meeting. Holding the sheet in his hands, the man said that so, the ceremonial part was over, they were moving on to the distribution. Looking straight ahead, Kate responded. The hero clenched his teeth and thought, please. The guy answered that he did, hearing the name Evan. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought, damn, they were back together. Nero asked again in surprise, hearing his name. The students took a step forward. Looking around, Kate thought, it turns out, she is the only girl. Looking at the students, she said that she will be the head, asked if there are any objections, to which she was told that there are none. Smirking, the protagonist thought, it seems good, and it seems not so good. The girl raised her hand up, hearing her name. She took a step forward. Suddenly she crashed into the protagonist. Looking at the hero, she apologized, to which he replied that nothing. The protagonist asked again, his eyes wide open. The hero turned to the girl, and she greeted him. The protagonist asked her what was wrong, his eyes wide open. She looked away and said that it was because of the exam and that she had almost starved to death. She grinned and added that she had lost weight. The protagonist's eyes wide open and he thought that she had become so cute. Lucy turned around, hearing that they would have to wait for her for a long time, to which she replied that she was coming now. She waved and said that they would see each other, to which he replied that yes, see you later. A long corridor appeared. Kate closed her eyes and said that they would talk about the rules later, but now it was important that they understood. Taking up arms, she added that they should not approach her room. Honestly, she would kill her, to which they replied that they understood. As she was leaving, the girl said that great, let them start preparing for the lesson. The students went to their rooms. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he was with Kate again, how he missed her leadership. Evan nudged the protagonist with his shoulder. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he shouldn't call him master in front of Kate and shouldn't do anything at all. Leaving, he added that yes, he did say that they were the creators of their own destinies. Looking to the side, the guy said that maybe this was true for him, but he would prove the opposite. He would do everything possible for this. Standing in front of the hero, Evan said that then he would understand how big the difference was between him and him. Putting his hands on his hips, the man asked what had passed by again, to which Nero replied that he was glad to meet him. The professor grinned and said that he thought he was one of those dumb strongmen, but apparently he was wrong. The previous test was easy for him, to which the hero replied that endurance was his strong point. Frowning, Evan wondered why he hadn't turned to him, the dirty commoner. Luther looked at the girl and asked what the Snow Queen was with them, said that he thought his patience would last a week at most, no more. To which Kate asked that she knew what kind of nerves one needed to have to lead these blockheads, to which he added that it was true. Standing in front of the students, the professor said that they would finish with the greeting, so what do they think awaits them at the beginning of the semester, really? Pointing to the side, the man shouted that it was a physical fitness test. The sun peeked out from behind the trees. The guy gritted his teeth and tensed up. Throwing the cannonball, the guy shouted that it was like this. The cannonball fell to the ground. Someone asked, which seemed good. Swinging, the girl shouted that it was out of the way. Kate threw the cannonball. It landed much further. The cannonball was stuck into the ground. Laughing, the guy shouted that this is power, and the other said that well, where else could it go? Kate is a beast. Standing in front of the guys, Kate asked that one of the two brothers could throw further than her. Grinning, Evan asked what brothers. Taking the cannonball, the guy added that he was the first. Standing with his back to the girl, he said that he should think about what he said. Evan swung the cannonball. The guy gritted his teeth and shouted. Throwing the cannonball, the guy exclaimed. The cannonball landed further than everyone else. It was heard that he knew it. Evan is incredibly strong. The protagonist dragged the cannonball behind him. Swinging, he thought that he would not lose. Gritting his teeth, he added that he would not give in to someone like Evan. Throwing the cannonball, the hero thought that he would not give in. The cannonball flew high into the air. The projectile landed further than the others. Looking at the protagonist, the guy said that he was something special. Grinning, Kate said that she did not think that he was so strong. Apparently, in the first year, Ethan overshadowed him, to which the hero grinned. Evan froze, looking straight ahead. The flag went up. Someone said that attention. Raising the flag up, the man shouted that march. The students quickly ran straight ahead. The hero looked ahead in surprise and asked what. Kate grinned, hearing that she was too fast. The guys gritted their teeth. The thought arose that of course, elves were not inferior to anyone in speed. Running straight, the main character thought that he would be second. The protagonist broke ahead. The guy looked at him. Suddenly a memory arose. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. Nero held his hand. Rushing forward, Evan shouted angrily. Looking straight ahead, he cursed loudly. Evan finished first. The guy fell to the ground and was breathing heavily. Raising his hand up, the man shouted that they were doing well. Let them rest for 10 minutes, then continue, to which the students replied that they had not finished yet. Mountains and forests appeared in the distance. Someone held out a flask and said that he should drink. Looking at the girl, the main character asked why she was worried about him. Turning her head to the side, Kate said that he should shut up and drink. She wanted some too. Grinning, Nero said that then she should drink first. Suddenly the water was poisoned. The girl stood silently in front of him. Suddenly they both burst out laughing. Looking to the side, Evan thought that Kate was laughing. The guy was holding a knife in his hands. Evan looked straight ahead angrily. Sitting in front of the girl, the protagonist said that, for example, souls, in her opinion, they all came from a single large spirit. To which she replied that he generalized it strangely. Souls are the offspring of the elements, fire, water, earth, wind. Grinning, Kate said that souls, depending on their size, are large and small, to which the protagonist said that it turns out that all souls are connected to each other. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing that, accordingly, they also came from something whole. The hero smiled and asked that then she was his sister or something, said that although he would not be happy about it. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that she was a simpleton. The guy cut off a piece of wood and thought that she was smiling again. This was definitely the Kate he knew. Gritting his teeth, he added that why so often? The academy building appeared. Standing in front of the students, the professor asked who was here, said that everything happened as he wanted. Great. Looking straight ahead, the students heard their names. Mike grinned and said that they were strong and he would do everything to teach them well. The professor extended his hand and said that over the past 3 years, they had learned a variety of magical attacks, but almost all of them specialized in one. Clenching his fist tightly, he added that he thought it was time to show them more practical magic, to which they happily exclaimed, and he said that he had no doubt that they would like it. Closing his eyes, the professor said that the high-level magic they were about to touch had a wide area of effect, so they would need a lot of mana. Looking straight ahead, the students heard that until now they had been grouping students of approximately the same level. The protagonist froze, hearing that now the difference between them was obvious. If someone had a hard time, then they should not let their comrades down in battle. Mike grinned and said that they should be wise, give up and not waste their time, take up fencing, archery, maybe they will be better at it. The professor closed his eyes and said that it was time to understand what they really wanted. Standing in front of the students, Mike asked that many of them had already decided, right, what would Kate say? Grinning, the girl said that she wanted to become an archer. She had already been taught something, but she would like to perfectly master all the basic principles. Stretching his hand forward, the professor shouted that great, she understood what she needed. That's right, having understood their strengths and weaknesses, they should set a clear goal for themselves. Standing in front of him, the student asked what and what directions even existed, to which he replied that they would start with 3 large groups. An image of a knight appeared. It was said that the strongest of them could become black knights. The book flew in front of the man. It was heard that future powerful wizards are black magicians. The elf held a bow in his hand, and the professor added that agile, insightful, and quick-witted, like elves, usually become archers. Grinning, the guy said that he heard that there is something else, a Dark Lord. That's right, to which the professor said that they don't need to know about it now. Mike smiled and said that many consider themselves to be in those groups, but we shouldn't forget. Looking straight ahead, the students heard that there is a direction that combines 2 specialties at once, to which Evan said that a swordsman is a magician. Particles appeared in the man's hand. It was said that it is true that if you evaluate his abilities on a 10-point scale, then the strength will be slightly higher than 9 points, and magic is slightly more than 8. The emperor is a swordsman. Smiling, the student said that he will become the same, to which the other replied that he will be the same. The men clinked their mugs. Someone said that if it were that easy, they would all be mages and swordsmen, and boasted of their strength. Pointing to himself, the guy said that he could do it. He was strong and knew how to use magic, to which the other asked what he was. Raising 2 fingers up, the professor said to be quiet. Grinning, he said that everything would become clear after studying high-level magic. Raising his hand up, Mike shouted a spell. Purple particles appeared around him. The students exclaimed in surprise. The professor smiled broadly and asked what about them. Isn't this power enough to destroy the hundreds of enemies surrounding them? Stretching his hand forward, he added that yes, let them come out one by one and try. The guy raised his hand up and began to speak. A small field appeared near him. The student pointed at him and said that he was strong and knew how to use magic. Who said that? To which he replied that he wouldn't even do that. The student took a step forward. Kate raised both her hands up. A field of magic appeared around her. The students exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the girl, the professor said that what was to be expected from Kate, as always magnificent and strong, excellent. Pointing forward, he added that Nero was next, to which the hero replied that it was good. Walking straight, the protagonist thought about how His Majesty had proven his strength to everyone, so no one joked or mocked him. Looking down, he added that it was enough to survive. It was time to show what he was capable of, just like His Majesty. The hero swung his arms. Looking down furiously, he thought that he would prove that a slave could also become an emperor. The students pointed at him and said that he was an idiot. He couldn't do anything at all, a human shield. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and asked what, why. Standing in front of him, the professor said that mana is the blood of magicians. Only if it nourishes the whole body, his abilities will manifest themselves in full, to which Nero asked what it means. It's all about blood circulation. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that mana flows are always directed to the soul. Grinning, Mike said that he should try to figure it out, or he has no talent in magic. Standing still, the protagonist heard that either his soul is blocking it, next Evan, to which the guy replied that he does. Looking at the guy, the professor said that he should show them what he values so much. Kate and the hero smiled. The guy raised his hand up and shouted that the hell. The girl told him that he should give in to his anger, and then he will understand what real power is. The guy shouted loudly about the spell. Purple rays appeared around. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist froze in amazement. Standing in front of the guy, Mike said that it was impressive. If he hadn't come to his senses, there would have been trouble. Such power could destroy thousands of orcs. Smiling, the professor asked that he wanted to become a black magician, to which Evan replied that he didn't. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he would become a swordsman magician. The hero frowned, hearing that he would become an emperor. The protagonist stood in the middle of the forest. Nero was breathing heavily. The professor, standing in front of him, asked that he had already decided what he wanted to become. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that he hadn't yet. Looking down, he was breathing heavily. Nero swung his sword. Thrusting the sword into the ground, he shouted a spell. The hero looked down silently. The girl watched from behind a tree, and he asked what and why. Looking away, Kate said that they were both hopeless. 4 months later, it was heard that at first glance this place may seem to them like an ordinary beautiful valley, but everything is not so simple. An important strategic object is located here. The man folded his arms and said that it was a mine where they extracted Omru, to which he was asked again, and he continued that it was a magical ore used to create high-level magical weapons. Its price was incredibly high. The monster swung at the night. It was said that the walls of the mine had been sprinkled with the blood of defenders and invaders hundreds of times. Patrolmen should not leave it. Standing in front of the students, the professor said that today was an exception, to which he was asked if it was because today was an imperial holiday, and he replied that yes, according to the emperor's decree, everyone was resting today. Looking to the side, Luther said that it had been quiet here for the past few decades, but that did not mean they should relax. The man shouted loudly that today was a great chance for them to train. A chest appeared behind them, and he added that they had to find the entrance to the mine. It was very small, hard to notice at first, to which they asked him what. In just a day, and he said that yes, a special reward was waiting for them in front of the entrance, equipment that would be given to them. The students ran away, hearing that only one member of the team, for this they would do everything possible. The girl rushed forward. The golem screamed furiously in front of her. Suddenly she fired at it. Grinning, Kate said that she knew it would be hard. Raising his head, the protagonist shouted that it was behind him. The golem jumped on the girl. Suddenly a blow flew at him. The girl turned around to look at Evan. The guy started to run to the side. Suddenly he disappeared among the foliage. Looking to the side, Kate said that damn. She also ran into the bushes. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it was great. Running into the bushes, he added that this time he would not give in to him. Closing his eyes, the guy suggested going together, to which the other responded approvingly. The sun appeared from behind the foliage. Kate fired at the monster. Stones fell down. The girl jumped to the side. Looking to the side, she thought that these monsters were too weak. They were probably specially moved to them to prevent them from finding the entrance. The monsters near the mine must be much stronger. Suddenly, Kate opened her eyes in surprise. Many golems stood in front of her. Peeking out from behind the bush, she thought that she seemed to understand. It was not for nothing that they were taught higher magic. The golems walked straight, and she added that it was high time to try. Suddenly, monsters jumped on them. The monster sharply bit the golem. Raising his head up, he screamed. Looking straight ahead, Kate thought, what's wrong? They brought these two. The hero sharply struck the golem. Standing still, the protagonist thought that the clue was hidden in the number of golems. Suddenly, a scream was heard in the bushes. The guy crawled out of the bushes and screamed to be saved. Pointing his sword at him, the protagonist thought that this was part of the test. The guy opened his eyes wide and shouted for him to run, to which the hero thought that the guard was a protector. The protagonist looked at the guy. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that no. Evan looked at the crowd of monsters. Raising his head up, the monster said that how predictable, stupid people. Raising his hand up, the monster said that there were 4 days before the guards arrived. During this time they should collect as much ore as possible. Frowning, the guy thought that no, this was no longer a simple training. Suddenly, he looked to the side, hearing a scream. A waterfall was pouring down. A man was lying in a cave. Black rays appeared in the sky. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what Kate was. He definitely heard Kate. The girl deftly attacked the monsters. Holding the bow in her hands, she said that there were too many of them. The arrows ran out, and Kate thought about it. The monsters rushed forward and shouted. Suddenly, she swung her hand. Leaning towards the ground, the girl shouted a spell. Looking straight ahead, she thought that she had spent almost all her mana on the arrows. Suddenly, the monster bit her hand. Walking towards her, the monster laughed and asked what the elf was. Rushing forward, the monster shouted that the elf was delicious. Suddenly, the protagonist struck him. The creatures suddenly pounced from above. The hero shouted furiously. Thrusting his sword into the ground, he said a spell. No rays appeared around him. The monsters pounced on the hero. The guy swung his arms. Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. The guy was furious, and Kate and Nero turned to him. Evan's spell was dissipating. The protagonist forgot about the monster that bit his hand for a second. He cut it with his sword. The guy was glad that his friend had come. Then he killed the monster that was threatening Kate. Evan praised the protagonist and jumped on the enemies with a ready spell. There was a powerful purple explosion which made the monsters howl in pain. Evan was furious. He rushed forward with his sword in his hand. He chopped off the heads of 2 more and ran on. The enemies jumped on him from behind from a blind spot. Kate managed to cover him and killed the attackers. Nero was irritated and looked at his friends. He destroyed the monster with a scream. Then he stood behind Evan, just like Kate. The intelligent monster realized that he had seen this somewhere before. 30 years ago, with the previous generation of heroes, everything was exactly the same. Balrog admitted that he was much weaker then. He did not want to let history repeat itself, so he ordered a horde of monsters to kill the enemy. His subordinates responded with happy sounds and ran towards the heroes. Nero called his friends to distract the monsters while he dealt with the leader. Evan was shocked. The protagonist explained that Evan was the only one who could fully use magic and believed that it would be more effective. But Nero's friend demanded that he keep quiet and then pierced several opponents with a spell. The magic hit Balrog's shoulder and ricocheted. An explosion engulfed the tree behind him. Then the protagonist attacked the leader from above. However, he easily covered himself with an armored hand. Nero stood on the ground. Balrog's armor continued to smoke. He noticed that the guy had a good sword. The protagonist, screaming, attacked again. The monster caught his weapon between 2 claws. Balrog realized that Nero did not know how to use it and swung his fist to attack. The guy dropped the sword and plowed the ground with his nose after receiving the blow. Kate became worried and shouted his name. Evan first looked at her. Then he returned his gaze to the battlefield. Evan ran towards his opponent. Then he jumped up and fired spells at Balrog. The boy moved behind him and made a surprise attack. In midair, he stabbed his sword into the monster's hand. Balrog frowned when he realized that he was fighting a sword mage. He grabbed Evan by the neck and he grunted. Then the monster hit his opponent in the stomach with all his might, and it was as if something had broken. Evan was thrown away and painfully slid along the ground. Kate put his head on her lap. She was desperate. The boy said that he blocked Balrog's blow with a magic shield, but it was too strong. Evan no longer had mana. The girl admitted that she had the same thing. She said that only Nero had mana left. The protagonist was kneeling and leaning on his sword in front of the approaching monsters. He destroyed one of them with magic. He cut the other one with his sword. Their leader laughed at the sight of such childish magic. He pretended to be upset because they had just started and summoned more ordinary monsters. The protagonist was drenched in cold sweat. He first cut one enemy, then another. His eyes glowed blue. The guy felt that he was overflowing with mana, but he did not know how to release it. The monsters attacked him from all sides. Nero stuck his sword into the ground and cast a spell, hoping that it would not fail him. But it was so weak that it could only hit one enemy. Balrog laughed again, thinking that it was just a joke. A group of monsters jumped on the protagonist. A splash of blood. Kate wanted to hurry to Nero, who she was worried about, but Evan held her hand. The guy was sitting on the ground. He thought that they should run away from here. The girl was scared and she did not dare to leave the protagonist alone. The protagonist closed his eyes. He imagined a sea wave approaching him and thought that this is what people feel before death. The water splashed in front of him. The guy did not think that those who were expecting death were so calm. He began to think about giving up, but then he changed his mind because he was born for something. Nero walked along the bottom of the sea against the current. He moved forward with difficulty because he decided that he had to fight until the very end. The protagonist took another step, ready to get back on his feet after each fall. He clenched his teeth and kept going. The protagonist overcame himself to challenge fate. A purple flash formed in the sky. It quickly grew into a huge funnel. If not for the barrier protecting Evan and Kate, they would have been hit too. Balrog had to take all this power on himself. A round scorched clearing remained in the forest. Nero stood in the middle of it, leaning on his sword. He smiled, happy that everything worked out for him. The guy was able to become a swordsman mage. He fell to the ground from helplessness. The leader of the monsters was amazed, looking around the field with smoldering coals. He howled when he realized that he had lost his warriors and declared that he would destroy Nero. A man in a white coat appeared in front of him, pierced him through with spikes from the ground and offered to try it. Balrog, bleeding, said that this was not the end and the real boss was ahead. Mike chuckled and asked the monster not to worry. The monster warriors looked at the sky. From there, Gloria attacked them, who was going to bring down all her power on them. Mike declared that they also had a boss. The leader was struck by a powerful lightning bolt and screamed. The surviving monsters looked at the charred body of the commander and did not know what to do. An army on eagles arrived with Gloria. The woman arrogantly asked Balrog how he dared to break into her domain. Luther pointed out to the fighters that the enemy commander was defeated and ordered them to attack. The magicians sent magic shots in the direction of the monsters. Gloria was flying over the battlefield and bombarding it with lightning. Mike was impaling creatures on his earthen spikes. Beyond the forest, a massive cleanup was underway. A cart with buffaloes was carrying Evan, Kate, and a wounded Nero who was being treated by Chloe. She smiled, said that everything was fine, and promised to help him. Kate sighed. Then she looked away. Her gaze fell on Evan, whose head was bandaged. She smiled. The guy did not understand why Kate was smiling. After that, the girl looked down. There lay the protagonist, all bandaged. Her attention was drawn to the amulet on his neck. The girl was shocked by how brightly it glowed. Gloria was standing on the very top balcony. She raised her hands in the air and shouted that the future of this empire was at risk as the Dark Army had declared itself again. She believed that today's incident was just the beginning. The woman said that this concerns them all, so people must become stronger and accept the challenge of time. When 3 people approached her, Gloria flew into the air and announced the beginning. She was high up and Evan, Kate, and Nero came to the fore. The woman introduced the 3 heroes to the audience who, having encountered dark forces, fought them back with all their heroism and courage. She also called them symbols of the future and asked to greet them with their ovations. The first she said was Kate, who seemed completely indifferent. Her fans were happy to see her, the idol of Excanum, and supported her in every way. The girl folded her arms across her chest, became embarrassed and thought to herself that they were idiots. The audience continued to discuss her beauty. Introducing Evan, Gloria was not surprised that this student was included in the list of heroes because he is a descendant of the great Eric. Nero was very worried. The woman said that he was the last on the list, but not in importance. She thoughtfully looked at the main character. Gloria asked where he was from and what family he was from. The protagonist was stunned. He blushed, turned away, and admitted that he was a slave of the Regaz family. The woman took a few seconds to understand this, then announced his name to the people, but in response she heard only silence. The first to shout out Nero Ethan's name. Then Lucy supported him. The others did not understand why she was supporting this slave. Gradually, more and more people joined in the greeting. Everyone decided to support him and unanimously shouted his name. The protagonist was very embarrassed because he was not used to this. He noticed that now they looked at him completely differently. The next day at the academy, Luther stood in front of the heroes and announced to them that they were getting 10 extra points. Evan did not react, but Nero and Kate were happy. The man smiled and warned them that they should remember that only after the 7th year of study their points would be calculated, so he advised them to try to survive. The guys unanimously agreed. Luther added that despite the fact that they promised to give only 1 artifact to the whole group, they prepared 3. Nero and the others were very happy. The guy put the bracelet on his hand. His comrades did the same. The decorations sparkled brightly. The protagonist turned to Evan and thanked him for his help. Evan, looking gloomy, clarified what he was talking about. The protagonist looked away, scratched himself, and asked to forget about it. Evan laughed and said that he just wanted to test his abilities. Kate went with Nero in the other direction, noticing that Evan was acting as usual. Andrea appeared behind the guy. He told Evan that the headmistress was waiting for him. Kate twitched her ears, hearing something strange. She turned around. Evan was already walking alone, without Andrea, but remained just as serious. Behind the huge door, Gloria said that the last exam was waiting for the guy. She also handed him a scroll with the answers. Evan took it and immediately wanted to unfold it. The woman, for some reason in a robe, asked the guy to become the second sorcerer and not disappoint them. She stroked Evan's cheek and promised to make a real man out of him. Evan silently and emotionlessly looked at her in response. That same night at the academy, Kim came with books and said that the professor said to give them to the guys. Evan asked what it was, and Kim answered that it was a history book. He, continuing to hold the books, added that their knowledge would be tested on the 4th exam, and therefore they needed to read the entire book in a month. The guys were shocked that they were given only a month. Evan had already opened the book. Kate also received one. Kim also said that they were not allowed to ask others for help, and that from tomorrow they would all study in separate rooms of the library. Kate could not believe that not only were they given only a month, but they were also forbidden to study in a group. Nero, meanwhile, looked at the history textbook with a confident smile. He was convinced that he would definitely pass because as a child he read history more often than fairy tales. A new day had come. The protagonist was walking with Kate with food in their hands. The girl turned to the guy with a question. She asked if he had read anything about elves and their features. The protagonist smiled and objected since he did not have such books at home. Nero asked what was the matter, but Kate turned away and said not to pay attention. The guy decided not to ask further. The girl seemed sad. The protagonist was sitting over a textbook at night with a candle. He picked up the book. It seemed strange to him because everything was written a little differently in the book. The guy assumed that his father could not find reliable books. He was sitting in a booth like everyone else. Nero decided not to think about it since he just had to learn everything. The protagonist persistently read. Kate studied without much interest. Ethan did his best not to let his eyes close, and Evan had already fallen asleep. Kim announced to everyone that this time there were 2 people eliminated. One of them was Raf, who scored 69 points and was missing just 1 point. The second one he named was Nero. The protagonist could not believe it. Kim said that he had 14 points. The guy was standing with his things in front of the closed gates. He closed his eyes. The gate swung open and he saw a cart. Next to it were Shaggy and Sargat, who said that they did not have time and urged the guy to hurry. Nero did not resist and ran faster. The cart moved. Sargat bought it. Shaggy was sitting next to him. The protagonist was thinking about his failure, which he considered impossible. He did not understand how he could score only 14 points. In the library, when everyone was studying in their own booths, a neighbor asked Nero if Numeros was the second queen of Noria, and he replied that the book said so. Then the guy decided that he did everything right. The protagonist thought sadly that he couldn't have made so many mistakes. Sargat blew smoke out of his nose and noticed that the guy was unusually calm. Nero turned his attention to the man, not really understanding what he wanted to say. Sargat said that slaves should be more careful while in the cart. He approached the protagonist and asked if he was okay. The guy hesitated. The man couldn't take it anymore and hit him in the face because he didn't get a clear answer. Sargat started to trample Nero with his feet. He kept asking if he was okay now and said that the guy wouldn't get off easy. Shaggy sat nearby and enjoyed the spectacle. The wounded protagonist grabbed Mr. Sargat's leg, not understanding why he was doing this to him. The man was in no hurry to answer. After a few seconds, he looked down at Nero and demanded to be called not Mr., but Sir. He admitted that he had received special permission from the guy's owner. Sargat looked at the protagonist at his feet and added that the owner said that Nero's family was worse than even slaves. The protagonist was scared. They arrived in the city in silence. The guy jumped off the cart. 2 girls ran to him, calling him brother. Sylvie and Wendy were crying. Nero also cried when he noticed them. Then they hugged for the first time in a long time. The guy looked at the sisters and complimented them on how quickly and how beautiful they had grown. Wendy thought that she was taller than Sylvie now, but her sister thought differently. A man approached them. The sisters noticed that their brother had also grown up. Sylvie said that if he grew a little more, he would become very handsome. Mr. Butler scared Nero by calling his name. He said that the owner was waiting for him. The protagonist did not want this, but no one asked his opinion. He came to the owner's reception room. There, a bottle of wine was immediately smashed on his head. The guy fell to the floor and covered his face with his hands. Ulrich was incredibly angry that Nero dared to treat Evan so disrespectfully. He reminded the protagonist that Evan was his precious heir. Blood was running down the protagonist's hand. He wanted to tell the owner how they treated each other at the academy. Ulrich stood in front of the window and ordered the pathetic slave Nero to shut his mouth. He assumed that the guy wanted to say that he was forced to humiliate his Evan, and did not understand how he dared to contradict him. The man did not like that the protagonist felt like one of the tigers when he was allowed to live among them. The protagonist, without raising his eyes from the floor, asked for forgiveness and admitted that he deserved to die. Ulrich looked at him and said that it no longer mattered since he was going to sell his sisters. The boy removed his hand from his face, not believing his ears. His master thought that the protagonist must have remembered Ralph. This was the man who killed his mother. The protagonist did not understand why Ulrich would do this. The man explained that he had not sold them earlier because he respected the hard work of their parents, but Nero's actions made him change his mind. The boy screamed and begged the master not to do this and asked him to kill him instead. Ulrich snapped that it was not profitable because this way he would lose money. The protagonist was in despair. Nero was kneeling in the rain. Ralph opened the window. He leaned on the casement and urged the boy to finish this since he was going to buy his sisters anyway. The man licked his lips, imagining how much fun he would have with them. The protagonist, with tears in his eyes, asked him not to do this since they were children who did not even know many things that slaves should know. Ralph objected, as he was sure that they knew how to do something around the house. Sitting on the rocking chair, he explained that he was buying them for someone else. The guy squeezed his fingers. He cried out, begging Ralph not to waste his money on them. Nero offered to just buy it, and he would do anything. He swore to do whatever his new master ordered. He also promised that he would not say a word against him. The man laughed loudly. He asked the protagonist with a smile if he would kill, for example, the person he pointed out. The guy raised his head and answered without hesitation that he would. He looked at Ralph and confidently answered that he would kill everyone he pointed out. The man continued to smile. He clarified whether the protagonist promised, and he promised. The sun was almost set. Nero's sisters were crying and begging him not to leave while he was already sitting in the cart. The boy hugged them, asked them not to worry, and assured them that he would return. Ulrich and Ralph stood nearby. Ulrich asked why Ralph had changed his mind, and he replied that keeping female slaves was too expensive, but men brought in money. He smiled and said that carnal desires were fickle. Ralph looked at Ulrich and added that money, on the contrary, was constant. At night in Ralph's house, the man assessed the naked Nero and noticed that he was well built. He smiled and offered to start work. The next day, the protagonist worked in the field with a hoe. He once again stuck it into the ground. The other slaves discussed him, remembering that he was from the Regaz family and that his mother had been beaten by Ralph. They sat on the haystacks. One of them added that Nero had now also been sold to Ralph. The other even wanted to feel sorry for him. The one chewing a blade of grass relayed the words of the early rising Ronald, who said that this guy had been working since 3 in the morning. The protagonist was carrying some sacks on his back somewhere. The slave added that Ronald asked the protagonist if he was sleeping at all. Ralph was still sleeping, hugging 2 girls and bottles scattered on the floor. Nero told Ronald that he would have time to sleep later, which meant that he had not slept yet. The protagonist fell under the weight of the sacks. The very next day, Ronald again met the guy who was already working hard at 6 in the morning and again asked if he had slept. The protagonist said that he had already slept. The sun was at its zenith. The protagonist was lying on the ground among the sacks and trying to catch his breath. Nero continued to work in the field under the scorching sun tirelessly. As it was getting on for the evening, his master called him, and he immediately began to listen while the master declared that he had had enough for today and asked him to come to him. Obeying his master's order, the boy immediately went to him, after which he goes inside and closes the door behind him, while a man stood right in front of him and drank alcohol. Taking a whip in his hand, the protagonist's owner noted that he had lost money. Joe turned around abruptly, declaring that he was in a bad mood and could not calm down. Coming closer to Nero, the slave owner explained that he knew that he was a cruel man. Suddenly, the man swung his whip, adding that he always destroyed the weak. Continuing to beat his servant, Joe also said that he liked to destroy their hopes. After finishing the violence, the man stepped on the slave's body with his foot, declaring that he was getting much better, and the more others suffered, the more pleasure he got. Looking at the boy with a smug expression, he noted that he should know about it because it was he who killed his father. Hearing this, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. While a withering flower stood in a vase on the table, Joe said that he poisoned him to get his mother. Grinning maliciously, the slave owner added that even after his plan worked, he tortured her to death. After his words, Nero broke off a small piece of the floor tile. With tears in his eyes, furious screams, he was going to stick the tip right into the throat of his master. Noticing this, Joe egged him on to try to kill him faster, but he immediately stopped. Suddenly, the story moves to a beautiful academy building. At this time, an elf was walking along the courtyard. Kate was immersed in her thoughts and remembered Nero's medallion. Suddenly, she saw the guys standing around the corner, and Evan saying that the protagonist's name was written there and therefore they couldn't throw his book there. After which he told his henchmen to go and find it, and Kate was passing by at that time. Hearing this information, the girl immediately rushed to search. Then she stopped and collected energy in her hands. After a while, she managed to summon the fairy spirit. Having done this, the elf asked the wind spirits to hear her. At this time, the guys in the outer courtyard of the academy began their search. Using shovels, they carried out excavations. After some time, they managed to stumble upon a book buried in the ground. Taking it in his hands, one of them wondered what Evan said to do, and the other noted that it seemed like burning it. Hearing this, the boy began to read the arson spell. Suddenly, the wind magic knocked the book out of his hands. Seeing this, the guys were extremely dumbfounded and did not understand what was happening, realizing that they should not stand there like a pillar. At that very moment, right next to the head of one of them, an arrow stuck into a tree. It was Kate who shot it from her bow. With a clearly displeased look, she called them traitors. Suddenly, the narrative of the story moves back to the moment when Nero was going to kill his master and he was egging him on. After a short silence, Joe asked that he knew the law. Then he added that if a slave kills his master, his entire family will suffer, which angered the boy even more. Hearing this, the protagonist fell to the ground and denied everything that was happening, and the slave owner spoke of a feeling of hopelessness. Then the man ordered him that from now on, every time he beats him, he must say that he is a slave, a parasite, and a worthless person. At that moment, a whip hits Nero right on the head. Feeling this, the boy with tears in his eyes called himself a slave. Joe continued to beat him, and the protagonist said that he was a parasite. While the owner mocked his servant, he called himself a worthless person. From severe pain, Nero screamed that he was a parasite, he would destroy him. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to one of the offices in the academy, from where words were heard that they had acted dishonestly. Mike, sitting at his place, asked how they were able to make this book, and Mark answered that his parents were engaged in typography. Hearing this, the boy with a monocle asked whose order it was. After his words, the guys were very worried and simply fell silent. Then Mike declared that if they continued to be silent, then he, obeying the emperor's decree, would send them to the chopping block. Bursting into tears from fear, the academy student declared that Evan ordered them to do this. Kate, standing behind the door, immediately heard what he said. The girl got very angry and rushed straight to him. Running along the corridor, she suddenly saw Evan standing to the side with Gloria. Then they went into the room together. Wearing an erotic costume, the red-haired girl drank wine, noting that now he was in the 4th year and should not be expelled. Turning back, she asked him to stick to her plan, asking that he would fulfill the request of the headmistress. The elf, who was eavesdropping on their conversation behind the door, was furious that he had made a deal with the headmistress, calling him a mangy dog. At this time, Gloria, who was pestering the boy, was stopped by him and asked why he refused, because she had never met a man who would reject her. Very embarrassed, Evan declared that he liked another. Continuing her onslaught, the red-haired woman noted that it was better for him, and he could win part-time commander of the 3rd Legion of the Magical Army of the Ark of the Empire, which greatly stunned him. First with her, and then the line, asking if he had thought about such a thing. Then she whispered in his ear that he should be honest with her, and he, covered in sweat, concluded that he would not anyway. After a short silence, the headmistress ran her finger over her student's lips and asked him to say who she was, saying that she would accept it and he could not worry. Hearing her question, the academy student lowered his head and fell silent. Having plucked up his courage, Evan declared that it was Kate. At this time, she sat and eavesdropped on their entire conversation and, having heard this, was extremely shocked. Suddenly, the narrative of the story moves back to Joe's house. Putting his foot on his servant lying on the floor, he asked again who he was and whether his voice had really disappeared. Exhausted, Nero asked for at least a little food, and his evil master shouted that he needed to speak louder, otherwise he would not give it. The boy continued to beg for food with his last strength, and the slave owner continued to beat him with a whip. Remembering all his friends from the academy, he had already managed to say goodbye to them. Bleeding and crying, the protagonist spoke of his hopes. Hearing this, Joe asked what he was muttering. Suddenly, Mike appeared out of nowhere right in front of him, stopping his hand. With a sly grin on his face, he greeted him and introduced himself, stating that he was a professor of Excanum and concurrently the commander of the 3rd Region of the Magical Army of the Ark Empire. Letting go of the slave owner's hand, Mike stated that Nero was enrolled in the 4th year of their academy and, therefore, he became an imperial officer. After which he added that he hoped he knew that a military officer was 2 steps higher than an ordinary citizen, and he threatened the life of someone who was higher than him. Looking at his servant, the man said that all this was not so at all, and the boy, rising from the floor, asked the professor what awaited the one who raised his hand against the officer. Smiling slyly, Mike replied that the death penalty awaited him. After his words, the protagonist grabbed the club with nails. Gathering his last strength, he was going to take revenge. Immediately after this, Nero dragged the club with nails closer to himself. Seeing this, the professor asked him for permission to carry out the sentence himself, and he would rest for now, while the boy gave a negative answer. With an angry expression on his face, the protagonist declared that he would finish off this bastard himself. Hearing this, Joe was very scared and backed away. Tightly squeezing the handle of his club, the protagonist said that this scum added poison to his father's medicine and killed him. Immediately after this, Nero raised his weapon, and the slave owner felt for a knife on the table. Mike stood behind and listened as his student continued to say that he then bought his mother, raped her, and beat her to death. With tears in his eyes, swinging his club, the boy declared that he would pay for all the pain he caused his family. Suddenly picking up a dagger, the man was not going to just stand there. Seeing this, the professor immediately tied him up with his magic chains, and the protagonist just approached him. Smiling maliciously, watching everything that was happening, Mike told his student to continue. After which silence reigned in the room, and Nero was about to deliver the final blow. Standing right in front of his opponent, he still could not decide to do it. Gathering his last strength, the boy still struck Joe on the head, after which he fell exhausted right on the floor. The professor standing nearby silently watched his student. Then the narrative of the story moves to Dawn. Having filled his stomach with food and drank water that Mike gave him, noting that he was really starving, Nero was full of strength. Throwing away a mug of water, the boy thanked his teacher. Approaching the tied-up Joe, he was going to continue what he had started. The bleeding slave owner with his teeth knocked out tried to beg for mercy. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately struck him with his club. Completely surrendering to anger, Nero noticed that his voice was irritating him and asked him to shut up. With his last strength, the slave owner asked for another chance, and the boy asked if he really wanted this. At that moment, tears appeared in his eyes, and the protagonist asked why he did not give them any chance. Then he continued to say that his mother begged for mercy countless times and wanted him to let her go. Hearing this, the man could not answer anything and simply remained silent, after which he closed his eyes. Sinking into his consciousness, Nero remembered the unknown man. Right behind him was a little elf girl and her murdered parents, bleeding. Then memories of the professor telling him not to let his monster escape came into his head. At that moment, the boy was swinging his club with tears in his eyes. Suddenly, he stopped and his hand began to shake. After that, the weapon simply fell to the floor. Having listened to the words of his mentor, the protagonist simply left there, closing the door behind him. Seeing this, Joe only grinned. With his last strength, he simply began to laugh. After that, the slave owner declared that it was not for people like him, and did they really think that if it weren't for him, nothing would have happened? And what can you do? Because their world is cruel. Today he retreated, tomorrow he will face reality again. At that moment, Mike approached him. After that, he whispered in the man's ear that this is exactly why he hates adults. Piercing the head of his student's offender with a blade, the professor noted that they think they know everything. Immediately after that, he took Nero, and they flew together on the monster to the academy. Suddenly, Mike decided to tell that Evan was to blame for all this, and the boy just kept silent. Then the professor explained that they took advantage of the fact that Mark's family was engaged in topography. After listening to him, the protagonist asked what would happen to Evan now, and he answered that absolutely nothing. After which Mike added that there were strong people behind him. Lowering his head, Nero was very upset, because he had been alone since birth, and the professor immediately denied it. Immediately after this narration, the stories are transferred to the academy, where the headmistress addressed her students. While the guys stood below and looked at her, Gloria noted that there were only 16 of them left. Kate, along with the others, listened attentively to the words that they had risen to a higher level and became officers commanders of the Imperial Army. Hearing this, Ethan told Lucy that she was no longer a slave. Hearing this, the girl fell silent and could not believe it. At this time, the headmistress declared that she was in a hurry to please them, and from now on they would not expel anyone. So they only had 4 years left to study here, and at the end they would sum up all their points and then reward them for all their achievements. Then Gloria asked why there were only 15 of them. Hearing this, the servant standing next to him explained that the place of Mark, the culprit of that incident, would be taken by the slave Nero. At that moment, Mike and him just came to the main hall. Seeing him, Evan was very surprised, while Ethan, Kate, and Lucy were extremely happy with what he heard. At the same moment, the boy remembered that the professor told him that he was no longer alone. After his words, the protagonist smiled and even cried with joy. Immediately after this, the guys left the main hall of the academy. Trying on the new uniform, Ethan noted that it looked very good. He also said that he looked like a real commander when he suddenly noticed something to the side. Lucy was standing there, looking at herself with embarrassment. Approaching her, the brown-haired boy declared that it suited her very well. At the same moment, their attention was drawn to Nero, who was standing to the side. He also noticed his friends. Immediately after that, the boy approached the elf, after which, with great embarrassment, he asked what she looked like. Hearing this, Lucy did not even know what to answer. At that moment, memories of their last meeting appeared in her head. Then the protagonist said about her face. Suddenly, they were distracted by Kate, who called out to Nero. Taking his hand, she declared that she had something to talk about. The gray-haired elf led her friend away, and he agreed in surprise. Noticing this, the other guys simply silently got upset. Walking around the corner, the girl explained that after his expulsion she regretted something very much, and remorse did not give her peace, and Nero asked what was wrong. Pulling his shirt, she explained that she did not tell him about what she should have. Taking out the amulet hanging around his neck, Kate declared that he was a half-elf from the third noble family of Hell. Then the elf stated that he was the son of Queen Sylvia. At the same time, Kate noted that she could not say that she was completely sure, but only a select few wore this medallion, and she knew about it from a reliable source. Having immersed herself in her memories, the elf stated that Eric and Sylvia had a child. She also said that they decided to hide him to save the queen's reputation, and now she is seriously ill and does not have much time left. Sitting on her throne, she cries for her child every day. In the end, the gray-haired elf concluded that now she, the heiress, found a half-elf with exactly the same medallion, and Nero, who heard all this, was extremely shocked and simply silent. With great incomprehension on his face, the boy assumed that if he was the son of Eric and Sylvia, after which he suddenly asked that Evan was really his brother. In response to his question, Kate stated that they were indeed and that they were of the same blood. The protagonist was extremely dumbfounded upon hearing this. The story then moved to the main building of the academy. Luther, having gathered all the students, said that they had finally reached Atramia, the senior dormitory. He then added that it was ironic that Kyle's descendant had flown out earlier and that each student would be given their own room. Handing out keys to the students, the teacher explained that there should be no safety issues since all equipment was controlled by magic and that they had previously grouped them together to learn how to interact with each other. But that was different now. While Nero and the others were listening to him, Luther stated that everyone was now the master of their own abode. The boy then approached the door of his room, holding the handle. At that moment, the lock on it began to transform. In the end, it was reunited into one whole. After that, the protagonist went inside his chambers. With a mistake on his face, he looked around. Looking at the luxury surrounding him from all sides, Nero wondered if this was a reward for his persistence. Then he went to the bed and fell right on it. Lying on his back, the boy looked at his medallion. He was very curious after everything Kate said. At this time, she went into her room. Evan, standing next to her, suddenly declared that their rooms were next to each other. Without answering him, the girl simply walked away, and he distracted her. Hearing this, the gray-haired elf asked him not to pronounce the princess's name with his dirty mouth. She also noted that he should have been kicked out along with Mark, because there was no place for such scoundrels here. Then Kate declared that from now on she did not know him. After her words, the boy silently became upset. The girl, maintaining silence, walked away with a menacing look. Then she suddenly closed her eyes. At that moment, memories of Evan's conversation with the headmistress appeared in her head. At that moment, he was very embarrassed, after which the boy called the name of his beloved. Hearing this, the gray-haired elf was extremely shocked. At this time, Nero was relaxing in the hot springs. Suddenly, someone joined him. It was Evan, who expressed his congratulations that he was no longer a slave. After a short pause, the boy got up from the water and asked why he did this. Looking menacingly at his opponent, he wondered why he decided to sell his sisters. Hearing this, the academy student was very surprised. At that moment, the protagonist shouted that he would also attack the bastard who mercilessly killed his mother. After listening to him, Evan said that he did not understand what he was talking about because in his letters he only wrote about what happened at school. At that moment, Nero would claim that he was not talking about that at all, and the boy would say that he needed to know that he had not given any orders. Then he would add that his sisters still belonged to him, and the boy would say that this was not true, which greatly surprised him. Showing his hand, the protagonist would explain that he had sold the ring, and his grandfather had immediately accepted the coins, and now his family was free. At that moment, memories of his sisters would appear in his head. Then he would claim that they were commoners, and that he was an officer with power over the aristocrats. At that moment, Nero would conclude that he could kill him at any time. Enraged, Evan would tell him to try, if he had the strength, of course. In response, the boy would say that he would find a convenient time. Upon hearing this, the academy student would note that he had already deprived him of his honor and glory, and the boy would claim that it was deserved. Having met the gaze of his opponent, the protagonist concluded that the end of their war would come with the death of one of them. Immediately after that, he returned to his room. Suddenly, Lucy called out to him, which surprised him greatly. Seeing her, Nero assumed that she was his neighbor, and she confirmed this. Keeping up the conversation, the boy said that he heard that she had become the best in the last exam, and she gave a positive answer. Very embarrassed, the blue-haired elf explained that she had memorized every line of that book and very stupidly, but she was better at theory than practice. After listening to her, the protagonist said that he had a request. After his words, the girl agreed to fulfill it. Surprised by this, Nero noted that he had not even said what the essence of it was, and Lucy was not embarrassed, and she was interested in what he wanted. Then the guys decided to walk around the academy hall. After listening to his request, the blue-haired elf asked him if he wanted to learn about his mistakes, and he replied that he only had one history book when he was a child, and now he wanted to learn more. Inspired, the girl said that this was great and set a meeting for 7:30 after dinner. This made the boy happy and agreed. With a smile on her face, Lucy confirmed everything once again. Immediately after this narration, the stories moved to the next day, and the voice of the blue-haired elf was heard throughout the academy, telling him that, as far as he knew, their empire included 3 countries. Walking along the corridor, she continued to say that Laurentia was a country of knights, Ark was a country of magicians, and Noria was a country of elves. Imagining a map of the area in her head, the girl said that they were formed during the Rukata era between 1 and 842, and then everyone lived in peace and prosperity. But in 841, 3 seers predicted that the devil's revival was approaching and that a school needed to be established. The 3 sides, fearing the revival of Seknian, decided to act quickly. As a result, they built Ixcanum on the border of the 3 states. For 600 years, everything was calm, and people even doubted the seer's rightness, continuing to work in the fields. After that, Seknian's minions began to appear all over the world, attacking ordinary citizens. Then the first Shai appeared, and despite his pedigree, he was the only possible heir to the throne. It was he who had the right to wield the legendary sword Akadane. This man was Emperor Ragnar, but he was not alone. There were 4 more brave warriors with him. Among them was the knight from Mupkion, Ethan's father. There were also 2 brilliant magicians, Ark, Kyle, and Eric. The best of the 3 Norian clans, Sylvia, fought with them. Together, they became legendary heroes immediately after graduating from the academy. The brutal war never ended, and the battlefield was strewn with corpses. A huge number of warriors were thrown into a pit and set on fire. Many good people left this world at that time. At that time, the 4 heroes did not give up and fought against hordes of monsters. For example, Sylvia destroyed everyone with her bow. Each made an invaluable contribution to the victory. For example, Kyle used his magic to fight. At the same time, Ragnar used all the strength of his body. With just one swing of his blade, he could destroy huge hordes of monsters. The sorcerer sitting at the table understood that a sacrifice was needed. With great fear on his face, he realized that something always has to be sacrificed, and this is the law of this world. At that time, on the battlefield, standing on top of a cliff, a demon sorcerer performed a summoning. Watching this, the monster warriors rejoiced that their god was approaching. Looking at the huge portal created right in the sky, they expected that it would soon be reborn. At this time, the heroes broke through the defense, and Ragnar destroyed the opponents with his sword. Leading the group, he said that Seknian was standing there on the volcano. Hearing this, Eric immediately used his magic to finish him off. Understanding his plan, the Emperor swung his blade to support him. At the same time, Sylvia and Kyle joined them, using their strongest skills. Their combined attack hit the Demon Lord's protective barrier right. Seeing this, the heroes were very scared that he was not even touched, and they did not have time. Turning back, the sorcerer declared that they needed to summon Lord Rukad. Looking at each other with Eric, they immediately understood each other. In an instant, the magicians released their blood. Using it, they drew a magic circle on the ground and screamed loudly in pain. After a while, they managed to perform a summoning, and a blue beam of energy struck the ground directly from the sky. Gathering together, he turned into a human silhouette. At this time, Seknian continued to perform the summoning of his god. The sorcerers from the heroes group managed to perform the summoning of theirs. Arriving in their world, Rukad praised his children. With a smile on his face, he explained that the two of them were able to successfully summon him, and even he could not do this. Bowing before their deity, the heroes explained that there were not two of them, and they were fighting on behalf of 1,000,000 innocent people and asked to save them. At that moment, the Demon Lord struck his blow at the human deity, and he defended himself with his magic. Seknian asked her brother not to interfere, because this time she was going to finish the job. Hearing this, Rukad declared that there was little time, their strength would not last even a few minutes of his stay here. After which he added that they must quickly complete what they had planned, and Ragnar asked for forgiveness and said that he knew that they were grateful to him. Then the warrior would swing his blade. A moment later, he would strike directly at the human deity, cutting it in half. Watching this, the Demon Lord was very dumbfounded. At the same time, her body received the same damage as her brother. After that, Seknian stopped controlling the beam of energy and directed it at her subordinates. The heroes stood right in front of their half-destroyed deity. He was not angry at them and told them to move on. The guys immediately listened to him and rushed forward. Seeing this, the Demon Lord declared that this was very stupid. Using the magic of different elements, she sent her attack right at them. One of the spells caught up with Kyle. Having lost their ally, the guys continued to move on. Then Seknian's magic caught up with Eric. Immediately after that, Ragnar appeared right behind the monster goddess and told her to go back, swinging his blade. Gathering all his strength, he swung his sword, saying that she should go into the abyss, and cut Seknian's body. After that, he tried to hold on to the top of the rock next to the goddess. A moment later, she exploded right in front of him. At that moment, the energy collected in her was released and scattered around. After listening to his friend's story, Nero noted that he knew that the Emperor was strong, but he still could not understand how he managed to defeat the god, and she explained that Rukad and Seknian were brother and sister sharing one body, and the god of people loved them so much that he was ready to endure this unbearable pain. Then the boy asked what happened next, and the blue-haired elf said that after Seknian's body was divided into 3 parts. They are in different parts of the continent and emit incredibly powerful magic. She also added that this magic turns everything around into chaos, after which the girl explained that the parts were slowly being pulled towards each other, and the protagonist now understood why the red lights had disappeared. The heroes knew that if all the parts were to unite, the demon goddess would regain her former power, and gathered around the magical artifact. Looking at it, Ragnar asked if this was what was holding back the rest of the devil, and Kyle confirmed it, while Lucy explained that to prevent this, they had prepared something called the Eye of Rukad. Along with this, a huge problem arose, because since ancient times, the existence of these 3 eyes had been kept secret, and both of them were well preserved. But one of them was broken when the hero squad found it. Walking away from that place, they realized that the lineage that protected the eye had evaporated, as if it had never existed. The remaining 2 parts of Seknian were sealed in Noria Ark. The blue-haired elf also noted that they could not seal the last part, so they could only wait for the new end of the world. A few years later, when this part almost reached the first Eye of Rukad, Kyle found a solution, because if part of Seknian unites with the Eye of Rukad from the dungeon, the end of the world will come. At the meeting, the heroes put forward the idea of imprisoning part of his body in a person, which greatly surprised the Emperor. Trying to calm him down, Kyle explained that only the strongest wizard can do this, because another will not withstand, although he is not completely sure. At the same time, Ragnar had a question about what if the person does not withstand. Answering his question, The sorcerer explained that then he will become even more dangerous than the crawling part, and Eric will take this on himself, and he has already told him what is needed. Hearing this, the ruler of people and elves were extremely surprised. Trying to explain everything, the magician said that Ragnar, as a monarch, must restore the world destroyed by the war. Looking at Harley, he declared that he, unlike him, had extensive knowledge that would be useful to the growing generation, while he was only strong in magic, until he understood what he was saying. He also added that his soul was weak, he could not hold Seknian. Sylvia, who heard all this, told her friend that this was not possible, and burst into tears. At this time, the sorcerer sat with a stunned look and could not say anything. The elf queen cried, saying that he was their future. Without saying anything in response, the magician only smiled and disappeared. Approaching one of the parts of Seknian, he asked Sylvia to take care of their child. Starting to perform the planned ritual, Eric declared that Kyle would help her because he loved her no less than him. With tears in his eyes, he wanted this child to become the personification of the three of them, after which a huge stream of dark magic penetrated his body. Part of the goddess of demons was completely imprinted in the body of the magician. At the same moment, Eric froze in place. The guys from the group of heroes were approaching their friend at great speed. Running closer, Ragnar called out to the magician. Suddenly, he realized what had happened. Eric, standing right in front of him, was radiating negative energy. Sylvia, who noticed him, was shouting his name and was about to run up to her lover. Putting out his hand, the emperor blocked her path, telling her to stop. At that moment, the magician turned around with a sly grin on his face, noting that this was stupid. Seknian, who had possessed him, said that they were going out of their way. Gathering energy in her hand, she said that they were trying to use force against her, but she is force. Releasing a huge amount of mana outward, the goddess declared that she would crush into powder. Then, using Eric's skills, she struck with magic, which Kyle blocked with his shield. The blow was so strong that the sorcerer could barely hold back the onslaught. Watching this, Ragnar was depressed, saying that this was a failure and everything was over. At the same time, Kyle's magical barrier began to crack. Then it was completely broken, destroying his hand. A magical beam of the mage's energy destroyed everything around, and Sylvia distracted the sorcerer, who asked the knight to buy him time. With tears in his eyes, holding his destroyed hand, Kyle concluded that this was not the end. At this time, Eric continued to use his skill, releasing magic. Using his blade, Ragnar blocked his path. Seeing this, Seknian could not understand who cut her. Looking at the warrior's sword, she realized that it was him. Suddenly, a blue magic circle appeared right under the mage's body. Immediately after that, Eric was captured by magic chains, and Kyle was right behind him. Gathering his blood to use the spell, the sorcerer approached his former ally and declared that he could withstand the endless chaos. While the rest of the group of heroes watched everything that was happening, he added that it was only a noble sacrifice. Immediately after that, Kyle put his hand to the magic circle, pouring his blood energy into it, and noted that if one time was not enough. Then, filled with confidence, he said that they would try again. Continuing to pour his blood energy into the magic circle, the sorcerer spoke of a huge number of attempts. Then Kyle noted that the price would be even greater and turned his body completely into blood energy. At that moment, the chains filled with blood and gained new strength. Very angry, realizing the hopelessness of her situation, Seknian or Erica stated that she did not foresee this and called this era disgusting. Immediately after this, the mage's body was transformed into energy and gathered in one point. Then the chains disappeared, and right in that place a huge purple crystal appeared. Seeing this, Ragnar fell to his knees in despair. Lucy continued to tell that this is how, thanks to the sacrifice of Mr. Kyle and Erica, a new seal was formed, which was as strong as the Eye of Rukad. Plunging into her consciousness, she added that, they say, she is now in some secret place. Suddenly, the blue-haired elf noticed that she suddenly began to cry. At the same moment, she asked why there were tears on his face. Right in front of the guys were statues of those very heroes. Nero examined them and was preparing to tell the whole truth, collecting his thoughts. Continuing to cry, the boy asked if he was really born so pitiful in this great era. At this time, Evan was sitting right in front of Gloria and saying that he needed power. Hearing this, the bare-headed woman asked that he knew that he would have to pay. After her words, the academy student would lift the sleeve of his arm. Then, using the blade, he would release his blood. Seeing this, the headmistress was extremely excited. At that moment, she began to lick the blood of the elves. Continuing to suck out all the blood, Gloria spoke of the noble descendants of those who had luck on their side. Having finished her feast, the red-haired woman was pleased with this frequency. Licking her lips, the headmistress asked her student why he desired power. After all, wasn't he the strongest among his peers? Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, Evan declared that this was not true at all. At that moment, memories of meeting Nero appeared in his head. At that moment, he persistently spoke of his intentions. The boy himself remained confident in his abilities and responded to aggression. Having succumbed to greed, Evan declared that he needed more. Right in the corner of the room was the spirit of the wind, who eavesdropped on their conversation. Having finished the conversation, the academy student left the director's office and went to his room. On the way back, Kate suddenly stopped him. For some reason, she was very rude and hit Evan right against the wall. Putting her elbow to the boy's neck, the gray-haired elf said that she did not know what he was planning, but she was sure that it somehow concerned Nero, and she asked why he could not leave him alone. Answering his question, the academy student said that he was a slave and a vile bastard, a pathetic insect, not like them, so he did not belong here. After listening to his words, the girl swung her hand, calling him the devil. Not letting her finish what she had planned, Evan stopped her hand. Looking her straight in the eyes, the boy declared that he could not close his eyes to this, and as for them, Noria also has ranks, and their lower class is no different from slaves, then who else is the devil here? After that, Kate declared that the noble families of Noria pursue noble goals, and they are ready to sacrifice their lives for the sake of destiny, and the elves recognize this and voluntarily serve them. She also added that they do not treat them as their property. Hearing this, the academy student only remained silent. Then he suddenly hugged the gray-haired elf, and she did not understand what he was doing. The girl tried in every possible way to break free from his strong grip and asked him to let her go. Then Evan suddenly declared that he was afraid of Nero. Having calmed down a little, he added that he was very scary. At this time, the boy was walking along the corridor of the academy, moving towards his room. Suddenly, other fourth-year students passed by him. Turning in his direction, they said with arrogant faces that the slave had not flown out after all, and that he had an unpleasant smell because this scum would be an eyesore for so many more years. At that very moment, one of them was kicked right in the back. Without a second's hesitation, the protagonist beat up all his offenders. All three were lying on the floor in an instant. Gritting his teeth in anger with tears in his eyes, Nero called them worthless and did not understand how such creatures could survive. At this time, Evan continued to hug Kate and say that he just wanted to become the strongest, but was afraid of the boy because he was not sure that he could defeat him. After listening to him, the gray-haired elf asked why he wanted to become the strongest so much. Nero, succumbing to anger, shouted that it was to save his father. Evan said the same thing to his beloved. Imagining in his head the very same magic stone in which Eric is imprisoned, the academy student added that this was all to save his father. Immediately after this, Evan asked to tell Kate what to do and whether only hatred for Nero would make him stronger. Answering his question, the gray-haired elf was interested in whether he could not become stronger on his own. Then the girl noted that he had a family that could handle everything and the support of many people, and they would do everything he wanted for him. Removing the academy student's hand from her shoulder, Kate concluded that the protagonist achieved everything himself from the very beginning to the end. Having said all this, the elf simply walked away. Having received such an explanation, Evan thought, bowing his head. Immediately after this, the story's narration is transferred to the moment of the Feast of the Magic Academy. The students ate a huge number of different dishes with smiles on their faces. They all continued eating and talking to each other. At this time, Nero was sitting far from everyone. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and coughed, after which, the boy tightly squeezed the fork in his hand. Very angry, he hit the table. Hearing an unknown sound, all the other students immediately turned to look at him. They could not understand what was wrong with him again, and assumed that perhaps he had gone crazy because slaves also have adolescence. When the protagonist heard their gossip, he immediately turned to the side with a menacing look. The students of the academy continued to whisper among themselves. Nero was still sitting and looking at his classmates with an obviously displeased look. Noticing this, the other guys felt awkward. Suddenly, the boy got up from the table and hit it again right on it. After which he walked away from the cafeteria. Immediately after this, the protagonist went outside, took out his blade, and called them all pigs. He also noted that people like them only know how to eat. Getting very angry and swinging his blade, Nero said that his father was for the sake of people like them. After which he added that he sacrificed himself. Then the boy made a strike directly at the tree standing in front of him. At that moment, it fell into two halves. When the second half fell on the ground nearby, the protagonist finally realized that he wanted to change everything. At this time, a green-haired girl was lying on the bed in Lucy's room, talking about almond days. She was going to give her as many almonds as the number of days she missed her. Emily said that she had hinted to Evan so many times, but he, it seems, had not guessed yet. Tying a bow on her almond, the blue-haired elf asked why she did not make the first move herself. Hearing this, her friend thought that she had gone crazy, and if the girl confessed to the guy first, even if their feelings were mutual, the relationship would still be terrible, and she did not believe in the truth of these words, while she was wondering if she really wanted to give him seriously. Having prepared a gift for Nero, the girl only sighed heavily, without answering. At this time, the boy was once again beating up one of his classmates. The academy student flew straight to the side from the damage received. Not intending to retreat, the protagonist, gritting his teeth, rushed into the attack again. Then he dealt a huge number of blows directly to his opponent, after which he dealt the final blow, throwing him aside. Ethan, who suddenly noticed this, stopped his friend, saying that he was overdoing it and once again could not control himself. At the same moment, Nero declared that if they were discussing someone, they should at least do it in such a way that no one could hear. Trembling in pain, the aristocrat called him a loser and told him to just get out of here, and then his father would decide everything. The boy asked what would happen if he became shy. Then he repeated his question, what would happen if he did become the strongest? Then the protagonist said that when his status was higher than that of the aristocrat and nobles, and he, remembering today, would come to take revenge, what would happen then, and asked him to turn on his brain and think. After which Nero asked who had a better chance of becoming shy, really him. Looking at his frightened opponent, he wondered that maybe he did. At that moment, Ethan stopped him, saying that he had already said enough. Hearing this, the boy removed his friend's hand from himself. Then he called him the same as them. After his words, the warrior sadly followed the protagonist with his eyes. Among the crowd there were also two elves. Lucy held a jar of almonds behind her back, which she wanted to give to her friend. Immediately after what happened, Nero went to sit alone in a remote place in the outer courtyard of the academy. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Then the unknown person threw a nut in his direction, and he deftly caught it. It was Kate, who came closer and noted that he still decided to become shy, and he only remained silent in response. Sitting down next to him, the gray-haired elf asked why, and was it really for the sake of power? Without thinking at all, the boy gave a positive answer, after which he explained that his father Eric gave up the most important thing for the sake of the lives of others and left what was valuable to him. Then the protagonist asked to look at this world and look at the faces of selfish people flashing before her. After listening to her friend, the girl concluded that all this is terrible and a person owns a person. Turning away, Nero would claim that she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Then he would add that they were trading people to satisfy their desires. Immediately after that, memories of his sisters appeared in his head. Imagining how he was sold to another owner, the boy stated that they treated them worse than dogs. Remembering the tragedy of the heroes, he concluded that only a few people are ready to give their lives for others, while everyone else lives only for themselves. After all his words, Kate just silently looked in his direction. At the same moment, the protagonist said that he would change everything when he became shy. All this time, Evan was watching them from around the corner. On the way back, Nero also met Lucy. Realizing that this was the right moment, the blue-haired elf held out a jar of almonds in his direction. Seeing this, the boy did not even know how to react. Looking at the girl standing in front of him, he did not understand anything. Lucy was very embarrassed, so she could not say anything and continued to hold out the gift in his direction. At the same moment, the protagonist extended his hand in her direction. Then he pushed the jar of almonds away from himself. With an arrogant expression, Nero apologized, explaining that he was completely different. Hearing this, the blue-haired elf was very dumbfounded and tears appeared in her eyes. Kate extended her hand towards her friend. At the same moment, he extended his in response. Immediately after that, the gray-haired elf gave him another nut. After which the girl poured everything that was in her hand right into Nero's hand. Seeing this, the boy was extremely dumbfounded. Then he slowly approached Kate. Then they kissed. At this time, Evan was watching them from the side, who simply remained silent. Returning to his room, he was extremely upset. Destroying everything inside that came to hand, the academy student could not contain his anger. Completely surrendering to negative feelings, the hero's son could not believe what had happened. At this time, Ethan was standing on the balcony and his friend was asking if he had given it to her. Looking at the bag of nuts in his hand, he gave a negative answer. Lucy, who was in her room, was very upset that her gift was not accepted and cried. While the blue-haired elf was bursting into tears, her friend explained that this is why she told her not to give it to him. Immediately after this, the story moves to the next day when Luther gathered all the fourth-year students, asking if everyone was there, and they gave a positive answer. With a joyful smile on his face, the academy teacher asked them to remember how they fought during the fencing skills test and should be divided into pairs between classes of the same level. After his words, the academy students were happy that the same thing would happen again, and Luther asked what was wrong with their voices and asked them not to worry because this time they would do something a little different. Pointing at himself, he announced that today they would fight him without magic and using only swords, and several could go out at once, so he asked them to try to knock him down. Hearing this, the students were dumbfounded that it was possible to defeat a monster teacher who had once finished off Callum's. Very angry that he was called a monster, the teacher threw wooden swords in their direction and told them to quickly disassemble them. While the children were collecting weapons from the floor, he explained that they would be awarded points for hitting, and all blows except for the head were worth 1 point, and if they knocked him down, they would receive as many as 3 points. Pulling his sword aside, Luther added that if he was disarmed, Then they could get 5 points for this, and suddenly silence fell among the students. Immediately after that, they rushed into the attack with great speed, intending to attack as a group, because even though he was a teacher, they outnumbered him. The teacher grinned sarcastically at what he saw, calling them very cute. He managed to dodge the first blow by lowering his body down. Then he removed his opponent from the way, approaching the next one. Using his close-range fighting skills, the seasoned warrior took one of the students with both hands. Then he gathered all his strength inside himself. Without thinking twice, Luther threw the student right into the rest of the crowd, scattering them. At the same moment, Evan, Ethan, and Kate began to approach him. The gray-haired elf suddenly looked at Nero standing behind him, not understanding what had happened to him now because he used to like fighting. At this time, the teacher at the front fought off each attacker. Whoever approached him, he ended up in a heap with the rest of the defeated. Suddenly, Evan shouted out from the crowd, asking the others to disperse because they could not see his weak points. Hearing this, the seasoned warrior said that they really thought that losers were stopping them from defeating him. After which he told Ethan that he could swing a sword, but his movements were predictable. As for Evan, Luther said that he probably couldn't even cling to his mother's chest without magic. Hearing this, the warrior declared that his attacks were unpredictable, and the wizard said that his mother was dead. Immediately after that, the two rushed to attack their teacher, and he deftly dodged each of their attacks. After a while, Ethan managed to get him. Evan also kept up with his classmate and was able to hit the seasoned warrior. Then Luther deftly knocked his two students off their feet. Immediately after that, they fell to the ground right in front of him. Trying to recover from the damage they had received, the guys saw the teacher approaching them. Looking straight at him, the hero's son realized that if he lost to him, he would never become a real swordsman. Then, gathering all his strength, he rushed into the attack. The academy student dealt a huge number of blows, but he still could not touch the seasoned warrior. Suddenly, his opponent struck right at the chest. Realizing that Luther had let his guard down, Ethan came closer and was about to strike. Seeing this, the teacher did not give him such an opportunity and headed straight towards him. With polished movements, he managed to knock his student right to the ground. Smiling smugly, the seasoned warrior declared that at this rate they would need another 10 years. Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone's sword appeared right in front of him. It was Nero, who entered into battle with Luther, crossing swords. The teacher even had to retreat a little from the onslaught of his opponent. Looking at the boy standing in front of him, he could not understand when this boy had time. The protagonist immediately rushed to attack, delivering several blows, and the seasoned warrior reasoned that he had calculated the trajectory of retreat in advance and attacked. At the last moment, Luther managed to parry the blow with his wooden blade. He understood that he was almost hit. Then he decided to counterattack with a kick, but Nero was able to dodge it. At the same moment, the teacher delivered a huge number of blows to his student, and he dodged them in every possible way. The seasoned warrior began to put a huge amount of force into the blows, but the boy was not at all afraid. Using his sword, he parried the blows of the seasoned warrior. Very angry about what was happening, Luther suddenly declared that the jokes were over. At the same moment, the protagonist used his technique and slowly swung the blade, leaving a mark behind him. Immediately after that, he struck and cut his opponent's blade into 2 parts. The blade of his sword was in perfect order after the attack. The classmates watching their battle from the side were extremely shocked by what happened. Luther looked at the broken sword in confusion and could not find the right words. At that moment, Nero brought his blade right to his throat. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the teacher raised his hands up and surrendered. Evan, who saw what his main enemy was capable of, was very scared. Suddenly, the boy used the same skill, swinging his sword. Holding it right in front of himself, the protagonist declared that they would not become shy, after which he added that it was all because they would never defeat him. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the hero's son asked not to make him laugh. Evan releases his energy, asked not to make him laugh, this slave offspring. Evan was breathing heavily with blood coming out of his eyes. Suddenly he screamed and sparks and lightning appeared around him. Luther, standing behind Nero, was surprised and said that he forbade him to use magic. Suddenly, tentacles enveloped him. The guy reached out and told him to shut up. The man was outraged at what he was doing. Suddenly, he shouted at Nero to step back. A laser hit the floor near him. Lasers began to hit the boy, but he quickly dodged. Ethan grabbed Evan's shoulder and told him to stop, saying that he was crazy. Suddenly, he threw him back with an attack. The guy looked at Idak and told him to get out of the way if they valued their lives. Kate told everyone to step back, adding that she had a bad feeling. Ethan wondered what was wrong with the guy. The hero ran to the tree under which the weapons were. He grabbed the sword and bared it in front of the guy. Evan looked at the boy in rage. Nero frowned and stated that he always wanted to kill him. The boy said to try and made an attack, but he dodged. The boy shouted Megan Stock and stuck his sword into the ground, causing ice crystals to appear, freezing the boy's legs. Nero jumped and swung his sword at Evan. Suddenly, giant hands appeared in front of him and stopped the blow, throwing him a long distance. The boy realized that he had never seen anything like this before. Evan said that there was only one thing he wanted more than to become a shy. The moment of the kiss between the boy and Kate flashed through his mind. His eyes narrowed and he declared that he wanted him dead. Nero made an attack with his sword, sending a wave of impact at the boy. Giant hands grabbed and reflected the attack, sending it back at the boy. He tried to defend himself from the attack, but suddenly a glow enveloped his sword, surprising the boy. The hero remembered the monster who said that he seemed to know nothing about this sword. He thought that when he was the son of a simple slave, he thought that he had to endure all the hardships of life in order not to die. But when he learned that he was the son of a hero, he realized that in order to survive, everything must be changed. Not for the sake of his family, but for the sake of the world, because he was not just a person, but a whole story. And if he had to destroy someone for the sake of justice, then he would do it. The guys fought each other in rage when suddenly an unknown beam pierced Evan's giant hands. It turned out to be Gloria from above, who asked with a malicious grin who allowed them to fight in class. Evan got angry and shouted at her not to interfere. Suddenly, the beam hit the guy right, making a hole in the ground. He fell to the floor while the hero was sitting on the ground. Suddenly, the boy was also hit by a beam, causing him to fall to the floor with burns, frightening Kate. A week passed. Both guys frowned around. They began to walk in different directions. As Nero passed by, Ethan met him, who told him that because of Evan, he got it from the headmistress, after which he added that one more fight and he would be expelled, and at least now he was lucky. He told him to remember that if anything happened, he would be the one to get rid of, not Evan, and since the end was already known, it was better to end everything right now. The boy frowned at the guy when suddenly he punched him in the face. The boy's nose started bleeding and he asked what he was doing. Ethan said that after the headmistress's attack, he lay unconscious for 3 days. And all this time Lucy looked after him every night, but when he opened his eyes, he said that it would be better if she did not do that. Then she replied that she could not leave her friend, to which the boy simply asked her to leave, saying that he did not need anyone. Ethan frowned and told the boy that since then Lucy locked herself in her room and cried. Nero wiped the blood from his nose and smirked and told the boy to comfort her since he was so worried. When he asked, the boy asked if he didn't want to and if it was because he was afraid to get close to the slaves because he was too kind. He looked him straight in the eyes and smirked evilly and said that either he would have to take responsibility and tarnish his family's honor. Suddenly, Ethan kicked Nero in the stomach as hard as he could, sending him flying into the wall. He towered over the boy and told him to attack, insulting him. The boy apologized, saying that if he fought again, he would be expelled, just like he said, but if he endured. Ethan interrupted him with tears in his eyes, saying that he never thought he was any different from him and Lucy. He turned around and started to walk away, and so it was. The dice were thrown wrong from the start. Nero thought that perhaps it was the half-elf soul that was swaying him one way or the other, but he still couldn't get out. He decided that he would accept his end and let Lucy stay on the opposite side. Daylight appeared. The boys ran forward while they were urged to run faster. They stood above a tall column, on top of which was a long-haired man. Ethan solemnly shouted for everyone to stand still. Everyone immediately lined up evenly. They shouted in chorus about the ruler of the great and mighty land, greeting His Majesty the Emperor. Everyone knelt down on one knee before Ragnar and announced that the Excanum officers in training had arrived for an audience with His Majesty. The Emperor grinned. He turned to Gloria and asked that it seemed that there were fewer fourth years in this mark, to which she replied that this was true, and this time they tried to make the exams more difficult. The girl added that, considering that only the brave and courageous would be chosen in the end, this number was quite sufficient. The man thought for a moment and, crossing his arms, said that the boys had been tested for strength and endurance. Their knowledge and wisdom had been checked for the last 4 years, so now they knew their worth, how much effort and sacrifice they cost. Standing on the column, he added that in adulthood they would have to lose friends again and again and forget about fun and ease, because only by improving themselves could they gain strength and power. Lucy watched with an awkward smile as one of the boys began to cry. The Emperor continued that all the tests had been passed, so now they were the real warriors of the Empire, and their strength was needed. He pointed to the side and said that the catastrophe of 30 years ago could once again stir up the lands of their empire, and also added that the children of the god Kondon, Seknian, had begun to appear. The man said that they probably all remembered the surprise attack in the Omru mines. He mentioned Evan, Nero, and Kate, saying that he heard that they were the ones who helped fight back. Nero and Kate smiled when they heard this, while Evan frowned. Ragnar said that he was proud of them, but that they were only a small part of their forces, and stronger beings had already begun to destroy our world. He frowned and said that after the next test of stamina, they would become full-fledged warriors of the Mu Empire and go to the battlefield. Everyone was shocked when they heard this news. The man ordered them to prepare and become stronger to protect themselves and the Mu Empire from the coming storm, and soon they would have to leave their mother's skirt, Excanum. Everyone unanimously agreed with the emperor. Ragnar added that all heroic deeds would be recorded and rewarded. He told them to rest and began to leave. Sean asked what to do now that the war was starting, and then turned to Evan with a guess about what had happened since the enemies had started to act actively. Evan interrupted him and confirmed, saying that this meant that one of the seal stones was damaged and would soon collapse. Nero walked down the hallway. He recalled the events of his acquaintance with Ragnar. The guy opened the door, seeing the emperor sitting inside with a mug of drink. The man smiled and invited him in. The hero stood up and formally greeted Your Majesty, asking if he had called him a worthless one. Hearing this, Ragnar told him to relax and sit next to him. Hearing the words about a worthless one, he smirked and said that the guy was a hero who had prevented a catastrophe in Omru, so now he was a respected officer of the Mu Empire. The man added that the past should be remembered on rainy days and not with a sober head, and now he should think about the present and his future. Nero said with a smile that he would remember this, to which the emperor answered affirmatively. He said that he had heard that he had a conflict with Evan and that he had begun to openly express his hatred for the aristocrats. The boy, stuttering, wanted to ask in surprise where he had learned this from, but instead said that he was right, after which he asked the emperor for forgiveness. The man replied that he understood better than anyone what he felt, after which he ordered him to remember that rage dulls the blade of the sword and interferes with contact with sacred magic, so he must learn to overcome anger. Nero apologized again and asked how he could curb his feelings. Ragnar asked him in response, how did you learn to wield a sword, after which he added that he had heard that he had recently defeated Master Gerard. The hero replied that he had practiced tirelessly, that he had swung the sword until his hands were calloused and the pain had gone away, and that he had hit a huge tree until it had fallen. The emperor grinned and replied that he was right, because mastering the sword was essentially that, because it was practicing over and over again without the concept of thought, and then added that he had become one with himself. The man continued that it was the same with feelings, to which the boy reacted with surprise. Holding a cup in his hands, Ragnar said that until fear disappeared, until anger submitted to him, he should train his soul power because that was what awareness was. Suddenly, the man said that he would now personally give Nero the power of a swordsman, to which the boy asked in surprise. It was dark outside. Evan was engulfed in flames and he asked the emperor why. The emperor struck him with his sword and shouted at him not to hold back, adding that he knew nothing of hatred yet. He said that this disgusting feeling devalued him, and that physical pain was only a small part of spiritual pain. The boy tried to cover himself with his hands, shouting that it hurt. He closed his eyes and suddenly opened them, which glowed purple. Evan thought about how he wanted to destroy his weakness. Wings sprouted from his back and the boy screamed. When the emperor pointed his sword at him, he thought about how he wanted to destroy him too. The man smirked and said that he could see now. Mike watched the emperor from behind a tree. He thought about how there were two candidates for Shea's place, two who could be comrades or enemies. Ragnar would teach Nero to control his emotions, and Evan would let him out. Mike wondered what he was planning. Kate was leaning on the windowsill. She was holding a bird on her finger with a smile on her face. The smile disappeared from her face. She remembered a fragment of a kiss with Nero. The girl looked down and blushed. Memories of Evan's embrace surfaced in her mind. She said how difficult it was, people lived so little. He expressed the opinion that maybe that was why there was so much betrayal in their lives. 3 months passed. Luther with his arms crossed said about the 5th exam, the trial of mercy. He said that he would now explain the rules. The man began to show with gestures. First, there are only 2 students on one team. Second, they will meet enemies on the way, and the final points depend on how many of them they catch. Suddenly the man shouted that in case of killing a partner, they will lose points. Everyone in shock thought about murder. Luther said that, yes, in the 5th test you can kill or die. He raised his hand with a package, saying that they have already prepared letters for their parents. Everyone looked ahead in fear, exclaiming in horror. Luther said that since all the rules were announced, they will begin, after which he said that they have 30 minutes to find a partner. After that, they disappeared. Sean offered Lucy to be with him. The girl, hearing this, nervously asked again, to which he began pleadingly asking her to be with him. Suddenly, the other kids started calling Lucy to join them. Sean said that if she came with him, he would give her a silver fork. Someone said a gold one, and someone said that he would get her a farm through her parents. The girl began to get confused and stutter. Suddenly, a creature whispered to the girl not to be afraid. It was Kate, who had contacted Lucy through the spirit of the wind. She asked to be chosen, swearing by the god Rugad that she would not harm her, and then told her to remember that this exam was testing mercy. Everyone started calling Lucy, but she ran up to Kate, apologizing and saying that she wanted to be paired with her, asking the girl if she minded. The girl smiled and said that of course not. Ethan gritted his teeth, calling everyone dog scum and wishing everyone to die, since they were picking on Lucy, the quietest and calmest. He angrily shouted that they should be with him then, since they needed a partner so much. Everyone immediately fell silent and dispersed. The guy got angry, saying that one of them would become his partner anyway, and then there would be no mercy. Evan stood in front of Nero and they frowned at each other. Kate thought that the two had already decided. Evan remembered how he said that he was born like this, hopes were pinned on him. He lived by the work of slaves and asked how he could become like Nero. Kate told him to find someone who does not belong to any family, to find himself, not Charles's son, but Evan, and ask him what he is afraid of, what his weakness is, and then fight it. The girl told him to fight his real enemy, adding that these were Nero's words. Evan asked if he could become better, would she look at him the same way as he did. When the girl asked again, he continued, asking if she could like him as much as he liked her, where the memory ends. The girl looked ahead thoughtfully. Nero was thinking about his memories when he approached the girl. He told her that that bastard, Evan, was testing him, what he became after receiving everything, and what he would become after losing everything. Kate smiled and answered that he was wrong because his choice was him. Lucy looked at the girl and in her mind also appeared the memories when she heard a knock on the door and wanted to tell Ethan that she wanted to be alone, when suddenly she saw Nero in front of her. He asked her if she remembered. He talked about who was hiding in his soul, after which he said that he was still fighting with it. He continued that by suppressing it, it became stronger, but at some point it changed its color, took a different form, and now, the more it resists, the more it suppresses it, the stronger it becomes, stronger and bigger. The guy admitted that he was tired, adding that he did not understand how to continue fighting this monster, and perhaps it would soon absorb him, but even then, let Lucy remain merciful. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes and she hysterically asked the guy why he fought alone every day and could not she help. The guy remained silent, after which he suddenly turned around and began to leave. Lucy looked at Nero leaving, after which she knelt down and whined. The hero was sitting on his bed and thinking about something. He got up and went to the closet, opening its doors. Having looked at the contents, the guy saw old boots where the memories ended. Evan told Nero to go and end it. As he followed him, the boy thought of the great Rugat and asked him to let mercy conquer hatred. Ethan and Sean were making their way through the bushes. Ethan turned around and told the trembling boy not to be afraid because he wouldn't eat him, and when the boy asked if that was true, he called him an idiot and said that it was a mercy test. He told the boy to look ahead where the rabbit was and asked how he liked the cutie. Ethan said that if they killed it, they would lose points, explaining that that was the whole point of the test, and asked if he understood. Sean understood and was about to tell him that the test was easier than they thought, when suddenly the rabbit opened its huge fanged mouth. The rabbit grabbed the helpless rodent with its jaws. The two boys watched in fear as the rabbit quickly chewed the rodent. Kate and Lucy also watched in horror. When the rabbit turned around, suddenly Kate pierced it with an arrow. She said that this was a test of mercy, although they should avoid unnecessary casualties, but they should not turn a blind eye to such things either. The girl asked with a smile that by showing mercy, they can easily pass the exam, right? To which Lucy awkwardly confirmed this. Nero and Evan were looking at the same rabbit. They took out their weapons and suddenly began to fight each other. Mike, who was watching this, thought that these two did not care about the exam. The two girls were walking along the road. Kate asked the girl what she liked about Nero, to which the girl was surprised and asked how she knew. She answered that it was hard not to guess, then asked if she made shoes for Nero, to which she answered affirmatively. Lucy nervously looked away and told her not to worry since she no longer claimed anything, since the hero loved another. Kate asked who, then named it silently. Lucy was surprised, asking again how she knew, to which the girl replied that everyone except her and Ethan already knew about it, to which the girl said that it was impossible. Kate said that yes, Nero had said it, to which she asked why in the past tense, to which the girl replied that it was already in the past. She said that it seemed to her that they had begun to distance themselves, and also added that she did it to be closer to him. Nero said that one more step and everything would have turned out differently, after which he said that he was scared. The girl asked him again, to which he replied that he began to think more deeply and realized that this was not what he was striving for at all. The guy said that he had become responsible, and after that day he was overwhelmed by painfully familiar feelings that he had previously felt only for his sisters. Kate tensed up and asked if she had asked him to answer for her, to which the hero continued that he was beautiful, strong, gentle, and he liked all of it. He said that he was intoxicated by the aroma that emanated from her. The guy replied that he was soaked in blood, to which the girl asked what he was carrying. Because 2 years had passed, now it was not so noticeable. Hearing this, Nero smiled awkwardly and replied that he did not mean that, because although he washed himself so diligently, the smell was still there, to which Kate said that she understood, after which she asked to continue. The guy asked what he was like in her eyes, what was so good about him that the first beauty of the empire chose him. The girl was awkwardly silent, after which she answered that he was the strongest of all those she met, that he was cruel, but became better. The hero answered that no, she still did not know, to which the girl asked again. The guy said that the girl was light for him, aroma, and everything she had, appearance, abilities that everyone admired, youth and long life, a kingdom that could possibly become hers. Kate stated that the guy was also from the royal family, to which he replied that this was not true, blood did not matter, because he was a slave to the bone. Nero squeezed his chest with his hand and said that a slave who had lived through 10 years of abuse and humiliation was inside, and no matter how much he ran away from him, he always came back, so maybe this was the real him. The guy said that Kate couldn't understand what a slave was really like, and there was no point in her love for him because they were different. After telling this story, the girl told Lucy that after that they decided to take a break for a while to think about each other's color, smell, and something else. A tear fell on the floor. Lucy began to cry, wondering what was tormenting Nero so much. Kate looked at the girl in surprise, saying that she didn't understand, and asking if she was born for him, because then why was she so worried? Wiping away her tears, she replied that she wanted to hug the guy, always, every second, that's why she liked him, to which the other girl remained silent in surprise. Evan and Nero fought among themselves, looking at each other in rage. Nero thought about how different things were now, wondering if the boy was training. Despite this, he realized that it didn't matter since his movements were obvious, since the hero was one step ahead. He struck out, but Evan dodged and swung his sword, attacking and cutting part of the boy's arm. He glared at Nero, asking if he thought he would win, then told him not to even dream about it, since skills were something he had right now. The hero smirked and said that great, then let him feel the pain it took to keep them. He struck out with his sword, heading for Evan. At this time, Lucy asked Kate if she wanted to hug the hero all the time too. The girl asked again, then sadly thought that it was too childish, realizing that it was more like a desire to protect, although she decided to deny it. The girl thought that Nero was great for her, unlike the other girl, she respected him. Kate asked if she felt the same as she did. The girl thought that no, it was different, the desire to hug, after which she answered that yes, that's it. Lucy said that it meant she had the same feelings, to which the girl answered affirmatively, again thinking about the desire to hug him. At this time, Evan struck with a sword, which Nero reflected, although he was thrown back. The guy thought that if so, then he would use the skill personally imparted by His Majesty. He swung and made a blow, from which flames came out. After making the blow, a red glow appeared. There was an explosion, due to which Evan was thrown back. Because of the fire, they both ended up on different sides of the flames. Evan asked in rage how the guy did it, to which he asked him if His Majesty had not taught him too. The boy ran at the hero with a sword in his hands and asked why someone like him. They started swinging their swords again. Evan made a strong attack, which made Nero move back. The boy dropped to one knee, looking at the floor in surprise. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and quickly approached, starting to fight the boy again. His eyes glowed purple and he made an attack that almost grazed the boy's throat, scaring him. The hero turned and made another attack, which landed right at his neck. Nero told the boy to accept that they were no different from him, no, because he was better than him. Evan swung and said not to talk nonsense, calling him a slave brat. He jumped and swung at the hero. A strong attack happened, leaving a bright light behind. Nero parried the attack, causing the boy's sword to fly back and stick into the ground, and asked if lineage was the deciding factor in a warrior's fate, if strength and wisdom were not what determined the outcome. The boy looked ahead in surprise, his hands shaking. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared from the floor, but the hero managed to dodge. Evan began to deny it, saying that he was just dirt under his feet, and he did not dare to have what he had. Nero saw the attack approaching in the sky and successfully parried it. He lowered his sword, which began to glow blue. The hero swung in rage. He made an attack with his sword, which pierced through the giant hands and hit the boy straight. Evan rolled and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Nero, who was standing next to him, asked if he was not the son of a slave, would he look at him differently? Starting to get up, the boy replied that no, whoever he was, he would always be worse than him. Red wings appeared from his back and his arms grew larger and had claws. A crystal appeared in the middle of the cave. A creature with wings was reflected inside the crystal. Evan looked in shock seeing a crack. Nero looked at it in surprise thinking that it couldn't be because it looked like the Secnian form. He asked what he was doing. Evan smirked and said let him try to hit now because he would end up at the bottom anyway. The hero looked ahead with a frown and saw an image in front of him saying that he was doomed to be a slave. He bent down holding his sword and said that no matter what path he chose the boy would not be able to stop him. Tears appeared in his eyes and he swung his sword to attack. Both boys screamed in rage as their swords came closer to each other. In one move Nero cut off part of the arm with the sword. Evan stood there in shock without one arm. Suddenly the hero stabbed him in the thigh with his sword. As the boy stood there in shock, the hero declared that he would strike him straight in the heart. At that moment, Kate pierced the monster with an arrow, which then fell to the floor. She lowered her head and asked Lucy if Nero was not a slave, would she be able to overcome the distance he was talking about, to which the girl remained silent in surprise. Evan smiled, asking if this was his entire attack, adding that it was all his released power. The hero came closer and said that he was not his enemy, because his real enemy was himself. Evan coughed up blood again, asking what the hell was going on, while tears flowed from his eyes. He pressed his hand to his head, asking what he needed to do to defeat him. Kneeling next to him, the boy asked to kill him, adding that he could mock his corpse to his heart's content. Bringing the sword to his neck, Nero answered that he would ask one last time, then asked if it turned out that he was not a slave, would he continue to hate him? Evan answered that of course, to which the hero asked why. The boy answered that he wanted to deprive him of what he wanted most. The hero offered to do this together. He would not touch his dream. When Evan asked again, Nero answered that he had the right to do so, and when he asked again, he answered affirmatively. Taking a pendant from under his clothes, the boy showed it, stating that he was the son of Eric and Sylvia. After that, he said that he was also his half-brother. The boy asked again, to which the hero rudely answered him, saying that he was Eric's second son, to which he stated that this was a lie. The hero showed him a medallion with the words that this medallion is a sign of the royal family of Rundel. He has had it since birth. He said that his adoptive parents found him as a baby, and he became a slave like them. Evan looked at the boy in shock, tears streaming from his eyes. A girl and a man. The girl called him Eric and said that it was time, because each of them had their own path. The man replied that it was not too late, let her just say so, and he would give up everything, adding about this unwanted political marriage, a family that put power above his feelings. The girl replied that no, it was something completely different, because she was an elf, which meant her life was much longer than his. Besides, the throne, the life of an entire people was in her hands. She moved away from Eric, saying that he was now the protector of the Ark, and the fate of his subjects depended only on him. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that people like them had no right to think only about themselves. The man said that only she was needed by him, to which the girl asked about God. She asked if he was ready to turn away from God and his blessing. The man remained silent. The girl said that they were like the sun and the moon. When one disappears over the horizon, the other lights up the sky. She started to leave, saying that they should part now. Eric extended his hand, wanting to stop him, but lowered it. Nero said that on the day of graduation, his father married his mother for convenience, but soon the war against the demon began and his father went to the front. Mom could not stop him. The man fought with the monster, directing his attack at it. Suddenly, the monster got angry and pierced him with its claws through. There was a tent. The girl was racing on a horse. She ran into the ward and saw Eric lying on the bed. Kyle called the girl Sylvia, surprised by her presence. She began to run to the man, asking how this happened and why he could not heal him. Kyle answered that the poison was made by the magic of Seknian. The girl said there had to be a way, to which the man shouted no, and even if there was, he wouldn't tell her. He told her she had to leave. Pulling out the knife, Sylvia said nothing stood still, and someone would definitely appear to replace her. She pointed the knife at herself and said she just had to wait for that hour. A drop of blood fell on the sheet and Kyle asked why, asking her not to do it. The girl with tears in her eyes asked him not to tell Eric anything. Suddenly the whole room was illuminated by a glow. Eric opened his eyes. He turned and saw Sylvia while Kyle was standing outside, then asked what she was doing here, what about the Western continent, and was it possible because of him. The girl hugged the man, saying that she realized that without him this world is worthless, wondering why protect it. After that, they hugged each other. Betty noticed the man approaching. She began to go down the stairs. Eric appeared from the door. The girl happily spread her arms, but the man passed by without hugging her. He said that they needed to talk. It was dark. The man said that it happened. Sylvia was carrying a child. He said that he was tired of living a lie. It was time for action, so he no longer had a choice, while Betty cried. Eric said he was leaving, then turned around and started to leave, saying he would never come back and asking her to consider him dead. The girl fell to her knees and cried. She screamed in rage, but what about their child? Before leaving, the man said the name Evaneres, which in the ancient language of Ark means moon. Then the door slammed shut, leaving the girl crying on the floor. A few months later, the war against the demon ended. The news of the birth of Eric and Sylvia's son spread throughout the world, but in that moment, everything was forgotten. Ragnar was on one knee. The old priest standing in front of him said that he, the owner of the first sword and Shai, defeated the demon god Seknian, and now, as a hero who protected the continent of Mu and proved his true strength, he has the right to be called the master of the continent. The men in green cloaks called themselves Ark, the Vikings called themselves Balanchina, and the men in blue cloaks, among whom was Sylvia, called themselves Noria. They all swore allegiance to the ruler Ragnar. A crown was placed on the man's head. The man rode a horse while Sylvia was getting ready. Suddenly, he called the girl. He rode up to her, asking how it happened and if the rumors were true. Ragnar asked how long, to which the girl answered that it was about 3 months. He told her not to tell anyone. Because their child was a half-elf, he would have to fight for power, both in Ark and in Noria. She did not have much time. The girl wanted to ask how, but the man interrupted her and answered to rely on him because he was the emperor and would do everything in his power. Sylvia began to cry and said that she did not know what to do. Ragnar said not to worry. The sun rose, but the moon's triumph would not last long. A new sun would rise soon. Evan said the word mom in shock. He said that as soon as night fell, his mother would sit in front of the window and look at the sky, her gaze directed at the moon, as if she dreamed that the sun would never show itself again. The guy said that it was all because of Nero. His mother cried because of him. Wings appeared from his back and he said that he should not have been born. Gloria with a glass said that the young master finally faced the abyss. Evan's hand returned to its place in the form of a demonic hand. The hero said that he did not want to harm him. Taking the sword, the guy said that it would not work, only one would survive today. He headed for the hero and made an attack, from which he moved back. Evan struck with his hand, from which Nero flew to the floor. Ethan and Sean stood nearby and breathed heavily. There were many dead monsters around, and Ethan asked how many they had killed, to which Sean replied that they had killed a lot. He said that if you looked closely, you could see something special about them, since some attacked first, and some did not even look at them. Mike, chewing on an apple, said that so much time had passed and they still did not understand the meaning of the mercy test. Suddenly, he saw a light in the distance. Nero was lying on the floor from the blow. Evan swung his sword from above. The hero said that this is what they have come to. He tearfully said that he tried his best to survive, and then asked the guy to kill him, calling him brother. In response, he shouted not to call him that. Nero said with a smile that he was going to die anyway, and he was his brother. Evan screamed in rage. Suddenly there were memories where Nero said that his main enemy was not him, but the other one. Kate's words about finding your true self, the one who does not belong to the family, not Charles's son, but simple Evan, and asking him what he is afraid of and what his weakness is, and having received an answer, let him try to fix everything. Her words about fighting your real enemy, memories of salvation. Evan swung his sword, but instead of killing, he hit the ground with the sword. His wings disappeared. He said that he saw himself in him, overcoming hatred and contempt. Nero answered affirmatively, saying that this is their path. Evan said that when he learned his weaknesses through him, when he overcame them, he became curious. Gloria wondered if the emperor's words had really come true. She remembered his words that she would not succeed, because Charles's blood, the blood of a hero, flowed in this child. The sun was setting. Luther said they would count their scores, then added that they had already learned that mercy played a large role in this exam. He said their lives were locked in an endless cycle, and anyone, be it a predator or a cute animal, deserved respect. The man added that they would get points if they encountered an enemy who wanted them dead and killed him, but if the killing was for any other reason, points would be deducted. Luther announced that Sean and Ethan had 0 points, and when Ethan protested, the man asked what they expected, killing everyone indiscriminately. He began to talk about the scores of others, then said that Kate and Lucy had 4 points. One of the girls said that the conservationist had committed a massacre, calling it a disgrace and shaming the girl. Then the man announced that Nero and Evan had 5 points. Kate was surprised and thought that the only thing they cared about was the scores. Suddenly, one of the people raised his hand and asked the professor what he had, since he was on the same team as Kate. Luther replied that he had not named him on purpose. He said that Lucy was in first place since she had not killed anyone during the exam, for which she received 7 points. The man said that based on the current score, Lucy was the first candidate to replace Shy. The girl asked again in shock, not understanding what was happening. Nero was lying in bed. He sat up and began to get dressed. Noticing the pendant on the table, the guy took it and headed for the exit, leaving his shoes behind. Gloria was standing on the column and said that she had heard that they had done well in the mercy test. She said that she, their headmistress Gloria, sometimes thought about good and evil and only drew her sword when necessary. The woman said that the exam had taught them a lot, after which she got to the point, saying that next week they would go to the front, asking if the emperor had already told them everything. She smiled, saying that for now they could enjoy their last free days, and that tomorrow and the day after they would have an exciting trip and an evening of dancing. All the students were surprised and then shouted hooray. Gloria said that they were going to the Ark, where they would have a cozy place to stay, food, and then, with a wink, added that there would also be light alcohol, so it would be fun. Everyone was happy about the word alcohol, since they would not be of age until next year. The woman leaned over and told them not to forget to get a partner for the upcoming ball. She told them to choose wisely, because they would spend 5 days and nights with him in a special Ark carriage. Gloria said that was all, and then disappeared. Everyone looked up in silence and shock. The moon had risen. Everyone was sitting at the table and eating meat. Nero was eating bread, sitting alone. Sean wondered if he could ask, and when the boy asked him if he wanted to ask Emily, he told him to be quiet because everyone could hear. The green-haired girl said that she didn't think he would think to ask her, to which the other girl asked if she had tried hinting. Suddenly, Evan sat down next to Nero. The guy was shocked to see him in front of him. Everyone turned to look at them and fell silent. Evan asked if he didn't like it, and when the hero answered yes, he said that he did too. They continued eating in silence while everyone looked at them. After that, everyone started talking again. The guy said that he heard that his relationship with Kate was not what it used to be, and then asked if it was true. Nero answered that yes, that was how it happened. After hearing the answer, he asked if he could ask her. The hero was surprised, and then asked him to wait, saying that he would think about it. Suddenly, Evan stood up and headed towards Kate. Having called her name, he invited her to go to the dance with him. When everyone was surprised by this, the guy blushed and said that he would like to dance with her. The girl asked again, after which he said with a smile that of course. The guy silently returned to his place and sat down at the table, blushing deeply. The hero said in shock that he was good, to which the guy sighed embarrassedly. Ethan jumped up from his place and said that it was time for him to dance too. He approached Lucy and asked her if she would dance with him. The girl smiled awkwardly and answered yes. Ethan was delighted, clenching his fists. Everyone else decided that they couldn't miss the chance. Names were heard, after which one of the girls told her to fuck off and not come any closer. The girls walked down the hallway. Emily pressed her hands to her head, asking what she should do, since the guy who asked her out was not her type at all, but she couldn't refuse. The girl blushed and said that she didn't like it, then wondered why her cheeks were so hot. She asked if the other girls were the same. Kate asked Lucy why Ethan, to which the girl asked in return why Evan, to which she replied that she didn't know. All the other girls also said they didn't know. Nero lay sprawled on the bed, wondering why he felt so lousy. Things were packed. Nero got dressed and went to put on his shoes. Everyone headed towards the many carriages. Luther asked if everyone was ready, to which they all answered in unison. He said that the journey would take about 3 days, and that they would visit 3 villages in each region. The man continued that the final destination was the port city of Pakram, where they would board boats and sail to the capital of Arkina, and most importantly, the carriage. Luther said that the imperial family's carriages were only for highly respected guests of the empire, but the deputy director had done everything to provide them with such an opportunity, after which he pointed at the boy and told him to applaud. Ryan smiled and told everyone to be sure to tell their parents about this. After that, they were told to take their seats, to which they all answered in unison. Nero opened the carriage door, surprised by how spacious it was. The boy told him to quickly get in, to which the hero awkwardly agreed. He looked back and saw Ethan inviting Lucy to go ahead, and she marveling at the beauty. He also saw Evan holding the door, and Kate asking with a smirk if he was letting her go first because she was a girl, to which the boy tried to deny it. The hero's face darkened. The door slammed shut and the carriages drove off down the road. Nero looked out the window, then turned around and looked at the boy sitting opposite. Thomas told him not to dare, and after the boy's surprised question, he replied that he was going to talk to him. He said that they had not exchanged a word for 3 hours on the road, so he must have gotten bored, asking if this was true. After which he said that if they talked out of boredom, then later, having gotten to know each other better, they could become friends. The boy said that he would not allow this, so the hero should be silent and not violate his personal space. The boy said that he was not even going to talk, to which he replied that then fine. Nero frowned back to the window and noticed running animals. Ethan in the carriage was telling how he just wanted to invite his sister to play and went to her room, and she was spinning naked in front of the mirror and couldn't get enough of herself, after which he said that he had never met such a narcissistic person as she. When Lucy asked what happened next, the guy answered that it was a small thing, she just hadn't talked to him for 2 years. Hearing this, the girl laughed. Ethan grinned, blushing slightly, and thought that her smile was a real gift. Sitting in the carriage, Evan asked why Kate agreed. When she asked what he meant, he answered that they were traveling together now. Ethan also asked why Lucy agreed, stuttering about Nero. Both girls answered that the guys offered. Nero sat in the carriage and thought about the girls, about the fact that you never know what they are thinking. Evan asked in surprise, and that was it, to which Kate asked if there had to be a special reason, to which the boy replied that he couldn't say there had to be. The girl said she wanted to ask him. He asked what they were up to with Headmistress Gloria, asking what kind of strange magic this was and if he really liked it. Evan replied that elves were indeed unpredictable. He said that he had lived among stories about how strong the Emperor, his father, and the other 2 heroes were. He felt like it was his destiny to surpass them, he constantly compared himself to them, and then Nero appeared. Gloria saw right through him, she promised to teach him a forbidden power, and even Emperor Ragnar used this power, to which the girl was very surprised. The boy said that the stronger his feeling of insignificance became, the more he thought about the deal. Kate asked about the deal, asking what in return. Evan replied that his blood. Ethan told how he used to come to his slave friend's house every day and eat all their oatmeal, so his family asked him not to come anymore. Hearing this, Lucy laughed and asked what he did. The guy answered that he asked his father for 3 years' worth of oatmeal and gave it to them, after which the girl laughed again. Evan answered that it was the power of Seknian, and when Kate asked again in fear, he answered that he was scared too. He said that he had to save his father from it and not use his magic, but it had already permeated his body. The guy said that there was another one who had this power. She gave several examples. The girl said that it was right, an enemy is needed in order to fight, because without him there would be no weapons or magic, such as the power of chaos. She continued that chaos engulfs everything, even nature, but if you look from the outside, you can see how the world achieves a surprising balance with it, adding that no one knows who gives them life, the Holy Spirit or the dark demon. Evan looked away and said that the headmistress said something like that. Therefore, the blood contract. The guy finally told the girl that he liked her. Lucy laughed and told Ethan what a naughty boy he was. Suddenly they fell silent. The guy asked if she already knew everything, and when the girl asked again, he answered that he liked her. The girl replied that, to some extent, she guessed. It was deep night. The first stop was announced, the village of Fall Lake. Luther shouted at them to hurry since they would always have time to sleep. Nero opened the door for Thomas. He looked to the side and saw Evan carefully helping Kate get out. Looking in the other direction, the hero noticed Ethan walking with a sleeping Lucy on his back, after which he silently looked forward. Everyone was crowded in the street. Nero stood nervously among them. He wondered what had happened, why his hands were shaking so much and his heart was beating wildly. Evan told Kate that he also believed in the existence of undines then, to which the girl asked with a grin if people liked to step on the same rake. Everyone laughed at Ethan, and when Luther wanted to make an assumption, he immediately answered in the negative. The hero clenched his fist. A building appeared. Ethan put the sleeping Lucy on the bed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that even a tank wouldn't wake up a sleeping Lucy, while all the girls behind him admired his coolness. The moon appeared. Nero was not sleeping, lying in bed. He wondered what was wrong with him, why he felt so bad. Already in the afternoon, the carriages set off again. Kate, looking out the window, asked how long she would have to wait, and when Evan asked again, she pointed to the violin. She asked how long she would have to wait for him to take the violin to play for her, to which the guy replied that it was just a hobby and that he played when he was bored. The girl told him to play because he was bored now. Evan took the violin, stood up and began to play the melody with concentration. Kate blushed slightly, saying that the melody was so beautiful. Lucy said that when her father was alive, there were many fun things, and after that, only this. The girl apologized, asking if it was too boring. Not like his. Ethan said with a grin that, on the contrary, it was very interesting. Lucy said that Ethan was such a good friend, interesting, always friendly, kind. Kate applauded Evan's playing, saying that the song was very sad. The guy replied that his mother used to play it, and as far as he knew, his father agreed to this advantageous marriage after hearing her play. The girl said that his father was impulsive, but she could understand him. When the boy asked again, she continued that some people find a reflection of a person's soul in music. Nero sighed and looked towards Thomas, who immediately told him not to which he said that he was not going to, asking why he had decided in the first place. Thomas grimly exclaimed that the boy wanted to talk, asking if he was right about needing a friend, and when he thought about it, he told him to be honest with himself, then said that if he was going to lie, then he should keep quiet. The boy told him to say that he wanted to be his friend, to say that he was interested in learning about the introduction to sewing that he was teaching. 2 days passed. The ship sailed on the water. One of the boys asked the professor how much longer they had to sail, since he was seasick, to which the man replied that a little more and soon they would be in Ark, to which the other student replied that he had said the same thing last time. Nero stood on board and looked to the side, seeing Kate with a seagull on her finger, with Evan playing the violin next to her. The girl fed the seagull. Thomas, who was standing next to the hero, said that in every seam there is a tailor's faith, and if we talk about his favorite seam. Nero began to leave, to which the boy asked where he went, because he was talking to him, to which he replied that he was seasick and would go and rest. Having gone down, the guy noticed Ethan lying down, next to whom Lucy was sitting. The girl said that the temperature had risen and asked him to be patient a little, because they were almost there, to which he said that he hated ships, and she replied that the sea was not his element. Nero began to walk past. He clenched his fists and thought that he could not do this anymore. Every day it was becoming more and more difficult to control himself. He wondered why. Sean pointed his finger, telling him to look at the Ark. It was already dark. The butler knocked on Nero's door and asked if he had started preparing for the official dinner and dance evening, to which the guy answered affirmatively. The man handed him a suit, saying it was the best suit in the entire kingdom. The hero adjusted the bow tie on his jacket. He remembered Thomas's words about being honest with himself. Nero looked in the mirror and decided that he needed to sort himself out. Everyone gathered in the hall. The hero took a sip from his glass, then stuck out his tongue, realizing how disgusting it was. A man with a woman approached him and said that, as he saw, he had never tried alcohol before, to which the guy answered in the affirmative. The man said that he had heard of Excanum, to which Nero replied that he had the honor. The man introduced himself as Stephen, saying that he was a deputy of the lower house of the Ark Parliament. He asked not to be considered rude, after which he assumed that the guy must not be from the nobility, after which he asked what family he belonged to. A guy passing by with a smile said that he was an ordinary slave. Hearing this, the man and woman immediately turned around, saying that they had urgent business. Nero thought with a nervous smile that all people are the same. He looked to the side and saw Kate in a blue dress, surprised. Suddenly, Evan hit him on the shoulder, asking what he was doing and offering to have fun, calling him brother. He approached the girl with a smile on his face and extended his hand to her. She carefully took his hand and they whirled around in a dance. The hero silently watched what was happening. He noticed Ethan and Lucy in the same costumes. The guy's hand with the glass began to shake. Nero clenched his hand into a fist. He held the glass in his hands. The main character stood quietly and asked why. There was a smile on Lucy's face. Nero wondered why he could not calmly look at her. Ethan approached Lucy and asked if he could ask her to dance. She replied that she did not know how. Ethan took her hand, hugged her and asked her to just repeat after him. The musicians began to play a beautiful melody. Joyful people danced. Holding his hand, the furious protagonist noted that it was infuriating him. He looked at the tray of glasses. A memory came to him of asking in disgust why his father drank that crap. His father replied that it helped him forget. Nero started drinking wine. He winced at the taste. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was not feeling any better. He continued drinking wine. Mike was dancing with a girl. The girl, with a smile on her face, said that it was amazing and she thought that Mike was not interested in girls. Their legs were moving in a dance. The girl noted that she thought that he was only thinking about children, lessons, but there was sophistication in him. Mike clarified in what way it manifested itself. The girl said that he was a very good dancer. His hand was on her waist. Mike suddenly pushed the girl. He, with a smile on his face, said that he was not polite enough. He started to walk away and said that he needed to go away. Mike put his hand on his chest and thought that they had no time for fun. He began to look around. He saw Gloria and thought that the headmistress liked such meetings the most, but since she left, then. He looked out from the balcony and assumed that something was being prepared. The man with a serious look said that their assumptions were wrong, the enemies were powerless, the security system of the arch was strong. Grinning, Gloria asked why they did not help them then, just open the doors and play a fight. Looking at the man, she noted that it would be more accurate to say that it would be a crushing defeat. The man replied that it was possible, but His Majesty. Crossing her arms, Gloria emphasized the fact that he would be rewarded by him personally. Gloria with a satisfied look said that in a few months they would send their students to the front. She hugged the man. Frowning, Mike noticed that he did not hear anything. He stepped loudly on the edge of the balcony. Gloria was suddenly taken aback. She directed the energy streams and blew up the balcony. It flew up. Furious Gloria said that it was a disgusting cockroach. Mike appeared behind the wall. Nero continued pouring wine into his mouth. He loudly put the glass on the table. Drunk Nero laughed and said that everyone was so beautiful. The protagonist approached the girl and offered to dance. Behind the woman stood the count, to whom Nero also offered to dance. Walking along the dance floor, the protagonist laughed. His face was pleased. He began to fall. Kate grabbed his hand. The protagonist began to turn around. He looked back and said that it was Lucy. He saw Kate, who was holding his hand. Frowning, Kate asked him to go to his place, noting that he was drunk. She began to lead him away and listened to Nero say that she was so beautiful today. Evan watched them with a serious look. He remembered sitting on the couch next to Kate and asking her if she still hated him. Kate, looking embarrassed, said no, quite the opposite. Surprised, Evan asked again. Looking away, Kate said that she hated him when she found out he liked her, but she liked Nero more. Dumbfounded, Evan cried out that he knew it very well. Looking out the window, Kate said that more and more often it seemed to her that time would destroy all feelings. Kate tried to catch the falling protagonist and asked him to walk normally. Evan threw him on his back. He frowned and picked him up. Closing his eyes, Evan said that Kate knew he was his brother. Nero threw up on Evan's leg. Furious, Evan emphasized that the protagonist was his half-brother. Kate watched as Evan carried him away. Kate smiled. Standing by the balcony, Lucy said she was fine. Ethan stood next to her and noted that she apparently knew how to drink and that usually newbies fainted right away. Lucy asked if she was okay. She held her face in her hands and said that she was just in a really good mood and that everyone had become so handsome. Ethan asked if even he had become handsome. Lucy looked at him and said that he was the best and her number one. Ethan stared at her. Lucy said that she was not lying. Embarrassed, Ethan approached her. He reached out to kiss her. Lucy turned her head away and apologized. Looking away, she said that she understood better than anyone what he felt. This was unrequited love. Nothing could be done about it. She would love Nero until she hated him. Ethan looked at her silently. Standing by the balcony, he said that he did too. Evan was dragging the protagonist. Nero was lying on his back and assumed that he liked Evan. Evan asked again. He imagined the sneakers and talked about Lucy. The sunlight was streaming through the window. The protagonist woke up. He got out of bed. Nero put his hand to his face. He noted with a sad look that it hurt. He remembered how drunk he was walking around the dance floor. Kate stopped him. Evan lifted him on his back. The protagonist vomited on his pants. Beads of sweat were running down his face and he noted that he felt like his head was going to explode. While making the bed, Nero declared that he would never drink again. He was suddenly taken aback and put his hand to his mouth. He saw a dirty mop. He saw a note on which Evan had written that he never thought he would clean up his vomit. If this happened again, he would never see the sun again. The protagonist was scared. The blue sky surrounded the building. Nero looked at the blue medallion. He started to walk away. The protagonist turned around. He saw the sneakers on the floor. The plot takes us to a week later. Night fell. We were transferred to the deputy director's room. Mike looked at the document and said that he thought so. Studying the papers, he noted that she had chosen only the children she found inconvenient. Mike burned the document. He created a new paper. Frowning, Mike said that it would never happen the way Gloria wanted, but if everything were changed, she might guess, then the situation would become many times more difficult. The man stood over the people and said that 3 more were missing. The guys entered the office. Lucy turned around. She was closely examining the guys. Nero walked with a calm face. Lucy was surprised by his appearance. The man looked at the students and asked them to hurry. He said with a serious expression that the peaceful and carefree days of their journey might never be repeated. He imagined Gloria standing on a crowd of monsters and told that the warriors of Seknian were not asleep, their numbers were growing, and they had already begun to act. The headmistress followed the call of her duty. The enraged man started shouting that it was their turn now, they had to go to Ark and Noria right now. He was announcing the start of the 5th exam, the test of authority. Mike frowned at his shout. Looking at the frightened students, he said that they would be divided into 2 groups of 8 people. Group A would be sent to Noria. Looking at the document, the man named the guys in the first group. Lucy looked at the upset Ethan. The angry man noted that everyone else was Group B Nero and the other guys were puzzled. Ethan walked down the street. Mike hid around the corner and said that from this second on, Ethan should not trust anyone and should protect himself, use his strength and wisdom. Ethan looked around the corner and turned to the professor. Upset Mike said that he did not have enough strength because he chose power. He suddenly disappeared. The guys gathered near the carts. Ethan shook the main character's hand and offered to just come back alive. He added with a smile that after that they would change the world. Nero looked at him and added that they would do it together. Lucy started to cry. She handed over the necklace and asked Ethan to take it. Looking at the necklace, Ethan asked if she had made it herself. Lucy replied that it was so, they say. If you make a wish when creating something, it will definitely come true. Ethan asked what she had wished for. Tearful Lucy said that she had wished for it to protect him. Ethan looked down. Lucy hugged him. She started to sob and asked for forgiveness. The girl extended her hand. Grinning, she asked if it was true that she and Kate were not friends, but not enemies either. Kate shook her hand. She said with a smile that the next time they met they would definitely have a fight. The girl answered with a satisfied look that she was all for it. Looking at the thick clouds, they cried out that it was time to stop whining. The boys began to disperse. Nero sat on his horse. Ethan rode through the thick fog. His horse galloped quickly. The boys rode to the settlement. Mike examined the wounded people. A soldier approached him and said that it was a surprise attack. When they approached, the enemy had already taken an advantageous position and attempts to break through were unsuccessful. They could only fight back. Mike asked what happened to the feudal lord. Frowning, the soldier said that the internal troops and guards took care of his safety, but after being surrounded, he could not even move. Holding his hands behind his back, Mike clarified the size of the allied and enemy forces. The soldier replied that on their side there were 150 security, 400 auxiliary troops, and on the enemy side there were 700 soldiers occupying advantageous positions. Luther, furious, shouted that from now on, according to the Emperor's decree, he, Mike, and Chloe would lead the army. Standing in front of Nero and Lucy, Mike declared that they would divide the troops into 4 platoons and that they would lead the first. He looked at Evan and Kate and noted that they would lead the second. Luther stood in front of the soldiers and added that Jance and Hone would lead the third, the rest would be in the fourth. Now each platoon must elect a commander and vice captain, then the elected ones can begin to command. The people were dumbfounded. Luther, angry, shouted for them to stop goggle-eyed, noting that this was a war and they were no longer teachers who were always ready to cover their asses. They were commanders, and in wartime they were obliged to obey the orders of the leadership. The boys closed their eyes and shouted that they accepted his order. The Pataki stood under the night sky. The man saluted and said that he was the squad leader. Hicks, the order to assemble the platoon had been carried out. An army of soldiers stood in front of Lucy and the protagonist. Hicks asked with a serious expression who was in charge. Nero and Lucy looked at each other in shock. Lucy pushed the protagonist and asked him to hurry up. Nero suddenly stopped. He was stunned. The protagonist remembered holding a book in his hands. He held a pickaxe on his shoulder. He was helping his comrade climb a rock. Nero thrust his sword into the ground. He began to walk away. Standing in front of his platoon, the protagonist declared that what distinguished a soldier from an ordinary person was his enormous strength and ability to fight. Looking away, he noted that in a long time of peace, their blades were pointed at each other, their enemies were their friends, their enemies were themselves. Frowning, Nero said that that time had passed, the time had come to join the fight against the real threat and show what each of them was capable of. Lucy listened to him in surprise. The protagonist emphasized that strength was needed to protect. He offered to protect everything created by their great god Rukad and reveal the true meaning of their strength, the meaning of their lives. The enthusiastic people raised their hands and cried out. A smile appeared on Nero's face. The tent was on the ground. Luther stood in front of the soldiers and said that they would move out after sunset. The protagonist looked at the guys. He glanced at Mike and why they could not save 500 slaves surrounded by only 100 soldiers. Mike closed his eyes and replied that he had already said that the main enemy forces were breaking through to the feudal lord and they needed every soldier for this battle. The enraged Nero cried out that there were only 100 people in the feudal lord's fortress, while 5 times more were under siege. Mike said that he understood him. He thought that all lives were equally important, but this was not so. His face was serious. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again. Mike looked at him and told him that the feudal lord was rich, he owned vast fertile lands. If they saved him, he would provide provisions for thousands of their soldiers, and if they saved the slaves, they would only get a measly 500 pairs of hands. He said with a piercing gaze that this was an order and Nero would be punished for disobedience. Mike suddenly disappeared. The moon shone in the dark sky. The catapult began to throw out huge stones. The stone flew into the roof of the castle. The boulder broke through the roof and rolled into the room. The enraged feudal lord screamed that he could not do it anymore. The frightened soldiers said that if they did not all die by that time. The feudal lord asked where Kara was. The stunned man replied that she had gone to help the slaves 10 days ago. The enraged feudal lord screamed that he had given her the best education, and she was ungrateful. The crowd of monsters looked at the bright blue dome. The girl stretched out her arms, from which streams of energy emanated. Crossing her arms, the demon said that he was tired of this servant. Looking at Kara, the demon noted that because of her they could not do anything. The monster stood next to the demon and noted that he did not think that such a rarity could be found there. If only they had the sacred Seknian, they would easily break through her barrier. The demon looked at him and asked how long the barrier had been holding up. The monster answered that it was about a week. The demon said that it was time for him to start weakening. He kicked the monster and ordered him to check it personally. The monster turned around. He began to walk towards the barrier. He brought his hand to the barrier. The enraged demon ordered him to do everything faster, noting that he would tear it into small pieces. The monster touched the barrier. He opened his eyes. His hand caught fire with blue flames. He fell to the ground. The demon said that those who touched him before were burned alive, and it turns out that the barrier has weakened a little. He turned around and ordered the attack. Rocks flew at the barrier. Sweat was running down Kara's face. The knight stood behind him and said that there was good news. The Excanum officers themselves had gone to help them. Kara, dumbfounded, replied that it was not so. She noted with an exhausted look that they were helping their father and he was more valuable to them. Even if they really did arrive, it would only be after saving her father. Kara held the barrier and emphasized the fact that they had to wait, grasping at this small thread of hope. She held her arms outstretched and said that she was bigger. A smirk appeared on the demon's face. He grabbed a huge boulder and cried out that it was time. He picked up a giant rock. He threw the rock and cried out that it was time to destroy her. A crack appeared on the barrier. The demon looked at it with a satisfied look. He grabbed a huge axe. He rushed at the barrier. He swung his axe. He dealt a powerful blow to the barrier. The barrier continued to crack. The demon finally broke him. Kara kept her eyes open. She suddenly opened them. The knight caught her. She was unconscious. The demon stood over them and declared that Rukad's teachings were wrong. He swung his axe and noted that if she thought it was unfair, she should change her religion, although it was already over for her. He swung his axe. He saw his army being slaughtered. Nero killed the monsters one by one. His face was serious. Surprised, Hicks noted that their commander was magnificent. Lucy turned around and ordered them to follow their example. The knights rushed into battle. A fierce battle began. Lucy caught the falling knight. He saw with joy that his wounds had disappeared. Lucy smiled and cried out that as long as she was there, none of them would die. The knights rushed into battle with grins on their faces. Luther gathered all the platoons and asked where the third one was. The boys replied that they had gone for the slaves. An enraged Luther said that they had dared to disobey the order. The protagonist rushed at the demon, and Mike thought that his disobedience would deprive him of everything he had been trying to achieve for so long. Sweat was running down Kara's face. She was suddenly taken aback. She saw Nero fighting the demon. The protagonist jumped back from the demon's attack. He landed on the ground. Nero said with a serious expression that they were Rukad's messengers. The dumbfounded Kara asked again if they were the messengers of Lord Rukad. The demon jumped at him and screamed that he was a little bastard. Nero swung his blade. He cut the demon's axe. The guy quickly ran and called for the feudal lord. He ran to Rukad and screamed that help had arrived. The dumbfounded guy emphasized that their number, even half of the enemy army, would be greater, but fortunately the soldiers were led by Excanum's officers. The embittered Rukad ordered that everyone be sent to them and that they save him first. There was knocking at the door. The monsters tried to break through the gate with a battering ram. A crowd of monsters gathered in front of the castle. Observing the situation, Luther said that things were bad, the door would soon break down and then the feudal lord would be finished. If they could break through them, they would still have a chance. He saw archers in the fortress and said that they were in more advantageous positions, and a quarter of their army was doing something unknown. A hail of arrows flew at the soldiers. Mike put a magic circle in front of him. He created a barrier and reflected the arrows. Closing his eyes, he cried out that there was no time to complain and they would act according to plan. Evan rushed into battle. The guys ran to attack. Mike held magic circles in front of his hands and cast spells. Blue mana surrounded the warriors. The archer saw a bright flash in the sky. The guys teleported to the walls of the fortress. Evan began to cut down the monsters. Kate fired many arrows. Monsters fell from the wall. Luther began to scream loudly. He launched a powerful series of attacks. Holding the axe in his hands, he ordered to defend the entrance. Chloe pulled the arrow onto the bowstring. Mike added streams of electricity to her arrow. She fired a powerful shot. The shot destroyed the wall. The wall was destroyed. Shifting his gaze, Luther declared that it was time to attack. The gate was destroyed. The soldiers prepared for battle. Clouds of dust rose. The monsters entered the room. The battle began, which Rukad watched. The monster with a satisfied look declared that they had erected quite strong walls. Rukad was scared. Nero pierced the demon's chest with a blade. The demon grabbed him by the neck and said that he was even smaller than he looked. Looking at the blade in his chest, the demon noted that Rukad's creations were very weak. His wound began to heal. The protagonist held the blade and thought that he could not reach it. The demon smirked and asked what Nero had hoped to gain by attacking him in such a weak body. The protagonist replied that he was right and that they were weak. The demon was suddenly surprised. Nero smirked and noted that this was why God had taught them humility. The enraged protagonist screamed a spell. His blade began to heat up. There was a powerful explosion. The burning demon fell to the ground. He held his chin and said that they had learned this lesson, and that was how they learned to do the impossible. The soldier pulled out his blade and screamed that the enemy leader had fallen, and that this was their chance. They rushed at the crowd of monsters. A dumbfounded Kara approached him. She hugged the protagonist and thanked him. She stood in front of Nero and said that he was the only one who was not afraid to protect them. A tearful Kara emphasized that these people were weak, and if she left them, then. The protagonist held her by the shoulders. He started to leave. People were surprised. Nero looked at the battle and asked the slaves to look at the soldiers who were ready to give their lives to protect them. The joyful people thanked them. The embittered protagonist asked how much longer they were going to wait for help from the outside, how much they were going to thank others, and how much longer they were going to endure everything that was happening to them. People were taken aback by this. Nero pulled out his blade and told them that he had been a slave since childhood. He had gone through 9 circles of hell to gain the right to hold this sword, and now it was saving their lives. Kara was taken aback by what she heard. The tearful protagonist ordered them to raise their swords, noting that they needed their strength to protect their common world. People listened to him silently. A man reached for a rake and noted that if they did not start acting, they would inevitably die. The guy picked up a stone and emphasized the fact that it was better to die in battle. People raised various weapons and cried out that they also had the right to hold weapons. Evan sent a stream of pink mana at the monsters. Kate turned around and said that there were too many of them. Mike was burning the monsters. He closed his eyes and thought that his mana was running out. A horde of monsters surrounded them. Mike suddenly saw a powerful blow. Luther was surprised. Nero and his army came to help. He apologized with a serious face for being late. Turning around, the protagonist ordered to grab the weapons of the dead enemies and soldiers. He approached Mike. Mike slapped Nero. He stood in front of him and said that the protagonist broke the military law and asked him not to think that he could get off easy now. Luther called out to Mike, which made him close his eyes. Luther was walking towards him. He came to Nero and noticed that he had returned. The monsters were standing in front of them. Their eyes were shining brightly. Mike looked at the monsters and said that the enemy commanders were approaching. They should not be underestimated. Enraged, Mike started shouting that the 3 of them would stop them, and Kate and Chloe would be responsible for long-range attacks. Evan and Nero stood behind him. Mike stretched out his hand. He sent green energy at them. Mike closed his eyes and said that the spell lasted for 5 minutes. They must save the feudal lord and his son at any cost. Kara began to tell the surprised soldiers with telekinesis not to be afraid. With the help of holy magic, the priest Rukata, the feudal lord's youngest daughter, spoke to them. She folded her hands and asked when she counted to 3 to imagine Rukata in her head and added that now was not the right situation, but they had to do it. Mike concentrated mana between his hands. Kara pulled the arrow onto the bowstring. Evan and the protagonist ran into battle. Light mana enveloped the soldiers. Stunned Chloe said that she could not believe it. The happy guy looked at his weapon and noted that it was so light. Holding a clot of energy in his hand, Mike said that if everything worked out, they would easily defeat them. He released a stream of mana. Blue energy flew at the monsters. The monster fell to the ground. A crowd of demons ran into battle. They were preparing to clash with the monsters. The demon stood still. His head was cut off. Blood began to spurt from the monsters. The stunned eagle cried out that there was an invisible enemy somewhere out there. The demon turned around and saw the outline of a man. He struck and accidentally killed the demon. The enraged cobra asked how dare he. The cobra struck him. The monsters began to fight each other. Smiling, Nero said that he did not know what they were doing, but it was better for them. They passed through the destroyed wall. They saw a stream of red mana. The guys were surprised. The feudal lord was unconscious. The demon held him back. He turned around and said that they were too late. Turning around, Kara ordered the wounded to be put there. She stood in front of a crowd of wounded soldiers. Kara folded her hands. She created light mana. People began to heal. Lucy was puzzled. The dumbfounded warriors looked at their wounds healing. Soldiers came to Kara and asked to heal them too. Kara grabbed her face and said magic. Dumbfounded Lucy asked what it was. Nero was lying on the ground, and the monster said that he expected more, and they were just small fry. Frowning, the protagonist said that magic was not working. The monster with a satisfied look said that he was in a hurry to disappoint them. They could not defeat him with Rukad's magic. The great power of Seknian flowed through his veins. Evan smiled and began to laugh. He created blue mana above the monster. The monster enveloped itself with a barrier. The magic trident pierced the monster's body. Evan said with satisfaction that it also flowed in his veins. The wounded monster replied that it could not have power. Nero cut off its head. Lucy enveloped herself in golden mana. She plunged into a dark space. She closed her eyes and thought that she wanted to help. She began to cry and noted that no one should endure this pain. She flew in a dark space and said that even if the world sent her to hell, she could always find her way to heaven. Lucy began to scream. Powerful gusts of energy began to flow from her. The energy hovered around the soldiers. The protagonist was surprised. Lucy's mana reached all the warriors. She fell to her knees and left. Luther suddenly stopped. The monster fell to the ground. Mike stood on the corpse of a 3-headed dog. He clenched his hand into a fist. He raised it above his head. All the people were happy. The sun came out from behind the mountain. Kara said with a serious expression that she was their new feudal lord from that moment on. She looked at the crowd and said that she was giving slaves the right to bear arms, gain knowledge, and join the army. Luther looked at Mike and asked if this was legal. Mike asked if Luther thought this meant abolishing slavery entirely, noting that for now it was only a territorial law. Kara walked up to Lucy and Nero and remarked that if it weren't for them, she wouldn't be standing there. Mike watched them silently. He imagined Ragnar with people bowing their heads. Mike thought about how one slave once used his power to make others bow their heads to him. The joyful people looked at Nero and shouted his name. Mike pointed out that the second slave used his power to make people raise their heads high to see the sky. End of Season 1. The main character was completely enveloped in tentacles and was writhing in pain. Lucy screamed the guy's name in fear and reached out her hand to him. The girl watched as Nero was being sucked in deeper and screamed at him to grab her. He stretched out his hand to her. The main character was completely swallowed. The guy cried, looking through the open piece and calling her. The tentacles completely closed. The plot moves us a week earlier to the guys in front of a crowd of people. Luther stood with his arms crossed with the guys and shouted that they would go through again. Looking at the map with chips, he said that they had strategically important battle points. But now they were suffering from all-round enemy attacks. They would split into 3 teams, quickly suppress the enemy and unite at the nearest place. The main character and the others shouted that they accepted the order. It was sunny in the forest. Nero, along with Lucy and the army, were riding horses. The guy looked sadly ahead. He remembered Mike slapping him in the face in a furious manner. The protagonist remembered the boy standing in front of him and telling him that according to military law, disobeying a commander's orders is punishable by trial and slavery. This time he will turn a blind eye to what happened. Considering his success in the fortress of Felia, he was lucky. Frowning, Mike said that if this happens again, he will personally arrange a trial for him. The protagonist looked away in disappointment and listened to how all despots and tyrants have one thing in common: they all blindly believe in their beliefs. Nero rode his horse and thoughtfully looked down, deciding that he did not understand anything. He remembered how the man stood in front of a crowd of people. With his head down, he thought about how instead of acting wisely for the sake of countless lives and peace, it is more important to obey military laws, carrying out even the most ridiculous orders. Is this the truth? The girl rode behind him on a horse. Lucy looked sadly after them. Luther turned around, raising his spear, seeing many arrows, and shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. He frowned at the army and said that this was Tiriat, the trading center of Noria and Balancia, an important fortress that provided them with food. The protagonist frowned and raised his sword, hearing that if the enemy captured it, both states would lose support. They were obliged to protect it. Luther imagined the knights on the wall fighting off the enemies and said that fortunately the defensive force of the fortress managed to hold back the opponents. He rode on his horse, raising his spear, and shouted that now they were outnumbered and their fighting spirit was broken. Everything must be done to grind them into dust. They quickly galloped forward and the man gave the order to attack. Luther furiously chopped off the heads of the enemies. Lucy stood with her weapon outstretched surrounded by enemies and used Arphian. Nero swung his sword, cutting down the opponents around him. He looked to the side with alarm and decided that he had it easy. The enemies were tired. He raised his sword, gathering energy in it. The protagonist screamed furiously, using the Arphian technique. He plunged the sword into the ground, scattering the enemies in different directions. Nero looked to the side in surprise, hearing a scream. He frowned, thinking that it was Lucy. The monster angrily swung an axe at the lying girl. The weapon was approaching. Lucy closed her eyes in fear and screamed. Nero cut the monster in front of the girl in half. The body of the surprised opponent fell to the ground. The protagonist helped the frightened Lucy get up. Frowning, the guy held her hand and told her not to leave him and to be careful. Nero ran forward and turned around, calling her with him. The guy struck the monster in front of him, and she ran behind. In the forest, the sun was setting below the horizon. The knights joyfully raised their swords among the corpses and shouted. The boys in the army stood in front of the entrance to the fortress. The door opened slightly. The knight inside the fortress looked at them in surprise and said that they were Imperial soldiers. They were waiting for them and thanked them. Luther came closer to the knights and asked what happened, why such weak monsters became a problem for the most protected tower of the Mu Empire. The knight looked at him in fear. Luther looked at the wall with the flag and asked if they were surrounded by slaves. The knight looked at the fortress and said that they had rebelled. He looked at the boys with alarm and said that they had smashed everything near and inside the fortress, so they had no access to water and food, and the battle had greatly exhausted their soldiers. The protagonist asked what they had done to them. Nero frowned and shouted that the slaves would not have rebelled without a reason. The knight looked at him indignantly and told him to watch his words. They hadn't done anything to them. It had happened in the midst of battle. They themselves didn't understand their motives. The protagonist calmly looked at him and replied that the guilty never understand their mistakes, and the victims remember everything, every second. Luther turned to him and frowned and told him to stop because it was too early to judge someone's rightness. He looked at the indignant soldier and asked him to open the gate. The man looked at him seriously and said that they were Imperial soldiers. They needed to find out the reason for their rage. If there was any misunderstanding between them, they would help resolve it. The guys entered the gates of the fortress. The protagonist and Luther stood in front of a crowd of slaves. The indignant guys pulled arrows and shouted that the gates were open. They needed to kill the vile residents and nobles. Luther and the guys raised their hands and he told them to stop. He was the commander of the Black Knights, part of the 4th Detachment of the Balancia military forces. Sergeant Luther. Frowning, he shouted that they came on the personal order of the Emperor to save them. The guy stepped forward and asked if they were the Imperial army and came personally from the Emperor. He stood in front of the guys who raised their hands. Duke looked at them, holding a sword, and asked if they had enough food if they were the Imperial army. Luther lowered his hands and answered that they had relatively enough. The guy pointed his hand towards their wall and told them to enter. The guys walked through the crowd of slaves. The protagonist looked back and thought about their looks. Watching the indignant slaves, he thought about how the eyes of those standing on the edge of a cliff look like this. He knew this feeling well. Nero remembered how he stood frowning and thought about how they had nothing to lose. This state when you understand that silence and fear will not solve anything. Walking past the indignant slaves, he thought that something was pushing him into the abyss. Lucy walked with her head down and was nervous. The guys were walking past the crowd. The protagonist looked at the shadows from his feet and the slaves' feet, thinking that they were different. Theirs were darker. Mike was fighting the enemies and turned around to look at the knight. The frightened guy was holding a scroll in his hands and saying that they had sent an urgent report about one of the battle points. He looked furiously and shouted that the commander of the demonic army, Kipes, was there. Mike looked at them in shock on the battlefield and, closing his eyes, shouted that they were in danger. This must be urgently conveyed to the other 2 squads. He stood next to Kate and said that Kipes was a terrible creature akin to Xyphos. It devours the souls of people. The protagonist and the guys were walking past the slaves, and Mike was saying that he was creating an army of soulless creatures. The slaves looked at them in surprise while the guy was saying that they retained their human appearance, but inside them there was nothing but darkness. He was turning people into zombies. Lucy looked at the people with fear and thought about their strange shadow color. Luther walked behind the guy with the sword and asked why they rebelled. Frowning, Duke replied that the rich people with power were to blame for everything. Lucy walked sadly behind the protagonist and listened to the guy tell how when the enemies attacked, they did not give them weapons, forbade them to fight, treated them like parasites. Nero listened in fear that in the end they deprived them of food. They were on the verge of starvation. Duke frowned and shouted furiously that even a worm would squirm if you stepped on it. A man from the crowd angrily shouted that his family was dying. The protagonist looked sadly and said that they were fools. Nero gritted his teeth and said that they always put themselves above everything else, using them as raw material. The fish in the crowd raised their hands menacingly and shouted that since only death awaited them, they would take them with them and capture the fortress. Luther frowned and shouted for everyone to calm down. If they did not stop, they would all die. He looked after the guy and said that in fact, this was not what they wanted. The guys approached the center of the fortress and the guy asked if there was a way out of this situation. He looked at the doors and asked if they would be able to reach those who had closed themselves off from them. Luther pointed his hand forward and, looking at the guy, said to go there and try to talk. Frowning, he said that they could go with them, so they would not attack, because attacking them meant disobeying the emperor's order, which was tantamount to rebellion. Nero looked ahead and said that they might attack, even seeing them. The guys turned to the main character, who said that in that case, he would destroy their fortress. The surprised boy looked at him and asked if he would support them. Luther looked at him thoughtfully, putting his hand to his chin. The man looked at the boy and replied that anyway, in this case, it would be considered an attack on imperial soldiers. After that, he added that it should not be forgotten that the slaves broke the law and raised an armed rebellion. They would deal with this after receiving the order. The boy smiled and replied that they were prepared for this. Luther walked ahead of the guys and told them to follow him. They passed a tall statue in the fortress. Nero looked at the statue and said that it was Irony, his statue, a symbol of peace established by the local ruler Eslon. Examining the face of the statue, he said that he was known as an ardent fighter for the rights of slaves. The guys approached the doors. Luther jumped, dodging a shot into the ground. Eslon and the magician stood on the wall, his hand outstretched. Luther shouted menacingly that they, the imperial soldiers, had received an order from the emperor and had come to protect the fortress. He was one of the commanders of the Black Knights of Balensha. The old man looked at him and asked what they wanted to do. It was late, let them go. Luther pointed his hand at the disgruntled guy and asked menacingly if they had forgotten the order. Let them look at them, they had come to talk to him. The guy was furiously shouting for the old man to stop and open the warehouse. Everyone was dying of hunger. A fireball flew forward. Flames engulfed the sword. A serious Nero stood holding a burning sword. He swung the weapon furiously. Alarmed, Lucy jumped at the guy, stopping him. The protagonist looked at her menacingly and shouted for her to step back. Nero looked forward furiously and said that she knew from her own experience how selfish they were. He looked at the men on the wall and said that their worries and cares were pretense. They believed that slaves were not worthy of any rights. The boy stood in front of the fortress with a burning sword and shouted that they were cowards who were afraid that slaves would have hope. He shouted furiously that they had had enough of possessing people's hearts, their lives, and everything in the world. The protagonist remembered kneeling in front of the evil boys. He imagined the dead boy on the ground. The guy remembered the tortured girl. Nero grinned and said that if something did not go according to plan, they could not sleep peacefully. Eslon looked down at him and asked if he himself was a slave. The protagonist stood in front of the worried Lucy and frowned and replied that they were slaves, and now they were imperial officers who could control them. The old man silently closed his eyes and raised his head. With his hands behind his back, he stood on the wall and asked if all the nobles he met along the way were as he described them. Nero looked at him in surprise and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Eslon looked down and asked to answer directly, were all the nobility like that? He looked at the indignant guy and said that perhaps the majority lived, observing the laws of the empire, without doing anything special, and so day after day, remaining true to human qualities. He about the fact that every feature in a person cannot be bad or good. The old man looked at him and said that maybe his resentment and hostility were so strong that it seemed to him that absolutely all the nobility were like that. Eslon looked down sadly. The protagonist frowned and answered that this was not so. He turned to Lucy and asked her to tell him what they were really like. The girl sadly lowered her eyes and said that she knew what happened to him, to his family, but her master was a good man, she could not lie. Nero looked at the desperate girl and said that she was just lucky. Eslon looked down and asked if he could prove that he had no prejudices, prove that he did not believe that slaves and the dispossessed were certainly better than the nobility. The protagonist frowned with displeasure and said that history had already proven everything itself, but since he asked, he would repeat and prove it. The old man stood on the wall and, looking at the guys, said that then they would meet in an hour at the Statue of Peace. He looked down and said that if they guaranteed safety, he would fulfill the demand voiced earlier. Eslan turned away and walked away from the magician. The protagonist silently looked forward. Sunset came. The guys walked along the ground. In the middle of the fortress, near the statue, there were guys standing at a table and many people. The old man, together with a man in a hood, approached Nero. Passing next to the guy, he said that there is only one truth, a lie, no matter how sweet it is, no matter how much you wanted to believe in it, it will forever remain a lie. The old man walked past the protagonist and said that the truth, no matter how bitter it is just the truth. Duke was sitting at the table opposite Eslan. The old man looked at him and asked if he wanted to negotiate, if he would push them all to their limits. The guy extended his hand and frowned, saying that he needed to sit down first, the conversation would be long. Eslan bowed his head in front of the table. He sat down, putting his hand on the table. There was a powerful explosion. The side of the table with the old man exploded. The protagonist looked on in surprise, covering himself with his hand. The smoke from the explosion near the statue spread. The guys looked at what was happening in shock. Luther looked furiously and asked what they were doing. Duke ran quickly and turned around, shouting for everyone to shoot. There were more of them. He ran past the slaves with bows. Many arrows flew forward. The magician stood in front of the guys and used Makara to create a protective dome. The arrows crashed into the barrier and broke. Frightened Lucy turned around and shouted for everyone to quickly run to the tower. The protagonist desperately looked forward and asked what they had done. Nero stood at the edge of the barrier while the boys ran behind. Luther ran furiously towards the guy who had come out of the dome. He grabbed his arm. The man hit him from behind and shouted at him to pull himself together. Luther grabbed the surprised Nero by the collar and told him to pull himself together. The boys stood in the dome under fire and shouted to be careful. Many arrows attacked the barrier and Luther shouted not to leave it. Duke, along with the other slaves, furiously pulled out his weapons and gave the order to attack. The mage in the cloak fired blows through the barrier. An explosion from the blow occurred in the crowd of slaves. Duke menacingly drew his eyebrows together and shouted that everyone needed to attack. The mages must not get into the tower. The mage put his hand on the ground, creating a circle, and used Mira's Naya. He knelt down in the dome in front of the boys and read the spell. The barrier disappeared from the battlefield. The boys moved through the magic circle behind the walls of the fortress. The mage turned around and said worriedly that he had spent all his mana on this, let them hurry. The doors opened. The guys quickly ran inside. A crowd of people ran out of the gate. Lucy turned around, extended her hand to Nero and asked him to be faster. She grabbed the surprised guy by the hand, saving him from the shelling. The girl frowned and pushed him into the doors. Lucy ran behind the guy and screamed loudly. She knelt down, and many arrows were visible from her back. The protagonist sat on the ground and looked at the fallen girl. The mage stood next to Luther and grinned, saying that they were too late. Frightened, Nero leaned over Lucy's body and called her. The mage crouched down next to her and directed energy at her. The protagonist watched in surprise as the man tried to heal the girl. The mage looked at the serious guy and said that his skills were not enough, but her power enhanced the effect. All that remained was to wait until she recovered on her own. Looking at the girl lying there, he said that she would have a hard fight with herself. He turned around with Nero and told him to look. The magician looked at the many graves behind him and said that all of this was the truth they were looking for. Many people were watching the explosion. The magician imagined a crowd of people and said that in these graves lay innocent children and old people who had died at their hands. Frowning, he said that Mr. Eslan had spoken of this. They were closing their hearts, not wanting to believe, but now they were faced with that same terrible truth. The protagonist, with his eyebrows drawn together, looked at him in silence. The man said that Eslan did not throw away the bodies of the dead, no matter who they belonged to. Despite their rank and title, he paid for everyone's funeral. Luther turned around and asked why they had committed such atrocities then. The magician imagined a standing old man and said that it all began after the city became a trading center and Eslan its ruler. Remembering how he wrote the letter, he said that when he took control of the lands into his own hands, he said that the image of the city cannot be built on the nobility alone. Imagining a happy slave in front of a pile of money, he said that therefore he issued a decree allowing slaves to do business equally with others. The magician presented a statue and said that from then on, any resident of the city could become a merchant. The nobility did not resist, and Lord Eslan got his way. His feelings for the slaves were sincere. Remembering a little boy, he said that it could not be otherwise. Imagining a man putting a ring on a girl, he said that as a child he was expelled from home because of his stepmother, and he found a new hearth in a family of slaves. He imagined a man in front of the gates of a house and said that his wife was born from a slave, so he fought for their rights. One day he returned to his old family. Remembering the throne, the magician said that after a long struggle, He took his rightful place, where he began to develop his own policy. He imagined a disgruntled crowd of nobles and said that everyone had assumed that the nobles would oppress the slaves, that the gentry would not allow equality with them. The magician imagined a falling coin and said that things had gone against all expectations, that slaves had appeared in the city who were richer than the nobles. He imagined disgruntled slaves and said that at that time they themselves had refused to recognize their equality. The magician imagined many falling coins and said that in the material world, money gives more power than rank. He remembered how a nobleman clasped his hands and asked a slave to extend his installment plan. He imagined how the slave, grinning, said that when they found themselves in a difficult situation, they always brought them to their knees. The magician said that this was the care that Lord Eslan had given them, putting his own life on the line, and in the end, power was in their hands, but they demanded more power, more freedom. He remembered how a nobleman knelt before a slave. Imagining Eslan watching the crowd from the window, he said that the slaves had become richer and their greed and impudence grew every day until uncontrollable conflicts began. Recalling the letter on the table, he said that then, in order to restore the balance, Lord Eslan imposed an even greater tax on the slaves. To some extent this tax restored the former position of the nobles. Imagining an angry crowd of slaves, he said that this is how it all began, since then they no longer hid their hatred for Lord Eslan and for them. The magician imagined a crowd of monsters and said that then the army of Seknian invaded their lands. He remembered a cart with sacks and said that in accordance with military law, Lord Eslan handed over most of the food to the military, which the slaves could not tolerate. He remembered how buildings in the city were blown up and said that, under the guise of hunger, they began to blow up the streets, having no reason. He presented a notice board and said that if they went to war, they would divide the food equally. The magician remembered a grinning slave who raised his hands and said that they refused, citing the law of the empire, which forbade slaves to carry weapons. He remembered how many people with weapons ran to the cart with bags and said that they knew that their forces were enough to hold back the army of Seknian, and so they planned everything. When the food began to run out, they began to carry out their plan, which was a mutiny. Nero looked through the crack in the door. He walked behind the gates of the fortress to the crowd of people. The protagonist walked forward with a sword in his hands. The magician said that they did not want to get food, not freedom, they wanted to get the entire empire. The Duke pointed his hand at the slaves with arrows and told the guy to go over to their side, to the side of the new kingdom, freed from the rotten laws of the empire, where justice is not an empty phrase. Nero sadly lowered his head and asked what justice. He quickly jumped up. The protagonist flew over the army of enemies, swinging his sword. He furiously knitted his eyebrows and used Orpheon. Nero swung his sword with all his anger and strength. One of the enemies ordered to start firing. A hail of arrows rushed towards the hero, but they all stopped and hit the protective barrier. Not a single arrow touched the character, and he landed on the ground whole. Luther, furious, said that it was dangerous, but Mog promised to cover them. The enemy hero did not understand why the slave did not take their side, but Nero said that he chose the path of justice, and they were rebels and murderers who thought only about profit. The enemy said that they were fighting for a common idea, and was perplexed why they always had to be better than them and enjoy power. The character insisted that they should bring them down to earth, and then there would be justice, and they would not be able to obey them as gods. Nero shouted that they killed even innocent children and could not talk about justice. He was told that there is no revolution without victims, and the emperor also saved his place at a great price. He was asked how many victims their leader brought. Nero said that he believed only in what he saw himself, and was sure that the emperor would decide everything fairly. The hero shouted that innocent people died at their hands. With a powerful purple ball, he blew up many of his enemies. The character quickly rushed forward to his enemies. Nero screamed that they will answer for their actions. Lucy was against it. She was extremely upset that he could kill someone. The hero cut his enemies with his large sword. Blood flowed, but Lucy was against it. The hero defeated his opponents, but the heroine saw his future. She declared that the character must die tonight. Lucy was sure that if you hurt someone, you would have to pay double the price. She remembered how she lay in bed with worry and understood that he wanted to hurt. In her memories, he was sitting sadly on the floor by the wall. The heroine realized that the character suffered much more than she did. One of the enemies told Nero that he would die tonight. The character with crazy eyes explained that he would absorb himself. Nero only remained silent with incomprehension, but he was a little scared. He stood in front of the army and said that their leader was dead, offering to drop their weapons. But the next moment, a whole hail of arrows flew at him again. The character reflected them without getting hurt. With grief, he did not understand why everything was like this. He jumped on the entire army, accumulating power in his sword. There was an explosion of great power. The magician on the wall was surprised at Nero's strength. Luther declared that he was the successor of a very strong man. but everyone realized that his power was enough to replace the emperor. They thought that his heart could not keep up with his strength. Suddenly, a bird flew over the walls with a roll of paper. The magician thought it was a report. It said that the demon commander was already here. Nero was piercing a man from the enemy army. He was standing on a field full of enemy corpses. The report stated that at night they were unable to recognize the shadow troops. The sun's rays fell on the character's body, creating his shadow. The message stated that they needed to find one hero to end all this. Nero understood that this was a real war. The document stated that they must do everything. The hero wanted to punish them all with soulless eyes. The message wanted them to keep their souls. Only Nero and a small boy stood on the battlefield. He, with a blade in his hands, tried to find out where his dad was now. The hero did not understand what he was asking. But, realizing what the little boy was asking, he sank into complete despair and fear. The character did not want to realize what he had done. The boy asked if Nero had killed all these people. Luther rushed forward to warn the hero of what was in the message. The boy, with tears in his eyes, remembered what his dad had told him. Crying, he declared that his dad had said that they would be free. The boy turned to the character, realizing what had happened. He asked if Nero had killed his father. The boy began to rush at the hero, talking about murder. With all his childish strength, he stabbed the knife into the character's palm. The boy screamed that it was he who had deprived them of their freedom. Nero grabbed his small head with his hand. The hero began to pull it away with his hand. The character remembered that he had gained freedom after going through many difficulties and deprivations. They wanted to get it at the cost of the blood of innocent people. They wanted to destroy the empire for which Nero's father gave his life. Suddenly, Luther threw the boy away from the hero. The character just looked at the boy flying into the distance in bewilderment. Luther just looked, wondering why Nero was looking at him like that. The man shouted at the character to pull himself together because he was trapped. Black shadows were slowly crawling out of the corpses of people. They had mouths and eyes that glowed purple. Nero understood that these slaves were animated corpses in an empty shell. Luther rushed forward, declaring that they were just bodies. He cut the shadows into many pieces, one after another. The hero wanted to find the true essence of the creator of these shadows. He definitely liked the irony. It was necessary to look for the darkest shadow in the brightest place. Nero turned around, and thoughts came to his mind. He saw a large statue of a man. On it was some kind of square, similar to a hatch. The hero abruptly rushed there, finding himself in a dark room. Ragnar declared that now Nero understood everything. He spoke about the difference between justice and ideals. The hero stood in the hidden base of this statue. Ragnar asked the hero if this was the world he dreamed of and if his dream was to make justice the pillar that would support the world. Nero did not understand what the emperor was doing here and asked him about it. Ragnar stated that the character wanted to be a hero from fairy tales, who overcomes difficulties with strength and becomes stronger. Continuing, he asked if he wanted to be a hero who easily destroys stupid villains. There was also a question about whether he dreamed of a girl who would always support him and exist only for him, like in love songs. Nero did not understand what his emperor was talking about. Ragnar continued his questions and asked if he wanted to become a sacrifice in order to achieve peace and create a new one that would be like paradise. The hero asked what the sacrifice of the character's father cost. Did it change people? Nero realized the man's words with horror on his face. Ragnar said that the hero was wrong from the very beginning and was mistaken about people. He stated that people are rude and vulgar and live only to quench their thirst. The character wondered why the poem about the hero defeating evil did not touch ordinary people. The hero remembered how his grandmother read this poem to them, and they were interested in it. He understood that it was because of people's greed, the desire of the weak for good to defeat evil. Ragnar wondered if he had ever met a hero who existed only for his own desires. He asked why his father wanted him to appear. Nero was surprised by these words and turned to the emperor. Ragnar claimed that this was his wish for his mother. The hero addressed him and wanted him to stop it. Ragnar wanted to know about lovers. The character asked if they changed under the influence of the real world. Perhaps they were looking for those who could give love. But in the end, they chose others. This is also a desire that has greed. Ragnar addressed Nero as a slave and asked if he did not think that those who do not have strength and power are good. The character asked if he saw the true face of these people when they received power. The emperor said that the hero pretended that he did not see the scattered corpses outside. Nero remembered the faces of these poor people. One of them asked if it was easy for him. For this, he hit the hero in the face with all his might. The old man in the circle explained that people hate those who are weaker than them and change their fate. Ragnar said that they seem modest only because their desires are under control. Nero did not want to listen to this and told the emperor to stop. But the leader continued and said that the character should know those who have no inhibitions on desires. He stated that if they have untold riches, they will want more. At the same time, they will do everything to prevent the poor from becoming above them. It is those who oppose all this that cause their hatred. Why did they not know the main character and did not recognize him? Ragnar said that they wanted the hero not to achieve what he wanted. Nero could only cover his ears with his hands and suffer from his words. The emperor continued to ask him provocative questions, but the hero could only suffer. Ragnar said that all this has limits. These were the limits of the desires of a slave, the limits of the desires of the nobles, as well as the royal family and, of course, the empire. Ragnar said that pigs become food only because they cannot stop the desire to live. Slaves were the same. The emperor shouted that they were born powerless, like pigs, and without a sense of limits. Nero disagreed with his words and thought that the world could not be so simple. Ragnar, however, thought that everything was simple. He gave an example: a child will cry until his wish comes true. The character stated that the hero can cry as much as he wants because the wish is the truth. Nero did not want to accept all this. Ragnar spoke about what held him back again and again. It was his foundation and path. It only grew bigger. The hero wanted it all to end. He wanted to master everything again and again and climb to the highest place. He needed revenge, but for this he had to throw away justice and dreams. He reasoned about the moment when he learned that his father sacrificed his life to save the world. Nero was shocked and hated the world. But in the end, when peace and calm came, people still continued to fall down. Nero claimed that it was because of those who instilled shame and humiliation in him and his family. All of this should have been a hero, if not for him. The character still decided that it was not worth complicating. Nero was determined that everyone would bow before him. The tentacles enveloped him, but he decided to use this power. The hero was determined to kill everyone. He began to glow gray, and his body became as if transparent. He was happy that he was finally alone. The character resisted his other self, but it became larger. However, Nero realized that he had not completely disappeared yet. He was like a small star and decided to call it hope, but he understood that it could be an illusion. The character wondered, was it really an illusion? Perhaps all this was not real. Nero heard a voice in the distance calling him, but he thought about the fact that perhaps this world was just a shell. The voice repeated itself, and someone was flying quickly towards him. The hero wondered, what was he running for all this time? The tentacles had almost completely covered his head, but someone was shouting from the side for him to come to his senses. Lucy tried to call out to him while the tentacles covered his entire body. He came to his senses and was terrified, but he was already completely in the tentacles. He still recognized Lucy and her. The hero remembered how he first saw her and thought that she looked like him. But still, he recognized not the Nero who tried to change something, but the one who simply went with the flow, living life. The hero was quite infuriated by this, but then he was wrong. It was hard for him to look at bright people like a precious stone. But the character was pleased to look at Lucy, who looked like a small stone under the moonlight. Nero remembered how the heroine protected him from arrows. He opened his eyes wide to see his reflection in them. Lucy continued to fight the tentacles and call the hero. He wanted her to continue screaming his name. The character wanted the heroine to continue loving him. The hero needed this so that he would not lose his way. Lucy hugged his head while Nero was in the tentacles. He wanted her to illuminate him. The heroine tore the character out of the tentacles and flew with him at a furious speed. Nero wanted love to understand that he was not just an illusion. He remembered all the happy moments in his life. The hero understood that if he was not an illusion, then what he wanted to protect was real. Nero and Lucy lay together among the scraps of tentacles. He claimed that before he acted as if he knew everything, but in fact he was stupid. The hero asked Lucy for help and said that he had no one who could teach him. The heroine replied that she couldn't teach him either because she knew nothing. They merged into an embrace. Lucy said that she wanted to explore the whole world with him. The heroine understood that he had always been alone, but he never complained or asked for help, unlike her. And even if it wasn't her. But Lucy wanted Nero to find someone who would support him. Meanwhile, the tentacles had already recovered and were smoothly crawling towards them. The hero remembered his mother's words before her death. He remembered how she cried, and he, holding back tears, looked at her. The hero's mother said that you shouldn't show weakness in front of those you want to protect. Nero understood the meaning of her phrase only when she protected her sisters alone. He thought that at the sight of his weakness, the former smiles of people would disappear and in their place there would be a shadow. The hero remembered the sincere children's faces. He cast a spell and broke the ceiling of the statue. The character realized that he had to protect those very faces, not the peace of the world. Lucy screamed at the character because he had fenced himself off from her with stones. She begged him not to fight alone, but the hero immediately refused. Now he was alone. The tentacles smoothly transformed into a human-like figure. A monster with glowing red eyes formed from them. He was surprised that the character had such great power. The demon was sure that Nero was closer to them. The character realized that his mana felt somehow different. He remembered old moments from his childhood. The character remembered how he fought with terrible demons. Nero realized that this energy had already tried to capture him, and he had already fought with it. but the sudden realization that it had already absorbed him shocked the hero. He abruptly pulled out his sword and began to accumulate energy in his hand. Nero sent blows and spells towards the enemy with enormous force. Because of such power, powerful explosions occurred. But the character was only moving forward. He cut through all the obstacles in front of him. The demon quickly ran away from him, but decided to turn around and quickly hit Nero with his hand right in the stomach. The hero flew at high speed straight into the wall. The gathered tentacles introduced themselves as the army commander. The hero only stated that he was not interested in this information. The demon realized that Nero was using a magic shield. The enemy again decided to hit the character with his hand. The hero, although he repelled all attacks, understood that the enemy was very strong. He also realized that his level was different from his previous opponents. Many small shields protected Nero from the tentacles' blows. Suddenly, he charged his sword with energy and flew up. In one movement, the character cut off the demon's hand. Black liquid, similar to blood, began to spurt from his inhuman body. Nero thought that he had finally managed to defeat the enemy. He remembered how he had been told about strengthening the blades. He had been told that the main thing was to find their strongest element. The man then pointed to his heart and said that this was where the strongest element was. The hero realized that the closer the magic, the closer the power. The demon began to be covered in red spots because of the light of the sword. He was covered more and more in red elements. Nero suddenly realized something. The man had told him that he had light in his heart. He had given him advice to remember this when his soul was filled with darkness. The man had also said that darkness was inferior to light for only one reason. This reason was the loss of meaning without it. Nero realized that this monster was hiding because in the light it became a living being. Suddenly, the enemy decided to use strong magic and anger and struck with red lightning. The hero decided to reflect this blow with his blade. The weapon actually absorbed this blow and charged with it. The demon screamed in shock that it was impossible. Nero looked at his sword in complete amazement. He examined each red little lightning bolt. Suddenly, an image of some creature imprisoned in stone appeared in his mind. The hero did not understand what it was at all. The demon said that he understood what kind of sword it was. It was an all-consuming blade. Some called this sword Actian. The emperor understood that something had begun. Nero realized that the emperor's blade still sounded different. The demon, transforming his hand, said that the essence was not in the sword, but in its owner. The enemy screamed that he would kill the hero at all costs. He pierced the character with his tentacles through and through, but suddenly only light energy formed around them, and the hero himself disappeared. Nero found himself right behind this demon. He carried out an attack with all his might with the light power of his sword. This energy even pierced the base of the statue, which Luther noticed. Meanwhile, Lucy tried to break through the stone barrier with her magic, but she couldn't do it because she had no strength. The heroine understood that she had spent all her mana on healing. Now she wouldn't be able to break through this wall, but she hoped to destroy it. However, Lucy wanted to destroy Nero's walls. The next moment, a loud sound was heard behind the stones. The wall burst, and the protagonist appeared there. He said that they would do it together. Lucy, perplexed and with tears in her eyes, looked at him. The next moment, the hero abruptly kissed her right on the lips. A bright beam appeared. It hit behind the man. Black particles hung above the people. Suddenly, they fell to the ground. The spirit began to attack the guy. People were lying on the ground. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that so many people died because of one kypes. Frowning, the man said that this was the embodiment of one of the powers of the demonic god. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought about how he had killed countless people on his own, and it was said that this was why they had to defeat Seknian. The dead people lay on the ground, and it was said that who knows, maybe it was their own greed that brought them to this end, or maybe it was the influence of dark forces, but it was still not worth killing them. The protagonist stood in front of the corpses, and it was said that no one knew who they would have become in the end or whose side they would have taken. Looking down, the man said that perhaps things would have turned out differently. As he left, he added that but kypes appeared and turned them into this. Once again, he was the embodiment of one of Seknian's most powerful forces. Kneeling, Luther said that they killed him with their own hands. Standing in front of the protagonist, he added that they had become the heroes of the Mu Empire. The man and the knights bowed before them. Looking at him, the hero thought that confession for the third time. The knife was lying near the corpse. The thought arose that confession, which he was not happy about. The detachment was moving on horses. Looking straight ahead, Lucy said that honor, glory, it is becoming more and more incredible. Grinning, the protagonist said that but it was she who saved him. Let him not talk as if he did it alone. The girl closed her eyes and said that even though they went to lessons and trained together, he is on a completely different level. He defeated the commander of the demonic army. Looking away, she added that she cannot imagine at what price such power was given to him. For this she respects him. Sitting on a horse, the protagonist said that he still admires her more. Looking down, Nero said that they are half-elves, and he heard that they are very sensitive, although he himself does not know anything about his feelings and character. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, hearing that but she is different, she knows who she is. Grinning, the protagonist asked what a big mountain was, to which she said that it was no bigger, and he continued that he envied her. Raising her hand, Lucy said that she could not even think about it. The protagonist said that he thought that the more people he saved, the more he would feel for them, like a real hero. Closing his eyes, he added that but he did not understand anything. On the contrary, he began to fear them. Looking down, Nero said that he wanted to get to know them better, but in the end he kept moving away. It was scary. The protagonist frowned and said that his strength was spent on protecting his own, to which he was asked that he would no longer save people, and he replied that no, the more he was afraid of them, the more he would save. Looking to the side, the girl heard that their fear was exactly the same as his. They also wanted to protect their own. How difficult. A military camp appeared. Walking forward, the man said that thank God, judging by the raised flags, all 3 platoons won. Rushing forward, Luther turned to the professor. Grinning, Mike said that he received the message. They defeated Kipes. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that he only dealt with small fish, and they. Pointing at the protagonist and the girl, he added that they dealt with their enemy. Among the crowd of people, it was heard that it was true. Lucy, Nero again. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that the commander of Kipes, the 2 of them. Looking down, Kate thought that they could compete in strength with the Emperor. Standing in front of the protagonist, the professor thanked him, said that he had accomplished a feat, to which he replied that he had not. Mike closed his eyes and asked how, found the answer. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he only understood that he knew nothing. Mike grinned and said that they had been together for so long, now you can see how they had grown. Lucy and Nero looked at him in surprise. A sword appeared. It was said that the world embodies life and death in 2 types of creatures. The first hate those who are different from them, consider others ignorant and try to destroy. A shield appeared, and he added that the second underestimate themselves and endlessly learn, living in harmony with the world. In the end they will be reborn. The professor said that some are eternal children, the second are eternal adult children. He closed his eyes and added that only by realizing their ignorance will they take the path of wisdom. Let them remember. The hero looked surprised, hearing that now he has truly matured. People were sitting at the table. They were smiling. You could hear that thank God, everyone was safe. He was on the verge of death. How exciting it was. Closing his eyes, the guy said that if it were not for Lucy, he would have died, to which the hero replied that he was right. The girl was lying on the table. The protagonist was carrying her on his back. Looking to the side, he said that they should forgive him. He thought Lucy was very tired. However, as was he, so let them continue without them, to which the guy asked what he was doing. The guys turned around and said that they couldn't celebrate without the heroes of the occasion, to which Nero apologized, and someone said that they should go. They hadn't even rested yet. The protagonist was carrying the girl on his back. Someone asked what was wrong with them. He still didn't understand, perhaps. Kate watched them silently. The girl wiped her tears with her hands. Kate watched her. The girl smirked and said that if it was Lucy, she would accept it. Evan looked away and asked if she was okay, to which she replied that no, it was not funny at all. Getting up from the table, she added that when they met, she faced the most difficult choice. Leaving, the girl said that which had to be made between the 3 of them. The remnants of her feelings did not matter. The guy lowered his head. Suddenly, he ran after her. Evan ran around the corner and asked what his choice was. Looking down, he said that it was still only hers. The girl said that it did not coincide with her choice. The interest shown to him was not a hint of a relationship. Turning around, Kate said that when she accepted him. Leaving, she added that he made the wrong choice. A view of the tent opened up. Looking at the protagonist, the girl said that he should go and rest. Holding her hand, the main character said that in a few days, he would meet his mother. The guy was kneeling. Looking at him, the man said that yes, he knew he could handle it. Let him not forget what he had been taught. The man said that a bird can find a home on the other side of the earth, and a predator can smell its prey even through a mountain. Looking straight ahead, the boy heard that the man also had his own outstanding abilities. He should remember all his life, remember about. The knights raised their weapons up. People quickly ran forward. The boy closed his eyes and shouted that he could not take it anymore. His throat was dry, he wanted to drink, suggested that they rest. Breathing heavily, the elf asked how so. They were too weak for the army, to which Luther replied that this was understandable. They had spent 2 weeks on the battlefield and had not yet recovered. The professor closed his eyes and said that he had sent a message to the emperor. The bird screamed loudly, and he added that he had flown in. The bird landed on his shoulder. He unfolded the letter. The professor began to speak, and they asked him what was in it. Closing his eyes, he replied that they had approved, to which he was asked why. They said that the Empire was opening the Tower of Aspiration, probably because martial law had been introduced there. In the forest, they heard that it was about an hour's walk from here. The Emperor had provided them with a place to rest. They would make a stop and gather strength. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what the Tower of Aspiration was, hearing for the first time what it was. Evan frowned, hearing what kind of place it was. Turning around, the professor said that it was enough for them to know that it was directly related to the Empire. All the collected duties would pass through it to the ruling family. This place was also a sponsor in kindergarten of Excanum. The teachers knew about it. In the crowd, they heard that it was a kindergarten, and the man said that they were close. A tall tower appeared in the distance. A crowd of people were moving straight. Standing in front of the barrier, a question arose about what it was. Up close it seemed as if something was enveloping the tower. The man said that it was a protective dome, so guards were not needed here. Suddenly, the professor looked in surprise. The dome began to collapse from below. The gates of the tower suddenly opened. A man in a cloak was coming out of it. The man opened the barrier, hearing that he was the commander of the 3rd platoon, who had come here with the permission of the Emperor. This was Vincent, the tower manager, to which he replied that he had heard. Standing in front of Mike, he said that they were protecting their empire from enemies, to which he said that they had enough. This was just the beginning. Looking straight ahead, Vincent said that they should pass, as promised. They would provide them with food and a place to rest, but the man asked that they knew that there was a certain discipline in the tower. Closing his eyes, the professor said that he had been informed. The man said that they would not be able to help them if they did not follow the rules. Mike replied that they would know. The child extended his hand forward and said that so. Raising a piece of paper up, the girl said that attention, on the pieces of paper that she would hand out, let them write their position and family. The protagonist froze, hearing that based on the information they had gathered, they were settling them in rooms. It was getting dark outside. A small crowd of people appeared. Looking at the badge, the hero said that that was why. Walking straight ahead, he added that they divided people into 12 levels. A pyramid appeared. It was said that there were 4 groups of slaves, the same number for civilians and nobles, and he was at the very bottom of all the levels. Looking down, the girl said that she was on the 9th level. What was that? To which he said that he was so tired of their classifications, one place was worse than another. Looking at the hero, the child said that before entering, let him put on the badge, to which he replied that it was okay. Suddenly, he shouted furiously that he should speak politely. A Mosrel did not dare to talk to a scuff like that. The students looked away. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked what he had just said. The professor closed his eyes and said that he should be patient. If they do not obey their rules, they will have to leave. Let him think about his subordinates. Nero stuck the badge and said that he apologized. The hero turned around, hearing that an incredible place. When she first received an invitation, she was scared and declined, to which Lucy turned to her, and she continued that the guy also refused. All the elves refused because they have 2 different values. Looking to the side, Kate said that all the famous elves received an invitation. Looking at the guy, she asked, "Is that so?" Evan lowered his head and answered that yes, he learned to use magic before Excanum. People walked along the tower, and he added that because he graduated from here. Looking to the side, the tower manager said that the category of slaves, including those below the squids, on the first 4 floors. The badges appeared, and he added that civilians from the 5th to the 8th, those above, from the 9th to the 11th, were allowed to walk freely on their floors, and people from the highest category would follow him. Stretching his hand forward, Vincent said that but in case of damage to the property of the tower, they would have to pay a huge compensation. The man walked among the crowd. Stopping near the guy, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at Kate, the man said that they, 2 of the 3rd famous Noria family, should follow him. Taking a step forward, the girl said that she should allow him to refuse. Waving her hand, she added that she would be with them, and the other supported her. The man raised his eyebrows and said that they would regret it, although. Turning his head to the side, Vincent said that although the test of life is also part of education, he allows it. Walking straight, the man called Evan to follow him. Evan followed him. Looking to the side, the man said that he should take care of the ruins. Frowning, the protagonist said that Nero, his name is not Mosrel. The professor took his hand and addressed him. The protagonist sighed heavily, and Vincent thought that where he was taught manners, that in Excanum with discipline. Walking forward, the man called with him. Evan walked behind him. They stood in front of the portal. It was heard that Evan does not change himself. A person does not change so easily. He never divided friends into nobles and commoners. Looking straight, the protagonist asked what but why children. People raised their heads up. The boy stirred the liquid. Someone said that now it is clear. Here is the secret of the boundless dome of the tower. The professor closed his eyes and said that tons of minerals come here from all over the empire, and then they are converted into the energy of the dome using the labor of these children. The protagonist said angrily that it was impossible to keep silent about something like that, to which Mike replied that no, those who knew about this place had never set foot on its threshold. Raising his head, he added that the others graduated 3 years later and received the corresponding statuses, like an excanum. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and said that it was irony, and again the irony of this world. After observing for a while, he would discover new details. It had gotten dark outside. People were sitting at round tables. The hero, holding bread in his hands, asked that all the work had been done, so why were they in a bad mood? Why were they eating so quietly? The children ate silently, and he added that there was still work left. It must be hard. Looking at the protagonist, the girl said that he was forbidden to talk in a public place. Could he please shut up? Lowering his head, the hero replied that he was. Standing in front of the child, she said that if they had eaten, then let them sort it out here. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that after the meal they have free time, to which she was told that it is good to eat. Looking away, the hero said that but they did not finish eating. Getting up from the table, he added that it is worse here than in the army, to which Lucy replied that it is exactly that. They watched the children playing with the ball. The children happily ran forward. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that at least during the game they can be children. What an oppressive atmosphere there is, to which the protagonist replied that yes. The protagonist added that it seems that they are forbidden a lot of things. Suddenly the professor laughed loudly. Smiling, he said that a lot of time was spent studying the features of this place, both interesting and sad, to which the protagonist asked that he learned something. Mike looked ahead and said that yes, the tower is a huge arena for tests, to which Nero asked again, and he replied that yes, this is where society is tested. The children were playing happily, and the professor said that they would start with the children, the lowest in the slave rank system, the moment when. Closing his eyes, he added that they would become people, would be their last, to which the hero asked again. Folding his hands behind his back, the teacher said that they and the other children would become criminals. They themselves knew slaves could be executed even for the sins of their relatives, to which the hero replied that yes. Standing by the fountain, the professor said that here they would be able to get an indulgence. That is why the children had such fun after work. Surprised, opening his eyes, the protagonist said that this is why he is a slave, because of the incident with his majesty in childhood. Standing in the middle of the dark corridor, the man asked that he had not forgotten what he was taught here. Looking straight ahead, Vincent said that the rank division is a virtuous circle. The professor closed his eyes and said that people of high rank can control those below and evaluate them, to which he was asked again. He grinned and added that yes, just like how they earned points in excanum and moved on to the next course, only here the points were not given by teachers, but by those of higher rank. The lower ranks completely obeyed them for the sake of the reward, even children. Looking at the man, Evan heard that those who were lower worked a lot and received little, and they had less responsibility. No one would blame a slave for the fact that the world stood still. Standing still, the man said that he was different, he was a fruit of the circle. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he did not necessarily wallow in the mud or starve. Evan looked straight ahead and listened to him say that. However, he had a huge responsibility on his shoulders, and his every decision could affect the course of history. The man said that he would be followed by strong allies or enemies that the lower circles never dreamed of, but he would stand above them all. Tears appeared in Vincent's eyes and he said how beautiful the world was. The boy lowered his head and said that he remembered the knowledge he had received here. The man wiped away his tears and said that he should now remember something else, the decision he had made that day, a decision designed to restore his weakened lineage. The boy frowned when he heard this. The man extended his hand forward and said that he was asking, he must stay here until the very end. Suddenly Evan grabbed his face. The boy fell to the floor and the man said that he had not forgotten. The children were sitting on the floor. It was said that these little ones were captives of the competition for rights and wealth. When they came out into society, they would take a position according to their rank. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that they were forced to grow up in the system without violating the order of ranks, of course, all with the support of the Empire. The hero raised his eyebrows and said that he did not believe, asked why the Empire would do such terrible things. The teacher closed his eyes and said that it was all about the same ranks, to which Nero replied that this device made machines out of people and did not create ranks. The professor stretched out his hand and replied that it was the same thing. Let him look. Suddenly, coins began to fall from above. Mike raised his hand and said that it was simple magic that would soon disappear, but the children had not studied it, so they blindly believed what they saw. The girl sat down on the floor and asked what it was, and it sounded like there were so many of them. Looking to the side, the child shouted that jewelry had suddenly appeared here. Rushing forward, she asked again, and it sounded faster. Looking at the coins, the child asked what it was. Opening her eyes in surprise, she added that they should report it to the senior. The high-ranking ones should know what it was. The professor held out his hand and said let them take a look. An ordinary person would think that they were looking at unclaimed jewelry, but they never thought for themselves, and it became a habit. Why? He grinned and continued that it was not by chance because imagination was under control. The hero looked at him in amazement, listening to how much he earned a year as a slave, to which he replied that it was about 270 silver. Looking at him, the teacher said that nobles earned an average of 20,000 gold. The protagonist widened his eyes and said that it was natural, they were much richer to begin with. Looking at the protagonist, the teacher asked how he knew that it was so natural. He had thought about it, to which he asked again, and he added that it was so. Looking down, the teacher said that nothing would change in the world even if everyone earned 20,000 gold. Looking away, the protagonist said that he could not imagine, even if he knew little, but if he spent so much money, all the resources of the world. Suddenly, the professor answered angrily that this is where everyone's imagination ends, even the nobility, but does he know exactly how many resources there are in the world? Then he added that is there any proof that if everyone uses even 80,000 gold, the whole world will turn into a desert? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that why did he earn only 270 silver, based only on unspoken thoughts. Accustomed to such a life, he was ready to cry, laugh, live and die for 1 silver coin. A memory surfaced, and the professor said that he could not imagine otherwise, and this control of his imagination comes from his soul. He must have never wondered where he came from at all. The child sat near the coins. Someone said let them look. He put 1 gold coin in his pocket, and everyone saw it. The crowd lined up around him. It was said that according to the rules, he can dispose of the coin himself. It is worth clarifying this rule is established by society. Later, when a high-ranking person comes here, he will also close his eyes to it. A stack of coins appeared. It was said that the ranking system and artificial calm in all its glory. A view of the tower opened up. It was heard that in the tower they study the method of creating an internal habit that they do not even suspect. Here they subjugate the human mind. Here they test the principles of interaction and the feeling of shame. Sitting near the fountain, Nero asked why their country, the emperor, is such a place, to which Mike replied that when the throne was taken by Emperor Murin, a former slave. Looking away, the protagonist heard that the system tightened itself. The professor closed his eyes and said that this place was the empire, that the emperor's testing center was located here. The guy was sitting on the floor and making sounds. Evan grabbed his face. Sitting on the throne, the man asked what he knew, what was best developed in a person. He said that the eyes, which divide everyone by rank and position. The guy was kneeling in front of the man. Vincent, lifting him up, said, "Come on, let him get up." He wanted to show him something. Looking at the guy, he added that he remembered. He said that one day he wanted to see the top of the tower. The guy froze, hearing this. Standing next to the hero, Mike asked that they never wondered why they were overcome with anger when they could not earn 3 silver. The professor said that those who earn 20,000 gold are angry that they did not earn another 10,000, and because of this all bloody wars begin. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that why couldn't everyone, no matter what class they belonged to, achieve what they wanted. Looking away, the girl asked why they couldn't achieve what they wanted. The teacher replied that greed and hope were one step ahead of them. An image popped into his head and he added that they were pulling, beckoning to themselves, and this was the empire's idea. The hero raised his head and asked why and what for. The ants held gold. It was said that only in this way would they make them work harder. Insects appeared. It was heard that only in this way would people be satisfied with the role assigned to them. The professor closed his eyes and said that and only in this way would they supply the empire with resources. Climbing the stairs, the man said that he was in anticipation. Looking at the passage, he added that he never thought that the day would come when he would show him the top of the tower. Looking at the capsules, the guy asked what it was. A man in a flask appeared, and he asked again, to which Vincent asked what he thought. The man looked ahead and said that this was a laboratory for him, and also this was the true face of their world. The guy looked in surprise and asked again. People were lying in flasks, and Vincent said that all these children were once expelled from the tower and were preparing for execution. Looking to the side, Evan asked what, to which the man told him to look. Pointing to the flask, he said that over there, the one whom he personally expelled. The guy took a step forward. He was standing in front of the man. Watching him, Evan heard that he remembered this face. This is slave number 327. Stretching his hand forward, the guy exclaimed, and the man said that he was sure he did not remember the name, but it was okay. They also call him by number. Looking straight ahead, the guy said Max. Putting his hand to the flask, the guy heard that he had an excellent memory, remembered the name of the slave, to which he asked what he was doing here. The protagonist grabbed his head and said that His Majesty, he could not approve of this, there was probably some kind of conspiracy here. Looking straight ahead, the professor said that he was old enough and he had nothing more to teach him, and perhaps this was his last lesson for him. Let him listen carefully. The teacher said that as soon as he thought that he knew him well, his life would turn into hell. Closing his eyes, he asked what he thought. He knew His Majesty well. Looking away, Nero was silent. Mike grinned and said that they would talk about His Majesty later, and there was still much to discuss. putting his hand under his cloak, he added that, but more importantly, holding a scroll in his hands, he said that he found something interesting. The man was writing on paper, standing by the flask. The boy asked what he meant by depriving these children of the ability to use magic. Looking at Max, he heard that yes, to be more precise, he closed the third eye, to which Evan asked again. Looking down, the man said that the central analyzer that records magic is the third eye, then he will not be able to see or feel his mana. Standing with his back to him, Evan asked what but how he did it. A body in a flask appeared. It was said that with the help of a small operation and spells they gave the man the ability to breathe underwater like a fish and then gave him an injection to suppress the analyzer. Now he is under observation. The guy breathed, and he added that there is an effect, but too little. Even after several years the third eye still has not opened. They need more information, therefore, they need more test subjects. Evan widened his eyes and asked what, and if the injection works, then they are going to catch all the slaves and do this to them, to which the man laughed and said no. Looking away, Vincent said that this is a completely unreasonable waste of funds. They have another way. Gray clouds appeared, and the man asked if he had ever noticed unusual clouds in the sky. The man was flying on a bird, and he added that it was the contents of that very injection. The hero shouted furiously that he was just crazy, to which the professor replied that it was even worse. Pointing to his head, he added that the third eye was connected to their spirit, to which the protagonist asked what that was like. The man ate food. It was said that the one who loses his spirit loses his mind. People turn into wild animals. The sun appeared, and he added that without even noticing it, instead of developing good qualities for the enlightenment of the soul. The moon appeared. It was said that they focus on receiving temporary pleasure and become followers of their instincts. Better slaves for those who sit on top cannot be imagined. Closing his eyes, the teacher said that this is called fooling people. Looking away, Evan asked why they do such things. Holding a pen in his hands, the man said that for their sake, they are perfect, but there are few of them. They are low grade, but there are many of them. The man added that numbers are a dangerous enemy. Alas, but one cannot defeat the crowd with intelligence. Therefore it is necessary to deprive them of the ability to hold a sword in their hands, and then deprive them of the ability to cast spells. The hand stretched forward. It was heard that, but at the same time, they need their labor force. The guy looked straight ahead in surprise. Max stretched his hand forward. Evan looked at him in amazement. There were broken dishes on the floor. The boy, kneeling, apologized to Evan, begged for mercy. Looking down, the guy asked what his name was, to which he responded. Grinning, the boy said that he did not have one, to which he said that he should say the name, to which he replied that it was Max. Standing in front of him, Evan said that the fact that he broke the cup was their secret, to which the boy replied that it was. The boy's eyes were covered, and they told him that not all people are equal. They covered his ears and added that lower people were created to serve those who are higher. Standing in front of Evan, the boy said that if anyone saw him, to which he said that he should eat, it was smoked duck. The boy ate, listening to how his dad died to save people. Looking straight ahead, the boy said that he was taught to kill people for himself, but at least let him remember. Then he said that if he killed someone, it would not be him, but the Roina. The boy's face was covered, and they were told that they were the center of the world. They were beautiful creatures to tears. Standing in front of the boy, Evan asked if it was true. He helped steal a stetum. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he screamed that he had no choice. If only he could take at least a piece, it would be possible to buy enough medicine to cure his mother's illness. Hugging the guy, Vincent said that so, let him show his determination, because in fact, the guy looked straight ahead in fear, hearing that determination is a real art created by the Roina, to which he said that to banish. Then he added that Evan stood in front of the guy in the flask. Looking at him, the guy thought that he was asking to kill. Raising his hands, the man said what he thought. He remembered the time spent with this slave, then he made the right decision. The guy abruptly broke the flask. It was heard that they knew that he showed sympathy for this child, and therefore, to create an ideal being from him. Standing still, the guy said that no, his name is not Roina. The guy stood in front of the broken flask. The man furiously shouted what he did. Yes, he at least understands how much effort was put in. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes. With his back turned to him, Evan said that in front of Seknium, the god of evil, he and he were just insects, weren't they? The man shouted loudly that they were Rukat's children. Didn't he understand why he had revealed this secret to him? Lightning appeared around the boy, and he asked since when Rukat. Turning around, he added that he had begun to allow such things to be done. Suddenly, the professor shouted that it was enough. The boy turned to him. Mike entered the room with his students. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what it was. Looking to the side, Vincent shouted what the hell he was doing. How dare he come here without his permission? Had he forgotten that this place was under the personal control of His Majesty if the Emperor found out? Pulling out a sheet of paper, the teacher said that they had a decree from the Supreme Council, according to which he would be sentenced to death. The man began to turn his head and said that it was impossible, like them. Looking at the sheets, the professor said that he always felt like he was hiding something from them. He was worried about his carelessness, not typical of people in troubled times like now. A hole in the barrier appeared, and he added that the Secnium troops could really pass by such a weak dome, past an institution with a huge treasury and valuable information. Standing in front of the man, Mike said that he assumed that he made a deal with them, and it was a pity that he was right. Closing his eyes, the professor said that he secretly from His Majesty passed on classified information to the Secnium army in exchange for immunity. Pointing forward, he shouted for them to arrest him, to which the protagonist and the girl responded. Grabbing his head, Vincent shouted that they can't, his experiment is almost complete, just a little more and he would have received a tool for controlling slaves. Suddenly, a sphere appeared in the guy's hand. He threw it sharply forward. The beam flew through the man. Vincent fell to the floor. The professor spoke to the boy furiously. Evan leaned over and said that he was a traitor. The boy was lying on the floor. Evan stood in front of him. He bent down and asked what he remembered. If he killed someone, it wouldn't be him. Looking at the boy, he added that he thought he was dead and blamed himself every day. The boy looked away, hearing that every time he wanted to be a good person, the truth about his death drowned him. The boy reached up. He touched Evan and he said that, and finally he understood how to calm his soul. Suddenly, there was a devastating explosion. Particles flew around the boy and he said that every time his conscience called to him, every time his conscience tormented him. Tears appeared in Evan's eyes and he added that he simply closed his eyes and ears. Bending down, the boy said that this is how he erased Evan inside him. The guy stepped aside. As he left, he said that he no longer thought he could become a good person, but looking at him, Kate heard that he wouldn't let himself be drowned either. The leader of the Wishing Tower was replaced, the 12-rank system was abolished, human trials were stopped, and everything related to this case was classified and erased from the pages of history. After those events, less than a month later, they defeated the Secnium troops and went to Noria. Blood spilled during the battle, and dramatically changing emotions. They completely distorted the concepts of goodness and mercy, who needed to be protected and who they should punish, justice, reality, and war, which they read about in books, and justice, reality, and war, which they learned from their own experience, have nothing in common. Sitting by the tree, the guy wheezed. Evan looked down. Lowering her head, Kate said that he cannot die here, he is the descendant of a great hero. Suddenly the guy put his hand on her face. Removing his hand, she said that she wanted to become a Shea. The guy looked surprised, hearing that even during the endless slaughter, what she was thinking about was not him and not Nero. Looking down, Kate said that her kind, the elves, she thought that she should protect them from the sharp fangs squeezing the throat of their world. The main character and Evan appeared, and she added that they must survive and become stronger to become mentors for new heroes. Achieving harmony is their mission, and at all costs they must fulfill it. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that so first they will save the world and graduate from the academy. Leaving, she added that if he does not change his mind then, they can go on a date, to which he said that he too. Looking straight, Evan said that he too will become a Shea. Looking at him, the girl heard that he would prove to her that he could change, to which she replied that yes, that was what they had to do now. The protagonist held the boy in his arms and shouted no. Looking at him, he shouted that he should not die, should not lose consciousness. Raising his head up, the protagonist shouted for the teacher or Kate to heal him. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes and he said that he was smelly. He did not think that he, from a dirty ragamuffin, would turn into a respected officer. Not bad, to which he replied that he should not say anything. The boy apologized for neglecting him when they were younger, but now he knows that the same blood flows in them. Nero shouted the boy's name. The hero raised his head up and shouted. Their thoughts, which branched out as they grew older, eventually became simple twigs. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist said that if he had come earlier, to which the girl said that it was not his fault. Dried blood has a disgusting smell. Carrying the hero on his back, Evan shouted for a doctor and a military medic, and therefore it is necessary to exterminate every creature feeding on their blood. The girls aimed their bows and end the war. Looking up, the professor said that they had arrived. A view of a huge castle opened up, and he added that Noria, the monster with a shield, rushed forward. Suddenly, someone shouted that a discharge. Shots flew across the monster's shield. The creature looked forward furiously. Suddenly, he destroyed a huge wall. Looking to the side, the monster shouted loudly. The creatures rushed forward sharply. A man ran into the room and shouted that the 17th bastion was destroyed. Sitting on the throne, the girl said that just in time. Raising herself, she added that she would protect. The guy said in surprise that no, she should not. Now, she is the kingdom, and if something goes wrong. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that they are also a kingdom. Suddenly, a man ran into the hall and shouted that reinforcements were already here. The boy said in amazement that Excanum's special forces had arrived. The professor stretched out his hand and shouted a spell. Suddenly, gray smoke appeared, another spell was heard. The protagonist swung his sword. Suddenly, he struck the monster. The sword hit the ground. a devastating explosion occurred. The girl watched from the window in surprise. The knights raised their hands up and exclaimed. All the people shouted joyfully. The elves moved forward. Suddenly, Luther shouted that they should kneel before Her Highness. The people knelt on one knee. Raising her hands up, the girl said that his warriors, so loyal, should stand up and enjoy their victory. The professor rose, hearing that they were at ease. The protagonist looked forward in surprise. The hero leaned on his knee. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Standing in front of the girl, Mike said that he heard that she was unwell, asked why she came out of the castle here. Grinning, she replied that she was Noria herself. How could she greet Noria's savior while sitting on the throne? To which the professor replied that it was so kind of her. Looking at the squad, the girl said that well, let their soldiers rest, everything had already been prepared for them and their people. A huge fortress appeared. It was said that they should accept each of them as her dear guest. Tomorrow they would throw a grand banquet, to which they responded that yes. The girl was lying on the bed. Looking up, she said that this was Noria. Looking out the window, she added that her half-hometown. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. She looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist hugged her. Looking to the side, Lucy said that her body. Nero lowered his head and said that he could not handle it. His body, he was shaking so much. Standing next to him, the girl asked what she was so happy. To which he replied that no, he did not think it could be called happy. Looking at Lucy, the protagonist said that closer to fear, to which she asked what he was afraid of. The protagonist lowered his gaze and said that he did not think that Her Highness was so beautiful, appearance and authority, he could not imagine that she was sick. Tears appeared in Nero's eyes and he said that but if Her Highness sees him, knows him, if Her Highness found out that he is a slave, he thinks Her Highness would recognize him. Grinning, Lucy said that Her Highness recognized him, because Nero is also very beautiful. He is not a slave, not a warrior. Nero is he and his friend and also his mother is Nero. Hugging the hero, she added that so let him calm down. Okay, yes. The children closed their eyes and sang. A song was heard near the wall. Kate spread her arms out to the sides and said that they should stop. They were embarrassing her, to which she was told that everyone was preparing for their arrival with anticipation and joy. Trees appeared. Someone said that she had heard he had the best grades at the academy. Walking straight, the girl said that well, it was all because they taught her, to which Her Majesty replied that she was so proud of her. Looking to the side, Kate asked what and where the beast was, to which she replied that she would be surprised, but it was a little, and there it was. Looking at the beast, the girl turned to it. Suddenly they hugged. Grinning, the girl said that when he grew so big, he looked just like a predator. Let him forgive her. She was so busy with the academy. Looking at Kate, Her Majesty asked what she heard about the girl. Looking away, the girl replied that she had not heard from her since they were in different groups. She was sure she was fine. Why was she asking if her family had not heard from her? To which she was told that they had not. Looking down, Her Majesty said that they had not heard from her for a month. Kate asked in surprise. A huge castle appeared. Grinning, Her Majesty said that even though they did not have the meat they liked, she had prepared the most expensive and delicious food of Noria, so let them enjoy it. Sitting at the table, she was told that everything was very delicious. For the first time she ate vegetables, which seemed tastier than meat, to which she said that she was very happy. The protagonist looked forward nervously. Evan was eating vegetables. Sitting at the table, Her Majesty said that with the exception of Kate and Ian, they were all humans. As expected, there were a lot of truly brave representatives of the human race gathered here. The protagonist smirked and said that it was simply because the human species was more numerous in principle, and they were only a small part. Looking straight ahead, Her Majesty said that she knew that human life was short and imperfect. Looking away, Evan heard that because of this, they had to choose one path, the path that everyone must follow. Looking at the guests, Her Majesty said that it did not matter whether it was right or not, they and all of them had to focus on achieving the goal of their whole life. Closing her eyes, she added that it was very dangerous and unreliable, but this was their strength, their destiny to adapt. Looking away, the guy asked what she thought about the dark side of people. Looking at him, the girl answered that his name was Evan, wasn't it? Yes, that was a good question. They despised the dark side of people, that's why they interfered in their affairs. Looking straight ahead, Kate heard that but as he knew, they lived for 1,000 years. Lucy looked away, hearing that their education also counts tens of thousands of years in history. It would be a shame if this knowledge is not inherited. However, they change quickly, they can choose infinitely. The protagonist grinned, hearing that and therefore chaos seems very simple for the creatures of nature. An hourglass appeared. It was heard that as if a tiger catches a rabbit to revive the forest, or a mountain fire affects the flow of life in the forests, everyone here dies and is reborn again to move forward. The elf closed her eyes, listening to the fact that they are changing to become a better person than yesterday. Rebecca, sitting at the table, said that people are part of nature and they respect their imperfection. Putting her hand to her face, Kate thought that this is true, perhaps it does not sound very good. But they all think so. A question arose, what about half-breeds? The protagonist asked that half-elves can also deserve respect. Rebecca widened her eyes and said that they were half-elves, asking to know their name. Lowering her head, the protagonist said that his name was Nero. He was a half-elf who used to be a slave. The girl said that he was a half-elf. Looking down, she added that they were creatures with human imperfections and elven consistency. Raising her head, Rebecca said that she could not describe how sorry she felt for them. Looking away, the student said that they had no choice since birth. Turning his head, the protagonist listened to how, since birth, they had been faced with the prejudices of other people who did not consider them to be either humans or elves. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise when he heard that they were forced to control two completely different sides of themselves in order to live in society. They were the ones who, despite everything, made their way to the top. Her Majesty said that she wanted to save them from this suffering so much, to which Kate replied that it was true. She had always defended the policy of ending discrimination against half-elves. Looking down, the protagonist said, "Thank you for telling me." Looking straight ahead, Her Majesty said that she saw he had been through a lot. Maybe he knew what family of elves he was from. Suddenly, Kate said that Nero was actually from a nameless one. Looking at her, the protagonist said a very ordinary family. Looking away, he added that the druid family was all he knew. His parents were already dead. The students looked at him in confusion. Looking straight ahead, Rebecca said that this is how it happens. Druids have a better chance of meeting people since they live outside the kingdom, so that's who they were. Maybe she could say he had a hard time. The protagonist said yes, it was hard for him, but even so. Looking away, he added that it made him stronger. Raising his hands, Her Majesty said that it was good. She was really glad he thought of it that way. Grinning, the protagonist thanked her. Leaning on a chair, the girl said that well, it seemed she had taken up too much of their time. She was tired too, so she would probably go. Smirking, Her Majesty said that she would spare them the Queen's boring speeches and let them enjoy the food and the festival. The people sitting at the table thanked Her Highness. Standing in front of the protagonist, Kate asked him why he wasn't going to tell her why. Pointing to the side, she said angrily that she was his mother, his biological mother, who had been looking for him for 20 years. Looking straight at him, Evan said that while half-elves face discrimination in this world, he had a guarantee of a long life as a son. Looking at the hero, he added that he didn't have to work hard to live a measly 100 years in abundance like others did. Had he forgotten that he lived twice as long as ordinary people, and with such an attitude towards him? Kate said angrily that yes, if he stopped suffering from discrimination, he could focus on other, more important things. The change he dreamed of so much, he could focus on them. Waving his hand, the professor said that it was as he thought. Looking down, the hero said that he was Nero. He then added that this was more important to him than being half-brother to Evan, or being part of a family that was being persecuted, or being the descendants of two heroes. Looking up, the protagonist said that Nero, a soldier of the Mu Empire and a swordsman mage, these titles were more important to him now. Frowning, the hero said that he didn't need others. Putting her hand to her face, Kate said how stubborn he was. What a stupid and beautiful imperfection. Looking at her, Nero said that she was sick, he could feel it, and his life was desperate. Sitting on the bed, he added that he didn't want his mother to know about her. Rebecca sat on the throne, and he said that she already had too much to worry about. She already had too much of a burden on her shoulders. The blue sky appeared. Standing in front of the crowd, Her Majesty said that they were leaving so soon. She should have talked to them longer. Lowering her head, the professor said that the war had just begun, the Imperial forces would take their place, and Noria would be protected. Her Majesty closed her eyes and said that thank you, truly, thank them. She wished that all mercy would be on their side. Stretching her hands forward, she added that he did not have much strength left. She could not give them much, but she would give them a blessing, leaders. The protagonist looked surprised. It seemed like the Queen's blessing. Taking the professor's hands, Rebecca said that he was a great mage. He was close to Mana, which meant that he put all the knowledge and wisdom into her. Lightning appeared around Mike. It was said that Lugard would penetrate them deeper. The professor froze, raising his hands. Closing his eyes, he thought that he could not believe that there was so much power. Standing in front of the elves, Rebecca said that her kind and wonderful successors. Taking their hands, she added that God would watch over them. Suddenly, their hair rose up. Kate looked ahead in surprise. A glow appeared in the forest. More and more light appeared. Eggs appeared in a nest. The girl widened her eyes, thinking that this was the power of the air. The protagonist stood in front of Her Majesty. She put her hand on him. Standing in front of him, she said that it must be here. Rebecca said that in a place where there are so many holes, there are still many signs. The protagonist looked down in surprise. Nero opened his eyes wide. Raising her hand up, Her Majesty said that his child. Then she lowered her hand. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Looking at him, she asked that he saw it, didn't he, this power? Looking down, Nero said that this is the power he received after winning. He sees something when he touches an object, the past. Holding her hand on his body, Rebecca said that I understand. Yes, that's right. Looking at him, she added that when the time comes, he will need to penetrate into its depths. Yellow rays appeared around, and she said that and find the treasure that is stored inside. The protagonist pressed his lips. Standing in front of the guy, Rebecca said that now Evan, the protagonist grinned slightly. Clouds were flying in the sky. A crowd of people were walking through the forest. Looking at the hero, Lucy said that she thought he would cry, thought he would release all his pain and heaviness, but he held it inside. The hero looked away and smiled. The girl was slightly embarrassed and said that she was smiling again. Grinning, the director asked why he didn't just tell them, to which she was asked again, and she continued that he should tell them, otherwise it would look like he was hiding from them behind the city wall. Looking at the man, she added that he should pretend that an attempt was made on his life. Folding her arms, the woman said that he would receive compensation. He would pay, to which he asked that didn't she say that he already knew. Approaching him, the director said that in a couple of months, half of their students would be participating in that military operation. Leaving, Gloria said that that was all. The man sat on the throne. Looking ahead, he said that they were acting according to plan. Snow was falling from the sky. The elf pulled the bowstring. Suddenly, arrows flew at the monsters. The creature screamed furiously at her. Suddenly, Ethan protected her. The monster fell to the ground. The guy was breathing heavily, and she said thank you, to which he replied that he shouldn't thank her, they were partners. The monsters surrounded them. It was heard that when the army of Seknium managed to break through the third rampart and break through here, the third rampart should have been under the protection of the most powerful magician in Acre. The guy frowned and said that the opponents probably also had virtuosos of their craft. To start with, they would deal with their problems. If they did not protect them, then neither she nor he would have a future. The monster rushed forward and shouted that they should get out of the way. Looking at him, the students heard how many of them had died because of these worms. It was a shame for their core. The monster's eyes lit up and he added that he would take care of them too. Suddenly he swung his hand. The guy parried his blow. Ethan fell to the ground and wheezed. Turning around, the girl addressed him. The monster rushed forward and shouted that he would tear him to pieces. The creature made a sharp wave of its hand. The elf fell to the ground. Suddenly, she shot at him. The arrows flew straight. Grinning, he said that he hated archers, so he made a sword that no arrow could pierce. Gray smoke appeared, and he added that he would tear off all their skin so that no one would be able to recognize them. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought, the attack should be stronger. The elf fired her bow. She slid backwards along the ground. The monster parried her attack with its shield. Blue rays appeared. Suddenly, the monster fell to the ground. Flames appeared in his mouth and he said what a cutie, he thinks she is the only one who can attack from afar. Opening his mouth, the monster shouted that he really thought so. A lot of flames appeared in front of the elf. The girl opened her eyes wide. The boy covered her with his body. Ethan reflected the flame. The dragon flew up and released fire. Suddenly, the girl fired her bow. The shot flew into the dragon's hand. Having hit the monster, the boy shouted for it to not come closer. Having fallen to the ground, they wheezed. The girl stretched her hand up and shouted. She fell into the water. Snow was falling from above. It got dark outside. The girl opened her eyes. Looking at her, Ethan asked her if she was awake. Covering her, the boy said that it was too cold here and she was very pale, so he thought it was the best he could do. Looking straight at her, she asked where they were, to which he replied that he had no idea. A memory appeared, and he said that they were washed up on the shore when he woke up. Looking away, Ethan said that he was sure they would be found soon, so he shouldn't worry. He gave all sorts of signals for the search parties, to which she asked where he got the blanket. The elf stretched out her leg and heard that when he looked around, he very luckily noticed it on some plants. Well, since she woke up, to which she said that they would sit like this for a little while longer. The elf was shivering and said that she was still cold. If he was going to warm her up, it was worth undressing her. Hugging her, Ethan said that it could have caused some problems. Looking down, the girl said his hand, to which he replied that it was touched by fire, and she asked what hurt. Raising his hand, the guy said that it was a little, but he would cope. Let him wait a little. As soon as he recovers, she will heal him with her magic. It sounds great, because the pain does not go away. Looking at his hand, the elf said that by the way, the bracelet, to which he replied that it saved them. But now it has become unusable. It is a miracle made by Lucy. Looking straight, the elf asked Lucy, the girl who is in love with the guy with yellow hair, to which he replied that yes, in love with Nero, and she asked that he does not give up. Closing his eyes, Ethan said that there is no reason to give up as long as Lucy is happy. Everything is fine. As long as he does not fall out of love with her, he will love her. Sitting by the fire, the elf said that people are really interesting, to which he asked why, and she added that they can't control their feelings. The elf said that they have much more time, so no one cares how long it takes them to make decisions. And people are hasty, they make decisions as quickly as they regret them later. They are really stupid. Closing her eyes, she added that they always make the same mistakes, asked if he wanted to sleep. Yes, and he answered that yes, just a little, to which she said that she too, they will rest a little, lie down. A cave appeared. She asked what was uncomfortable for him, to which he answered that no, everything is fine. They were lying by the fire. The guy and the elf fell asleep. Suddenly the girl woke up. Then she closed her eyes. The blue sky appeared. Looking to the side, Ethan turned to her and wondered where she had gone. Looking down, he added that his hand. Suddenly, the girl threw him a hair. Looking at it, the guy asked what she was hunting, to which she replied that yes, and he added that but do elves eat meat? Amanda smirked and said that there was nothing nearby that elves ate, but she felt like she would die if she didn't eat something, so let him decide for her, to which Ethan asked again. Closing her eyes, she said that her life was now in his hands, he was saving her for the third time, so what, should she eat or not? The guy smirked and said that they would eat together and survive. The bones were lying on the ground. Sitting by the fire, the guy said that it was somehow not enough, probably because they ate together, to which she replied that no, it was because he. Looking down, Amanda said that she ate too much. The guy smiled broadly and asked what she liked. He was right, even licking his lips. The girl looked at him. A bright sky appeared. Walking straight, one of them said where they were going, where all their troops were, why it was so cold here. Looking at Amanda, the guy suggested finding some village, and there, knowing the direction, they would be able to catch up with them. Turning his head, Ethan asked that her legs still hurt, to which she replied that yes, a little, and almost no mana, used the last drop to heal him, to which he replied that thank you for that, and let him forgive. Standing in front of the boulders, Ethan said that he thought if they climbed this rock, they would be able to see where to go next. The guy stuck his sword into the ground. Closing his eyes, he asked for forgiveness in advance. Suddenly, Ethan lifted the girl. Amanda screamed in fear. Suddenly, she landed on top. The guy jumped up to her. She smirked and said that it was amazing, to which he asked what it was, looking like she was in love with him, to which she asked again that he was crazy. Walking straight, Ethan asked if he was serious. What was that? Don't all elves like graceful and slender guys with cute faces? Said that all elf guys look exactly like that. Amanda smirked slightly. Looking straight, she said that every elf has their own taste, to which he asked what? Is she serious? I mean she. Suddenly, the monster growled. Reaching for arrows, the girl asked why these monsters never end. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that his energy never ends either. Suddenly, he began to strike at the monsters. He stuck his sword into the monster. Smiling, Ethan shouted that yes, he will kill everyone here, even 100 like him. A huge crowd appeared in the distance. The monsters ran straight ahead. The boy shouted, eyes wide, that he was serious, he was joking. Drawing his bow forward, Amanda said that people should be careful with words. Words are the seed of disaster. Arrows began to fly at the monsters. Swinging his sword, the boy exclaimed. A blow appeared among the crowd of creatures. The monster jumped on him and wheezed. An arrow flew at him sharply. Pointing the bow forward, the girl said that she saved his neck, 2-1 in his favor. The creature was behind the boy. Suddenly, a shot flew at the monster. Smiling, the elf said, 2-2, a draw. Swinging his sword, the boy shouted, damn, why are they attacking only him? Looking at the monster, he added that he was open from behind. The monsters jumped up and shouted. A shot flew at them. The guy grinned and said that he was right on target, to which she replied that 2 or 3 were in his favor. He owed her. The guy finished off the monsters. Ethan looked away and said that she was funny. Wiping her forehead, the girl sighed. Sitting on the ground, the guy said that he envied elves. They live so long, they are not burdened with a quick choice of craft, and healing magic is cool, to which she replied that on the other hand, too many things bind them, not allowing them to breathe deeply. Looking straight at her, Ethan said that he had a question about why he and Kate hated each other so much. Grinning, Amanda said that in fact, she likes Kate, she respects her very much, to which he asked again, and she clarified why he was so surprised, to which he replied that because he would not say so about her. Kate smirked. It was said that she was always stronger than him, and even as a child she was too timid to be a leader. Amanda looked away. It was heard that then why did he grumble every time he saw her? Because Kate should become a queen. Smirking, the elf asked that but how can she become a good queen if she closes herself off? Said that there should always be someone like her next to her, their strength is almost equal. Looking at her, Ethan asked that so she became a witch for her, to which she answered that something like that, and he exclaimed in surprise. Sitting in front of the guy, the elf said that Kate knows about it, that's why they do not fight seriously, to which he replied that elves are interesting. Frowning, Amanda asked that she really looks like a witch. Smiling widely, Ethan said that no, she does not look like a witch, she looks more like a butcher. She smiled and asked what, does she look like that now? To which he replied no, not now, and she added that then how she looks now. The guy closed his eyes and replied that she looked different now, she didn't seem cute to him because she was distant, but looking straight ahead, the girl said that it sounded like he was trying to say that she was cute. Looking away, Ethan thought about it. Coming closer, Amanda said let him say she was cute, right? The guy put his hand on her face. They hugged tightly. It was completely dark outside. the blue sky appeared. The guys were fighting monsters. The guy looked away in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he asked what Ethan. Holding the guy's hand, Amanda asked why he still liked Lucy so much. Ethan let go of her hand. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Running straight, he shouted that of course not, because now she meant so much more to him. Amanda watched him silently. The guy struck the monster. The protagonist walked next to the professor. Looking to the side, Mike asked why he was walking. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was just that his platoon members seemed tired and he was uncomfortable riding a horse alone, to which he replied that it was understandable. Grinning, the teacher said that it was a good excuse, but he thought he should think about balance, to which the protagonist asked what he meant. Walking near a crowd of people, the professor said that if he walked on his own, the other commanders might be confused, and all the people would start dividing into 3 groups. Raising a finger up, he said that the first, the people who sympathized with him, they would do as he did. Raising 2 fingers up, he continued that the second, the people who didn't care what he did, they would stick to their opinion. Raising his 3rd finger, he said that the 3rd ones are problematic, people who are aggressively against him, to which the protagonist asked why they would be against him. With his hands outstretched, the professor said that leaders must be tougher than others because they hold an important place on the battlefield. Riding a horse is what gives him authority in this position. Closing his eyes, the hero heard that he violated their authority even if he did not mean to which he said that he thought he was right. Why is everything so complicated? To which he was told that yes, it is politics, and it is complicated. Looking at the professor, he asked why he was also getting off his horse. Standing with his back to the hero, Mike asked what he remembered. They were supposed to talk about His Highness, to which he replied that he did, and he added that he should not show emotions and just listen. Closing his eyes, the professor said that he was a rebel spy. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The teacher said that he was sent to follow, to take revenge on the man who betrayed his family. A burning city appeared. The girl shot at the monsters. The guy struck. Looking to the side, the guy shouted how they broke through the magic barrier and got here. The monsters screamed furiously, and he added that there was no end to them. Gloria flew up. Stretching her staff forward, she left. A devastating explosion appeared in the distance. Looking up, the guy shouted about the director. The knight shouted that the commander is here, charge. Suddenly the director hit the monsters. A man appeared next to her and said that some of them got into Lugard's eye. Looking to the side, she asked what, already. Looking at the students, she shouted that all the commanders should listen, let them leave this place to the soldiers. They were heading to Lugard's eye. The stone on the pyramid was shining brightly. People were walking towards it in a crowd. Looking to the side, Amanda asked what and where the enemies were. The director flew closer. Looking up, the guy said that so this is Lugard's eye, where the destroyed part of Seknium's body is sealed. Looking up, the man said that there is no trace of the enemies who got in here. Looking straight ahead, the director said that she is sure she was informed that they are. Hitting the man with a beam, she added that they are already here. Ethan and Amanda looked in surprise. Looking up, the guy asked what she is doing. Suddenly a beam flew at him. The apprentice looked to the side and screamed. Suddenly, he ran into a man. Looking up, he turned to the master. The man stabbed him with a knife, and the boy asked why. Turning around, the man screamed that everyone should run. They had betrayed them. The director and several masters had betrayed the emperor. Holding the weapon in his hands, the boy asked what the. Blood began to pour out of the apprentice's mouth. Ethan looked at him in fear and said, "The hell." Looking at the master, he asked what. The man smirked, and he added, "Why?" The boy furiously screamed, "Damn." Swinging his sword, he added, "Madman." Stretching his hand forward, the man cast a spell. Amanda put her shield in front of her. Looking to the side, she said, "Don't let them catch him, stupid idiot." Tears appeared in the boy's eyes and he said, "The hell." Looking down, the director said that he should forgive her. Everything did not go as planned, only he was left, so. Stretching her hand forward, she shouted that she would take her precious blood. The man abruptly stopped the blow. Turning around, he shouted for them to run. Looking straight ahead, Amanda shouted that he should take better care of the others, to which he replied that no one was left. The master shouted that only the 3 of them were alive. Looking back, he added that he would do everything he could, so it was the 2 of them. Suddenly, the barrier collapsed. Grinning, Gloria said that he should just go and enjoy his third-rate novels. The guy gritted his teeth and said why. Particles appeared around him and he shouted again. Amanda's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that this was the power. Grinning, the director said that the power that can only be used by beings with the blood of higher demons and humans. The boy laughed loudly and said that he was a berserker. Looking at him, the headmistress said that he was a berserker. She didn't expect to see him here, she knew. Suddenly, she pointed her staff forward and shouted that she had received the blessing of Seknium. The boy swung his arms and shouted a spell. Suddenly, he hit the ground with his sword. Looking at him, she shouted that yes, like that. Aiming her bow, Amanda wondered that it was the blessing of Seknium. Frowning, she added that the headmistress served Seknium. The boy swung his sword and shouted. Suddenly, he struck. Smiling, Gloria said that it was amazing, a black knight who couldn't even use a magic attack. The boy's eyes lit up, and she added that she could have that much mana. Purple lightning appeared near the shield. The boy destroyed the barrier with a blow. Drops of blood flew at the headmistress. She slammed her hand down and shouted, "What the hell?" Putting her hand to her face, Gloria said that it had been a long time since she had seen her own blood spilled. Licking her fingers, she added that she should not treat this as a game now, yes. Looking up, Ethan laughed loudly, to which she said that it was true, he was the offspring of a great being. Lightning appeared around the staff. It was said that no matter how big he looked. Releasing a beam forward, she shouted that a puppy is still a puppy. The beams rushed forward, and the director shouted that she would drink this blood with gratitude. Amanda put a shield in front of her. She closed her eyes and shouted loudly. Lightning appeared near the beam, and Gloria shouted that it was true. She completely forgot about the blood of the Dunai family. The beam suddenly began to increase. The girl stretched her hands forward. Closing her eyes, she said please. The beam sharply pierced the shield. Looking down, the principal said that the two of them should become a red sunset. The guy covered the elf with his body. Ethan looked at her. The guy extended his fist forward. Looking away, she said that she thought Lucy really treasured it. It still had a lot of power, although it was almost broken. The beam flew into the shield. A scream was heard that he should run, he would deal with it. The girl smirked, said a minute. Closing her eyes, she added that he should hold out like this for only a minute. The guy extended his hand forward. The barrier began to crumble, and the principal shouted that they were trying to escape. Ethan frowned and shouted that he could not hold her back for long, let her run. The girl closed her eyes and froze. Stretching her hand forward, Gloria shouted that she would not let them get away. The attack flew into the shield. The girl began to chant a spell. Stretching her hands forward, she screamed loudly. A green portal opened near them. Someone said that these gates would close as soon as one person passed. Amanda grinned and said that she should go behind the gate as soon as she counted to 3. The guy angrily shouted that he should not say that. The beam hit the shield. It was said that the headmistress is the Seknium's cur, which means that the people above her are also their dogs. Standing in front of the protagonist, the professor asked that he remembers what he told him many years ago, said that he had already seen eyes like his. Grinning, Mike added that the eyes of a strong personality, defeated by his own darkness. Standing still, he said that they are one of the families chosen to protect Lugard's eyes. The teacher frowned and said that however, about 20 years ago, on the day of the battle against Seknium, the man held the sword. It was said that the man who was a slave in their family and a candidate for Shai returned. An explosion appeared, and he added that he had destroyed Lugard's family and eyes and left. The boy watched him. It was said that he was a little boy and could not do anything. The boy raised his eyebrows. It was heard that the boy had grown up and become a spy for the rebel forces, as well as a professor of magic in Ixcanum, all for the sake of perfect revenge. The hero lowered his head and said that it could not be. Ethan, looking at the girl, heard that too. He was strong. He was so strong that she could never compare with him. Leaning on the ground, she added that his power must be used. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes and he shouted that he should not do this. The beam hit the shield, and she said that he owed her his life. Suddenly the shield collapsed. The girl said that it was hers. The boy slid along the ground. The portal began to close. Looking straight ahead, Ethan shouted the name Amanda. The hero opened his eyes wide and asked who the rebels were. Standing by the tree, the professor replied that once upon a time a hero had been his friend for a long time and had looked after him. The boy walked straight, and he added that he had realized that he was as dangerous as Seknium. Ethan fell to the ground. The horses ran forward. It was said that that was why he had gathered an army secretly. People ran up to the boy and said that it was Ethan, call him immediately. The boy closed his eyes. It was his father. Mike stood by the tree and said his real name, and then added that he was from the Asbaran family. Nero said that he seemed to have heard this name before, and the dark-haired man agreed, because if the boy had entered the Tower of Wishes, he would probably have become Roina. His family leads a secret organization that has been protecting the world since ancient times and helps humanity not to get bogged down in corruption. That is why Mike's family passed down the Eye of Lugard and used it. The dark-haired man closed his eyes and added that his family also trusted human dignity and put a lot of effort into destroying the hierarchical society. Nero sighed and wondered why Mike's family couldn't destroy him, having such power. The dark-haired man leaned his head against the tree and answered that the world could not be changed by the ideology of only one family. If some historical event does not cover with a huge wave, Asbaran can leave a small imprint, but they cannot change everything. The small blonde-haired boy stood upset, clenching his hands into fists. Ern was a half-elf slave. His family loved him and supported him. Mike said that he regretted that they accepted him into the family when he was already 12 years old. The boy had experienced too many terrible things over the years. The man looked menacingly at Ern, and the dark-haired man continued that in the eyes of his family, the boy looked like a child with great potential. But those 12 years that no one knew anything about, that was enough. Enough for a monster to settle in his mind. Nero looked away and said that 6 years were enough for something to grow inside. The family wanted a genius like Ern to protect the family business, so they sent him to Escanum. The boy grew into a formidable guy, just as the family wanted. The blonde became the best among others, and when Ern moved to the upper class, there was no one left who would dare to call him a slave. The boy looked kind and sympathetic, but his eyes were always impenetrable. His amazing charisma subdued both the weak and the strong, and people began to see him as a perfect being. Tall and muscular, Ern in armor put his sword in its sheath behind his back. Soya, the sword that was given to him after people found out that it was Arcane after it, everything became reality. Nero asked to wait with the story and asked if the legendary sword Arcane was the proof that its owner was shy, and how people found out about it. Mike replied that Arcane was not the name of the sword, but an ability and title that would permeate the sword if its wielder was shy. The blonde man's eyes widened in surprise as the dark man told him that if the protagonist was indeed shy, his sword could become Arcane without the boy even knowing. Nero's blue eyes lit up and he sighed in surprise. Ern was sitting on the throne, looking at the floor as Nero was being attacked. Mike asked his interlocutor if he knew when Ern had destroyed Asbaran and Lugard's eye, and then, without waiting for an answer, said that he had done so immediately. The blonde man raised his sword over the elf, and the dark man continued that after Ern had split the Secnium into 3 pieces, Nero's mouth dropped open in surprise and he screamed. Mike closed his eyes and said that the Secnium could not be completely sealed, and he had not thought of that. In other words, Nero's father and the great mage were sacrificed to Ern's plot. He had no need to seal anyone's body, and the sacrifice was pointless. The blonde man lowered his head and shouted, "Why him?" All he could hear was why when Nero shouted down. Mike narrowed his eyes and said that he became a spy to find out the reason. The guy stood in front of the hunched protagonist and said that he was interested in why Ern had sealed Secnium so ineptly and why he had allowed the hero's sons to grow up to stand in his way. Horses and riders patrolled the crowd that was moving forward. Lucy looked questioningly at the dejected Nero, but did not say a word. The blonde man was also silent, lowering his head. The day before, Mike had said that he would no longer return to Escanum because the rebel forces were beginning to act. The dark man chuckled. Nero asked him not to leave in fear and asked how he could cope with everything himself. Mike turned away from his interlocutor and said that the main character was shy, and shy was the one who did everything himself. Nero shouted that he was like a father to him, and the dark-haired man replied that the guy hated himself because of the darkness hidden inside. This is the part that the main character does not want to accept, but the other part is on the other side. The fair-haired man looked at the back of the master, who said that he meant the hero part, and then Mike laughed and asked again about his father, and then said that at his age he could at least be an uncle. Nero turned to Lucy and said that a killer and a slave lived inside him, and everyone claimed that this was his true identity. The blue-haired girl looked at the main character in confusion, and he continued that at the same time there was also a guardian. Nero looked down and said that from now on he would feed only this part of him. A tall building with a green roof was glowing from the sun's rays. Gloria was hovering in front of the entrance and said happily that Group B had finally arrived. The woman turned to everyone standing and greeted them warmly, moving straight to the sad news. The red-haired woman smiled and said that Group A had been destroyed. People began to make noise in surprise, not understanding Gloria. She continued that the Secnium army that had invaded Eruca had been destroyed, and that was very sad. Lucy covered her mouth with her hands, screaming when Nero placed his palms on her shoulders. Thus ended the 5th test. The bright sun was shining on the high wall, on which people later appeared. Ethan asked his father if they really needed such forces to attack Ern, because he was just a man, to which he was told that this was not so. Ern was something close to the likeness of God. 3 female figures were visible on a tall tree, at which a tall man was looking, who was silent. The girls with white eyes repeated something about the emperor and the ruler without morals. The man warned the prophets that he was asking for the last time whether the emperor would change. The blonde said that she could not see the changing future. Unsatisfied with the answer, the gray-haired man reached for the scabbard on his back to take the sword. The next moment, the emperor cuts down a mighty tree with girls in it, leaving fiery traces. The man found this occupation tiring to calculate his future. The bright sun shone on the blue dome of the green building. Bouquets of pink flowers lay near each grave. Louise cried in Harry's arms, standing in front of the graves. The blue-haired girl could not calm down, wondering how this happened. Gloria also stood near the crowd, saying that they were all heroes and that Group protected them with their lives because the nation needed them. Lucy also couldn't hold back her emotions and cried, while Nero, who was standing next to her, stood with unusual seriousness. Finally, one tear appeared in the corner of his eyes as the guy asked himself how this could have happened. Chloe and Luther stood in front of the crowd of people and were silent. Someone asked the girl what was going on and whether Eruca had been invaded by Secnium. The blonde answered that this was the official version at the moment. Sean, with a frightened face, said that Erica was under the protection of several mages. Chloe agreed with the dark-haired man's words and said that the Emperor was now in Valencia and that the Mu Empire would most likely fall if the remaining demonic forces united and went after him. The protagonist asked Charles what about Noria, and he answered that Noria had already lost its defensive powers and it was difficult for them to protect themselves. If Valencia falls, Noria will use ancient magic to cut itself off from the rest of the world. Louise, standing next to the boys, was silent and focused. Luther turned around and cursed because their partner was not there at such a time. Nori closed his eyes and lowered his head, not saying a word. Night fell outside, and the moon rose in the sky. Gloria stood in front of Evan and said that this would be their last lesson, and that she would teach the boy to control chaos. The dark-haired man asked again if the woman was sure that if he reached her level, he could save his father. The red-haired woman repeated that the only thing that could break Seknium was the power of Seknium itself. After the boy extracted the sealed fragment that was inside Kundun, he needed to break it with his power. Gloria continued that then Evan would be able to save his father and, in addition, prevent the 3 fragments from uniting. The woman stuck out her tongue and added that it was impossible to do this with ordinary blood and only the guy was the owner of noble blood and pure chaotic power, so he would definitely be able to do it. Evan stared at the ground and remained silent. Then the dark-haired man opened his mouth and asked to teach him chaos. The brown building was illuminated by bright rays of the sun. Nori was sitting next to Lucy's bed and holding the girl's hand. The protagonist looked at the girl while her eyes were closed. Then he got up from his chair and walked away, heading for the door. Clouds of hot steam hung in the air. The protagonist sat thoughtfully in the jacuzzi, looking at the water. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard nearby. It was Evan, who sat in the hot water opposite Nero. The dark-haired man's hand acquired a purple tint, and red spikes jumped out on it. The fair-haired man screamed in fear, asking what happened to the second one. Evan shouted at the guy not to come closer and stand where he was. Then the guy lowered his head down and then completely dove into the hot water. After that, the dark-haired one, still holding his body in the water, said that he had everything he dreamed of since birth. Nero tensed up, and his interlocutor continued that the fair-haired one lost everything as soon as he was born. Louise walked facing Harry and thanked him for making her feel better thanks to him. The fair-haired one smiled and said that the lady who was going to become the Queen of Noria should not suffer from such things, and the girl agreed with his words. Then the blue-haired one said that she had thought for a long time about the reason why elves take care of people for so long. The guy lowered his gaze and said that people are strong and at the same time very weak, but good. A good person will change as soon as he becomes strong, and a weak person will become good in order to defeat great evil. Louise agreed, saying that their balance was in their own contradictions and that humans who destroyed nature were much closer to it than elves who loved it. They grew trees called humans and forbade them from destroying each other. Harry narrowed his eyes at his interlocutor while she said that Arion's sacrifice would not be in vain and they would continue to love the imperfections of humans. Evan looked at the silent Nero and said that he would not understand how much a person could fall if he saw that he could no longer own everything. The dark-haired man lowered his head in annoyance and said that there were a few things that he was obliged to have. Looking up, the guy continued that in order to earn these things, he must lose everything, but then the fair-haired man would have everything. That was their fate. Nero frowned and replied that their dice simply rolled differently when they started, but in this world nothing was certain in advance, and fate and justice were not something one was born with. A hero who was born with justice to destroy evil, as if it was already determined, is just a weak image. Evan was silent as the protagonist continued to say that justice was something that was created to be completed. Nero said that he realized that this was what he needed to rely on, because they were still incomplete beings. The two boys looked at each other while sitting in the hot water, and the blonde finished his speech by saying that he wanted to become complete with Evan. Gloria sat alone at the table, on which a pink orb was proudly displayed. The woman said that for some reason, only one person died in Evan's group and she really wanted to see Nero die, so she sent an opponent to him, but he killed him. The orb said that the more the red-haired girl tried to kill the guy, the stronger he became. Gloria asked what she should do now. The pink orb answered that she should make sure that only 2 people remain, Nero and Evan. The Emperor, who was sitting on the other side, added that difficulties only make guys stronger and that they should kill everyone except those 2. The red-haired girl smiled madly and replied that she understood, after which the ball stopped glowing. The fair-haired man stood in the hallway and knocked on the door, calling Lucy to have lunch together because the girl had not even had breakfast, and he began to worry. The dark-haired girl shyly opened the door and greeted the blonde. The girl said that she did not look very well since she cried until the night. The main character grinned and said that she was very beautiful even with swollen eyes, and Lucy threw herself into the arms of the guy. Tears began to roll down her face when she said that she hated the pain of losing people dear to her and also asked not to leave her. Nero asked her not to worry about it and, putting his hand on the girl's cheek, said that he would always be with her, whoever she was. They kissed, standing right in the hallway. Their moment was interrupted by an unexpected sound, and the boys turned their heads to the side. Nero and Lucy rushed to Gloria, who was pointing her staff at the lying guy. The red-haired girl screamed that she no longer needed to hide, and the fair-haired one was horrified by one look at the woman. Her crazy eyes and the lightning blazing around her spoke for themselves. Gloria smirked and said that she would kill everyone, one by one. There was only fear on the boys' faces when they looked at the woman's figure. She was a vampire, not a human. Mike said that if Ern was a hawk waiting in the sky to kill, then Gloria was a mad dog. Her generation was the next after the release of the heroes of that battle of the evil god. The woman was a quiet and modest girl, but with age she began to arouse suspicion. If she was fascinated by something, no moral restraints could stop her, and the greatest curiosity in her was only death. As if mad, Gloria examined every inch of corpses, and later, rumors about her began to circulate in her homeland, Aruka. Two girls stood in front of a large body. It was winter when they found the remains of a dead dragon. Gloria took out her knife and said that if the dragon is a creature of mana, its body temperature is preserved for a long time, and climbed into the dead body, and her friend was shocked and ran away. However, the next day she came with the teachers to find Gloria. All bloody with a disgusting stench, the girl climbed out of the dead carcass and kept repeating that, as she thought she was right. Nero covered his mouth with his hand, saying that it was simply disgusting. Mike continued that after graduation, the girl wanted to join the dark forces, and they accepted her with hospitality. Of course, the girl was not stupid. Her mana reserve was as large as the others, but she had no desire to possess power. The only thing she really wanted to get was the Eye of Lugard. The red-haired girl looked at the glowing artifact with admiration, because at least a dozen times she asked to be put in the place of the Eye's protector and refused high positions in favor of this desire, and finally everything happened. As soon as Gloria received the position, her gaze did not leave the sparkling surface of the crystal for a minute. 2 years later, her madness only increased. The girl killed all the defenders of the crystal, with whom she stood side by side all this time. She killed and drank their blood, thinking that her plan had finally succeeded. Sunlight did not penetrate the cell through the bars. The Empire should have known about this, about the fact that Gloria was more a person and a monster of Sicnium. When she was taken into custody, Ern managed to talk to her somehow, but after that Gloria became a model prisoner. The girl stopped hurting people, and a couple of years later she was released under a special amnesty. The red-haired woman stood in front of the restored Excanum. Her new position is now the director. Mike closed his eyes and admitted that the woman is one of the reasons why he became a teacher at Excanum. Nero began to guess and said that Gloria, possessed by the power of Sicnium, was protected by Ern and given her power, to which the dark-haired man agreed. The teacher asked to remember one thing: if Gloria begins to show even a drop of aggression, the fair-haired man will have to cut off her head without hesitation. She is so dangerous and unstoppable. The woman smiled sarcastically and did not stop laughing. The protagonist put out his hand and shouted for Lucy to step aside, since Gloria is their enemy. The redhead's pupils narrowed when she said that the boy dared to call her an enemy after she had accepted him, trained him, and raised him, and that he had screwed up. Louise and Harry were behind the headmistress, looking at the woman in confusion. The next moment, the boy shouted to move away, and a red beam darted towards the place where they were standing. It hit the blue-haired girl's body and she wheezed in surprise. Harry screamed when he saw the girl's clouded eyes and her open mouth. She fell lifelessly to the floor, engulfed in red lightning. Gloria turned back and marveled at her luck, saying that she wanted to get rid of one of the opponents and accidentally hit the strongest one. Evan ran towards the sounds, shouting what was happening. His eyes caught the hunched Harry sitting next to Louise's dead body. Gloria's wings appeared behind her and she said that she was eager to see if she really had the power to kill the shy candidates with the power that Sicnium himself gave her. Evan glowed red as he looked at Louise's dead body. The next moment, the boy shouted Gloria's name and the space was enveloped in purple light. The red-haired girl looked at the dark-haired boy and said that he had the courage to attack her after she taught him everything. Evan shouts that she killed all her students and sends a ball of energy at her, to which Gloria smirks and dodges the blow. A sparkling arrow flies at Nero and Lucy. The boy pushes the dark-haired girl away, shouting for her to run, and holds out his sword in front of him, which is immediately enveloped in a purple glow. The blonde holds the sword with both hands, putting all his strength into holding the blow. Nero's eyes widened in fear as a huge smiling face with glowing eyes appeared in front of him. The blonde man brought the ball to himself, looking at it in surprise. Mike's words popped into the guy's head, saying that she is Sword, Arcdane, absorbs mana and absorbs this energy, so Nero should avoid absorbing Sicnium's mana. The dark-haired man asked him to remember that Ern's evil side had broken out just when he had cut Sicnium. Nero held the sword out in front of him, realizing that he had seen Sicnium a minute ago, and he should avoid absorbing his mana. The fair-haired man swung his sword with a scream, which emitted a yellow flame, and the blow hit Gloria right in the face. In defense, the red-haired woman conjured a pink barrier in front of herself. Evan began to attack from behind, his face full of anger. Swinging his fist, the guy hit Gloria with all his might, causing her to fly away. Nero jumped into the air in front of the woman, raising his sword upward. The next moment, the guy hits Gloria with his weapon and she flies down, breaking through the wall. The blonde turns to Evan and says that they need to get Gloria away from the students. The redhead sits on the ground, spreading her devil wings. Nero jumps out of the hole across from him, screaming, swinging his sword again. The boy points his sword at the redhead, but Gloria puts up a barrier in front of her. 3 claws pierce the woman's back, piercing her through. The redhead's face was full of surprise, and she let out a quiet sigh. Evan swung his claws, and Gloria flew into the sky, directing her magic in 2 different directions. Red lightning engulfs the dark-haired man, and the boy puts out his hands in an attempt to hold the blow. Red lightning flies at Nero, but bounces off the barrier that someone else created. Lucy appears in the hole in the wall, shouting that she will help the blonde. Evan, lying on the ground, tried to catch his breath after a small fight. Gloria, her eyes glowing, angrily screams that this is just ridiculous, and a glowing ball forms in her hand, to which Nero screams Lucy's name in fear. A red stream of lightning collides with a green arrow, blocking someone else's blow. Harry appears in the window to the side of Lucy, holding a bow in his hand. Pulling the bowstring with 3 green arrows, Harry shouted that only the School of Nature can stand against the School of Chaos. The arrows flew not far from Gloria, who was looking straight at the elf. Evan attacked the red-haired girl from behind, and she rolled her eyes in surprise. Nero jumped in front of her, swinging his sword. With a loud cry, the guy delivers his blow, cutting off Gloria's arm. The blonde lands on his feet, while the red-haired girl falls to the ground face down. Holding the shoulder of her severed arm, Gloria laughs. Then the woman changes her appearance to a demonic one, saying that they were raised well. Evan swings his sword and shouts at the headmistress that he will let her become even uglier. She only laughs, and her face resembles the one that appeared right before Nero's eyes. In an instant, Gloria stabs the dark-haired man with her hand, and he freezes. Evan begins to cough, and blood begins to spurt from his mouth. Nero screams his name and runs away when the red-haired woman throws blue beams at him. A red ball formed around her palm, and she did not take her eyes off the dark-haired man. The next moment, the same red ball flew at the blonde, increasing in size. Nero's sword is grabbed by tongues of flame, but everything is so simple. The guy closes his eyes and that very face appears in front of him. The naked blonde reaches out to him when this thing calls him son. The glowing face suddenly grinned and asked if he thought that people were Lugard's sons. A predatory grin appeared on the face when he asked if Nero really believed that humans were descendants of light, when they were literally the most aggressive and cruel creatures in this world. The creature leaned closer and said that they all burst out of its womb as demons. The blonde, surrounded by a red glow, screamed loudly. The guy fell to the ground, and Gloria turned her attention to him. The woman smiled, saying that trash like Shia was nothing and that it was crazy if Kaif died because of all this. The headmistress bared her sharp fangs and said that she would like to move on, but she needed to complete the mission right here. A glowing ball appeared in her hand, which she threw to the side. Forming a glow in her palms, Gloria said that she would kill everyone here except Nero and Evan, and first she should get rid of Lucy with Lugard's vile power. The red-haired girl took aim at the hole where the dark-haired girl was looking out from. Harry immediately screamed and ordered the girl to run from there. Lucy stood still and looked at the headmistress. Suddenly, Gloria's hand was cut off by a guy with glowing eyes. The demoness fell to the ground with a scream without her hand. Lucy screamed in surprise for Ethan, who bowed his head down. The red-haired girl opened part of her face and said that the lost rat had returned, and then screamed that she would make sure that not a piece of him was left. Ethan flew into the air with a scream, waving his sword, which emitted a red glow. Gloria flew into the air in front of the dark-haired guy and began to laugh. Then she swung her tentacles, screaming that she would kill Ethan without approaching him, and the guy shouted at Lucy to take Nero away right now. The elf understood the order and jumped down to the unconscious body of the blonde, who did nothing but sigh. The main character, naked, hovered in absolute darkness, where the only light was his bodily glow. The blonde was surprised, wondering if this was Sicknium, but there was nothing around him, no sound, no smell, nothing perceptible to the senses. Nero grabbed his head, screaming that this was not death, but an endless emptiness. Suddenly, a bright star appeared opposite the blonde, and he began to plunge into it with his whole body. After the star, a bright flower appeared, which had recently blossomed. The plant said that it had already met Lucy here once, but for the blonde, this was the first time. The guy looked down with surprised eyes when the flower called him son. Frowning, the blonde asked again if this was Lord Lugard, to which the flower confirmed someone else's guess. Nero leaned closer to the plant and asked how it happened that the man was inside the Cycnium. Was it a hallucination or another contradiction? The plant confirmed that it was a contradiction and said that the truth exists where the spear and shield meet, and then added that the blonde always blamed fate. Nero stood silently in front of the flower when it began to quote the guy's words. In the end, the plant said that if the protagonist is unable to understand true darkness, Nero opened his eyes, then he will never be able to understand true light. The guy lying on the ground froze, while Lucy sat next to him. Abruptly assuming a sitting position, the blonde began to cough, and the girl asked if everything was okay. Nero's gaze stopped on the fight between Gloria and Ethan, who repeatedly tried to strike the woman many times. The blonde was surprised that the guy was alive, and Lucy even confirmed this information. The boy said he was very happy, and then asked where Evan was. He was standing on his feet, holding his clawed hand over his heart. The huge hole in his body was almost healed, and Lucy said that the dark-haired man had recovered. Nero took out his sword and rushed to attack with Evan, shouting something. There was nothing on their faces except seriousness and anger. Now the fair-haired man began to understand who they would have to face after defeating themselves. Gloria wrapped her tentacles around Ethan's broadsword and reached out with her other hand to him. At that moment, a green arrow pierced her, throwing the headmistress aside. Harry said that she told Gloria not to look down on elves, to which she only laughed and fired a beam at the boys. Nero, with clenched jaws, raised his sword, parrying the attack. The headmistress didn't have time to say a word when a beam of light flew back at her, throwing her far back. The woman thought that the power of the blonde Cycnium was superior to her. Evan immediately pounced on her, hitting the red-haired girl in the face with his clawed paw and slamming her into the ground. She reached her paw to the dark-haired man's face and released her power, throwing the guy back. Her demonic appearance was gradually lost, and her human part was visible. Nero pointed his flaming sword at the headmistress, and Evan and Ethan took fighting stances, intending to attack. Gloria smiled, saying that she was scared. Then she looked up and asked if it was fear of her approaching death, because the woman thought that she would be free if she worshipped Cycnium. The man bitterly tells the girl that her parents are no longer there, and she screams, rushing forward. The red-haired girl fell to the ground in front of one grave. Her gaze was directed only downwards, into the ground. However, after that, two dark figures appeared in front of her, and after that, Gloria lost consciousness. The girl woke up from the bright sun and from the maggots crawling on her. This terrified her, that she even screamed in fear. Ethan rushed at the headmistress with a scream, and she said that she thought that she would be free from the fear of death. The dark-haired man did not stop and continued to strike many times, and then Nero rushed to him. The guy grabbed Ethan, asking him to stop since it was over. Then the dark-haired man puts his hand on the protagonist's face, which surprised him. The brunette with tears in his eyes tells the guy that his pain is not over yet. Ethan squeezes Nero's face harder, to which he begins to ask why the dark-haired man is doing this. Lucy ran, asking the brunette to stop, convincing Ethan that the blonde was beside himself when he learned of the dark-haired man's death. Tears continued to flow from Ethan's eyes, and his gaze did not leave the blonde. The guy let out a quiet roar and let go of Nero, waving his hand. A foot in metal armor suddenly stepped on the ground. The gray-haired man, standing in front of the palace, said to himself that he knew this could happen. The man told Gloria that she should put her arrogance aside, and if she really wanted to disobey him, she would have to disobey a god. Huge monsters and a demon skeleton appeared behind the emperor. In the palace, people whispered among themselves, not believing that Almu was a spy. Ethan stood at the front of the crowd, saying that the main problem was that the emperor opened the gates for the Cycnium army to attack Aruka. Sean screamed in fear how they were able to get through Aruka's magical barrier and get to them. Ethan, with malice in his eyes, continued to say that Ern forced Gloria to kill her friends and teachers. Nero, who was standing next to him, supported Ethan, saying that the man destroyed Lugard's eye and clumsily sealed Cycnium. The dark-haired man agreed with the blonde man's words, adding that the emperor was not on Lugard's side at all, as history says, but rather he was fighting on the enemy's side. The emperor was riding on a creature, flying in the air. The sunlight was falling on the windows of the palace. Evan, walking on the palace tiles, turned to one of the palace soldiers, asking what was wrong with Louise. Lucy and Harry were sitting in front of the wounded girl, healing her with a green glow. The blonde said that the poison continues to spread through her body. Evan leaned towards Louise, saying that this is the power of chaos and the powers of healing, order and harmony have no power. The naked dark-haired man was hanging in the air, and in front of him was a large black butterfly. The insect flew to Evan, asking, why is he trying to follow the apparatus that people and elves created to control themselves? Evan asked in confusion, is it possible that love, friendship, and hope were created by people for control? The butterfly opened its glowing red eyes and answered the guy that he cannot understand that people can escape from their great fear when they have such an undefined apparatus. The insect's head suddenly turned into Evan's head with constricted pupils and said that people could move away from uncertainty, from a future in which they might destroy each other, from the fear of the thought that their father was not Lugard. Purple wounds appeared on Evan's face and neck, and the insect said that the guy's true essence did not accept this choice. A light butterfly appeared near the dark-haired man, addressing him and saying that his true essence did not accept this choice. The guy, in confusion, asked the insect about the right choice. Two butterflies of opposite colors circled around the naked brunette, saying that Evan should have known this from the beginning. Louise's bed burst into flames with magic, throwing the dark-haired man away. The guy landed on the floor, and a worried Lucy ran up to him, asking if he was okay. Evan was breathing heavily, but he replied that everything was fine and that it was too late anyway. The brunette raised his head and worriedly asked about Louise. Looking at the girl, Lucy replied that all the wounds had healed. The guys turned around at the unexpected noise from outside. A huge lizard hung over the palace, growling loudly. The monster swung and struck one of the walls of the palace. Nero and Ethan ran outside, wondering how the Secnium army managed to get to them. Pulling the bowstring, Chloe said with fear that the palace could not be detected due to the spell cast. Nero tensed up, steam coming out of his mouth when he realized that this was all the Emperor's plan. The guy swung his sword, cutting the monster. The blonde thought that if Ern was going for this from the very beginning, then why didn't he kill Nero and his friends when they were children? The blonde aggressively cut another monster, splashing blood. A huge red creature flew at Nero, but before he could raise his sword in front of him, many arrows flew at the monster, knocking it down. The guy looked warily at Ethan when he called out to his father. Marcel held his huge sword on his shoulder and apologized for being late. Luther was surprised by Marcel's appearance, as was Chloe. The man shouted with anger on his face that it was all Ern and that he was already here. The man stood in the passage opposite Evan, telling him that it was time to meet Kundun. The dark-haired man looked back at the girl lying behind him, holding his sword in front of him. The guy frowned angrily and told Ern that he no longer knew him and would not go anywhere with him. The Emperor looked at the brunette with madness in his eyes. Nero and Ethan quickly ran along the palace tiles. The fair-haired man shouted that the guys were in danger, so they needed to run faster. The blonde slows down as Evan and the Emperor stand in front of them. Nero calls out to Evan, confused, and the boy orders them to lower their weapons as he is following his majesty. The dark-haired man casts a displeased glance at Ern, and their conversation pops into his head. The man says that the brunette's vision seems to have been clouded since he killed Gloria, and then asks who will be faster, Evan, who will try to stop the Emperor with the imperfect power of Secnium, or Ern, who will kill everyone in the room. The dark-haired man's frown does not leave his face. Marcel, who appears behind the boys, demands that the Emperor release the children. The gray-haired man smiles, calling the red-haired man an old rival. Ern says that he did not even notice such a large army of rebels and asks the man when he managed to gather them all. Marcel frowned and replied that he felt that the only way to defeat someone who used strength to rise above was to use strength. Ern suddenly pulled out his sword and brought it down. The man then said that this strength could topple the red-haired man. Marcel rushed at his opponent, shouting that his words sounded very cocky. The blades of their swords clashed together and the space glowed with a red glow. A kind of cylinder formed around them, as if separating the opponents from the outside world. Nero and Evan widened their eyes in surprise, watching what was happening. Ethan frowned, shouting that Ern so easily deflected his father's sword. The Emperor smiled predatorily, telling Marcel that he remembered the old days, to which Marcel hissed that the only one who could deflect his sword was always Ern. A crowd of people watched the fight between the two guys, who did not stop attacking each other. The two started the fight in the afternoon and still did not finish. Marcel said that he never considered a man inferior to him and never saw him as a slave, but only as a powerful warrior. Nero froze in place, his eyes wide in shock. Ern replied that he was grateful for this, and the red-haired man asked with a cry where he had strayed from their common path. The Emperor smiled and said that he blamed him for the fact that the blonde man was more interested in Kundun and Atramus than Marcel, while he cared for him like a brother. The red-haired man hissed, asking what he meant, and then Ern continued, saying that if he could not overcome the agony that little people feel because of relationships, he would have gone so far. Marcel replied that this was indeed true. The red-haired man was breathing heavily and his sword was at the boy sitting on the ground. Ern began to support him, saying that he was not inferior to him in strength after all. Marcel stretches his hand out to the fair-haired man and welcomes him to the world of brute force. The man was a good friend, but an incredibly stupid one because strength was the only thing the red-haired man had. After all, he couldn't even master Anacrash perfectly, but then Eth and Kundun came into Ern's life. They sat in their chairs, inviting the fair-haired man inside. If he lagged even a little, the guys shared their genius with him, and even under the illusion called friendship. Ern said that Eth and Kundun did not notice how he gained Marcel's strength and mastered the mana of the two most powerful wizards in the world. The fair-haired man asked him to leave jealousy in the past, since the red-haired man was just a stepping stone on the path to greatness. Marcel grinned maliciously, asking his opponent if he thought the man would let him go simply because he did not have enough mana. Ern smirked at his guess about Berserker. The red-haired man flew at him with a scream, raising his sword up. The Emperor released some energy from his weapon, directing this beam at Marcel, who flew back into the wall with a cough. Ern stood in front of him and said that all his efforts now were nothing more than a cheap trick. Blood spurted from the red-haired man's mouth. Enraged, the man shouted that he, and Kundan all considered him a brother. Marcel rushed at Ern, attacking him relentlessly. The fair-haired man frowned, looking at his screaming opponent. What irony. The Emperor said that Marcel, who had always remained the fairest and most honest, uses the power of chaos, and the same one, a universal traitor, uses the power of light. The red-haired man shouted that he received this power not from great desire and that it was nothing more than an ancient curse lying on his family. Ern agreed and said that he meant it, unwanted darkness and the desired power of light. And, in the end, they would both be defeated. The Emperor asked the second one if he was tired of living according to the script all his life. Marcel answered that no, because the choice is always his, and then with a shout he ordered to let the children go and return everything as it was. The red-haired man swung his sword at his opponent, saying that he could not become a god. However, at that moment, the swords fell to the floor with a clang. Ern was holding a wide weapon in one hand. Marcel, Nero, and Ethan opened their eyes in surprise. The red-haired man swung this sword when he turned into a berserker, but the Emperor grabbed it with one hand. The man cursed at the blonde man, asking why he wanted to become a monster. The next moment, Ern breaks half of the sword and crumbles it in his palm, asking the red-haired man if his situation made him like this. Then a huge sharp boulder pierces Marcel's body, who soared upward with the stone. The blonde man said that his old friend thought that he got into a stupid power game like other corrupt rulers and spouted nonsense that Ern was trying to become a god. The Emperor said that the red-haired man was just a swordsman and called him names. Marcel coughed up blood, saying that Kundan would understand. Ern yelled at him not to free him, then walked into the glowing portal in front of him, saying that it was time to end the greetings. Entering the portal, the man ordered Evan to follow him, and he followed silently. Nero shouted the boy's name, asking him not to leave. The dark-haired man turned his head, saying that it was too late and that their paths would diverge here, and then entered the portal. The oval glow swirled and soon disappeared, leaving the boys confused. The lump that pierced Marcel disappeared, and he fell to the floor. Ethan ran to his father with a scream. The bright sun illuminated the green building. Louise, lying in bed, suddenly opened her blue eyes. Lucy, sitting next to her, asked what happened to her, and the girl replied that she did not remember anything except that the headmistress attacked her. The dark-haired girl carefully said that it was true and she almost died from the poison of chaos, and Louise asked how she remained alive if there was no antidote for such poison. Lucy answered that Evan transferred the poison from her body to his. The blue-haired girl panicked, wondering what was wrong with the guy now and where he was. The dark-haired girl answered that first the girl needed to get herself in order, since there would be an important meeting now because an uprising was being prepared. Several people crowded around Marcel's bed. Chloe, with concern in her eyes, said that the man, fortunately, was alive, but with such serious wounds, he would not get back on his feet soon. The red-haired man opened his eyes and told his son that they had no time left, to which Ethan said that he could not tell. Marcel said that only these guys were important now because they were the future. The red-haired man asked to hurry and stop Ern because only they could resist him and save Evan from death. Let them head to Laurentia. Ethan said with concern on his face that he couldn't lead everyone to this war. The man replied that he wouldn't because he was supposed to be Nero's right hand. The blonde man froze in surprise, looking at Marcel. He said that they had said a lot about the boy, about his strength and his bright soul, that he had faced the same darkness as Ern, but had not succumbed to it. Nero said that it was all because of his friends who cared for him and supported him. The blonde man continued that if he were alone, he would become like Ern, and then added that he still stood against the darkness. Marcel disagreed, saying that he was never alone because they were always there for each other. Nero listened as the man told him that he was strong, therefore he deserved it. The red-haired man asked to lead their army, and Ethan agreed, turning to the boy. Then he knelt down in front of the blonde guy, saying that the ability to lead people, strength, and justice are Nero's qualities, so he is the best choice. The protagonist panicked and stuttered that he is still just a child. Sean intervened, saying that he was just a child when he joined Nero's team and now he is no longer a slave who can only pray and follow his master's orders. The dark-haired guy also knelt down, saying that his example proves that the blonde guy is an excellent leader. The others followed the guys, kneeling down and surrounding the standing guy. Louise appeared behind the blonde guy, calling out to the protagonist. The girl fell to the floor and with tears in her eyes asked for peace to be restored to them. Marcel told the blonde guy to make a choice, will he live as a slave or become a revolutionary? The little boy brought his hand to his mouth in surprise, looking forward. The man took him a book from the bookshelf. After a short silence, Nero said that he would lead the group, and Marcel said that from now on, the blonde one was the leader of the rebel forces and the king of the rebels. Evan, covered in blood, let out a sigh and hung his head down. Blood was dripping onto the floor, which had a small hole with several channels. Ern told him that the son of chaos had finally woken up. A dark silhouette was visible in the crystal, and the dark one was staring at him in fear. Tears began to roll down his face, and the boy shouted the word father. Nero rode his horse through the area, and his group of rebels were moving behind him. The blonde one shouted that they were out of time, as Ern was trying to free the Dark Lord, and they should get to Laurentia as soon as possible to stop him. Ethan shouted, something appeared in front of them, a huge black creature with horns. Louise shouted in shock that it was the black dragon and that it had to be stopped immediately, as the creature could destroy the entire city on its own. Nero screamed and rushed towards the monster, thinking that it was just one of the obstacles that Ern had prepared for them to slow them down. The creature asked if the blonde had really called this Calibus an obstacle. Saying that it was presumptuous and stupid, the monster released a blue glow from its mouth. Nero stood in his place, having just pulled out his sword, and the alien energy did not absorb him, but on the contrary, wrapped around him. Lucy shouted the name of the blonde man, who was standing in a cloud of magical glow. The black dragon first asked about Arcdane, and then, surprised, said that it was not Ern. The guy flew into the air, leaving behind a blue glowing trail, and hit the creature in the head. From the part where the blow fell, nothing remained except bones, and the dragon fell on its back. Nero smiled and said that they didn't have time for him. Everyone else was silent, looking at the lifeless body. Evan sat chained to a chair, terrified, covered in blood. Tears were streaming down his eyes, and he kept repeating one word, father. Channels of blood were coming from the boy, which fed the red crystal in front of him. The Emperor frowned, telling Evan that he would soon meet a relative. Two soldiers were leading an elderly man by a rope, who was shouting at them, and the dark-haired man's mouth fell open because he recognized him as his grandfather. Ern picked up his sword and said that he always wondered why they couldn't awaken, seal, or resurrect the gods without using blood. The Emperor placed the tip of the sword on the old man's stomach and pressed harder, causing the man to wheeze and fall to the ground. Ern continued, saying that he had become obsessed with the idea of understanding the essence of blood, just as Gloria was obsessed with the idea of understanding the essence of death. A pool of blood began to form under Evan's grandfather. It gradually dripped into the channel, mixing with the water, gradually filling the entire pentagram. Ern said that even if someone managed to get close enough to understanding the essence, it was always someone special. The crystal began to glow bright red and crack in some places. The Emperor came even closer to the crystal, saying that every story begins with blood and ends with it. Ern closed his eyes and put his hands in front of him, almost touching the crystal, saying that it was blood that was the path that connected heaven and earth, the path between the two gods. It was blood that was their true food. The Emperor concentrated and broke the crystal into many pieces, and a figure appeared inside it. Evan watched what was happening with complete horror on his face. A man with a prominent white strand of hair appeared from the crystal. The dark-haired man did not take his eyes off the silhouette. The man stepped out of the shadows and said that he felt hungry. Meanwhile, the warriors stood on the wall along the edge. One of them asked what was going on, to which the other replied that Seknium's army was defending Laurentia's castle. Below the wall stood an army of monsters, clearly ready for battle. The warrior said that His Highness gave the order to attack only those who tried to attack the castle, and the monsters below were not their enemies. Ern dropped to one knee in front of Lord Seknium, greeting him and begged the Lord to trust his faithful servant. Seknium looked at the man with madness in his eyes, replying that he had done well to carry out the plan. Evan remained silent, looking forward, but his eyes were full of shock. The Lord stepped forward and his broken arm fell to the floor, to which Seknium said that he was sealed by a young and inexperienced wizard, and his corpse body could not withstand it any longer. Evan, in shock, called out to his father. The Emperor, looking at the boy, told the Lord that as they had assumed, the boy would be the new vessel. However, the Lord doubted that Evan's body would withstand it. Ern replied that the previous mistake would not be repeated, because the brunette grew up next to the creation of chaos for a very long time, and therefore he was not able to stop the Lord. Seknium asked about Mana, and Ern replied that he was the son of Kundan, satisfying the man with his answer. He said that he would fulfill any wish of the Emperor and asked what he wanted, to which he was told that they wanted immortality. Seknium said that it was trivial, but then agreed and stood in front of Evan. The dark-haired man called the man his father with tears in his eyes, and he replied that it did not matter because he was his creator. The guy began to stutter because he was sure that he could save his father with the power of chaos and his blood, thereby sealing the Dark Lord. The man touched Evan's chin and told him not to be sad, because he would give him eternal sleep and pleasure as soon as he gave him his body. Seknium began to interrogate the guy, because any wish will come true in a heavenly dream and no one will take it away. Evan clenched his jaw and raised his head, saying that whatever he wanted in this world, he will achieve with his own hands. The man praised the guy, saying that his father raised him well, and then added that he was weak and spineless, so Evan should shut up and accept eternal sleep as a blessing from his resurrected father. Having made a somewhat better attempt at his son's head, Seknium immobilized him, saying that he would gladly accept a new body. The next moment, the man's hand uncontrollably touched his neck, strangling the Lord. Ern looked angrily at the bloody boy, who did not take his eyes off his father. He began to shout for Evan to remember that in the same way that people can reach the darkness, they can also find the light, so a person must become a better version of himself every day. The boy looked at his father in confusion, whom Ern pushed, telling Kundan to shut up. The warriors stood on top of the wall and surveyed the area. A huge army appeared on the slopes, and a soldier shouted that the enemy was advancing. Nero ran ahead of everyone, leading the rebels. The boy threw himself into the air, raising his sword up above the monsters. The next moment, the area was filled with a yellow glow. Ern stood in front of Evan, coughing into his hand. The man said that Kundan was not such a weak wizard, and then he was surprised. Red lightning flashed around Evan, and he raised his head, a grin on his face. Seknium said that this body was beautiful. Ern hoped that the owner would like his new body, and he stood up from his chair. Looking at his hand, the dark-haired man exclaimed that he only needed strength and youth, and now he can release much more power than he thought before. Grinning, the man said that Evan's mental health should also be taken care of. The guy stood in a field, and the wind enveloped him. The dark-haired man silently looked into the distance, asking himself how he got here. A female figure appeared in front of him, walking towards Evan. It was Louise, who stopped nearby. The girl smiled silently, and the dark-haired man began to bombard her with questions. Saying that he couldn't remember anything, Evan put his hand on his forehead, but Louise told him to forget about it and pulled the brunette closer to her. The rebels, led by Nero, were trying to kill the monsters that were attacking the wall. The blonde skillfully cut through the strange creatures, killing one after another. Arrows flew at him, but someone else's barrier saved the guy. Lucy said that she would protect the blonde, so let him focus on the battle, and Nero thanked the girl with a smile on his face. The guy put his sword to himself, standing in front of an army of monsters that were ready to tear him to pieces. The blonde had been fighting for several hours, but he couldn't get to the castle gates, and it seemed that Ern's imperial army was 3 times larger than the army of the rebels. A purple pentagram appeared behind the fighting Nero. A dark creature with a mask on its face appeared from it. The man asked the blonde if he was the new Shay and formed a glowing sphere in his hand. The creature asked to let him test Nero just a little bit and fired his beam at the boy. His attack broke through Lucy's defense, and the blonde wondered who it was in front of him. The man said that if the guys call the title Shy their destiny, then he was going against that destiny. The creature rushed at the blonde, who held out his sword, and their weapons clashed together, causing a purple glow. Nero only had time to repel the stranger's multiple attacks. The boy did not understand what kind of power this was, because all the previous powers of his opponents did not even come close to this one. Everyone is having a hard time now, and the blonde cannot lose. Someone else's blade flashed behind him, and he was surprised. The man tried to hit the boy, but Mike saved him with a smile on his face. The mysterious men in white cloaks began to cast their beams at the creature, which had put up a barrier around itself, saying that it was annoying. Nero exclaimed with joy when he looked at his teacher, who said that he knew the blonde would survive. A blue flag fluttered in the wind. This is the army of the secret association that brought hope. The dark-haired man told Nero to watch his opponent, imagining a half-elf who was once the king of ancient Noria, but having reached the peak of his power, Nuga lost his mind and was overthrown by his own subordinates. The man is the real reason for the elves' fierce hatred of half-elves. Mike narrowed his eyes and said that their magical powers would stop him, and Nero would fly on a beautiful dragon to stop her. The brunette asked to trust him, since this creature has no equal in the air. The blonde climbed onto the dragon and ordered it to fly forward, and the creature obeyed, pushing off from the ground. The boy flew into the air, and Nougat threw his purple beam at him, which did not hit the dragon because he accelerated. The elf looked at the sky, and then asked how Mike would take his prey after, to which the dark-haired man said to come to him. Satisfied, Seknium said that with this body, he would be able to return the last 2 parts, and asked Ern where they were. The man replied that he would lead the Lord, since he had prepared everything. A golden chandelier towered on the ceiling. A naked man walked behind Ern, and he asked why God could not read the thoughts of someone who did not worship him. The Lord froze in place, silently averting his gaze. A crystal formed around him, which completely enveloped his body, in front of which Ern stood and said that this was precisely why the gods fell into such a trap. Fragments of memories of the sacrifice surfaced in his head, and the gray-haired man led to the fact that the gods were also created by someone. Blood was dripping from the green cloak, and the man asked how many heroes were left who were related by blood, to which he was told that there were about 12. Nero was flying on his dragon, holding a sword in his hand. Ern ordered to kill all the heroes and take all the blood of each. The man said that they would seal Lugard, and there would be no more gods left in the world. Mike put out his hand and rushed with a scream at Nuga, who was waving his sword. Apparently, the dark-haired man had no choice but to resort to extreme magic, and the guy waved his arms, forming a blue-yellow glow around himself. A huge spear from the pentagram from behind rushes down on the enemy, who is also not going to give up victory. In an instant, the spear collapses from someone else's sword and crumbles into pieces. Mike looks at what happened, lost, and says that the heavenly spear is called extreme magic because this power was blessed by the queen herself. Nougat said that the only food he craves is creatures that do not make an effort to become stronger. The creature twirled his sword in his hands, saying that all that remains is to absorb the entire army since there are no more worthy magicians here except for Mike. The man released his power into the warriors, who screamed from one touch with the glow. The monsters screamed that this was their chance and they must attack. Mike watched in silence, wondering if this was the end. The bright sun illuminated the building with golden patterns. The dragon landed in the courtyard, and Nero got off it. The guy went to the huge door and asked where the guards were and why no one was there. Having opened the doors, the main character entered absolute emptiness. Nero thought that Ern was able to defeat even the evil god, and the longer the battle lasted, the faster hope faded. A figure of a man appeared from above, heading straight for the guy. The blonde tried to defend himself from the blow, but Ern struck a new one. Nero had a sword chosen by God himself. The blonde screamed, intending to break the man's sword and cut his throat. Half of the guy's sword flew to the side, and he stared at his broken weapon in confusion. Ern, taking advantage of the moment, put his blade to Nero's stomach, lifting him up. The fair-haired man only thought that the man was unstoppable. The bloodied protagonist opened his eyes, sitting tied to a chair. Ern stood next to him and asked him not to be afraid, because his wound was healed. Nero said that the man was his light and he thought that the emperor could help this world restore balance. The gray-haired man answered that this was the point, because people do nothing but stare at the strange light. Every single one, aristocrats, royal families, rich people, and people only pretend to try to reach this light. And no one even wonders how this light became so beautiful. But this light appeared, that one person out of thousands and millions was found, one ray of light in the impenetrable, disgustingly dense and intrusive darkness. And this is definitely not Ern, he is the very darkness. The man asked Nero if he knew that the blood of truly powerful heroes could summon Lugard, but only the blood of the greatest could summon his real body. The blonde man asked him what he was doing, screaming. The next moment, the people sitting around the pentagram were pierced by many sharp rocks, and the blonde man screamed as blood spurted. In the distance, a naked silhouette of a man appeared, walking with his eyes closed. Evan clenched his hand into a fist, and the man was bound by many chains. A smiling Ern stood in front of him, and Nero wondered how a mere man could summon a god. The man reached for the sword behind his back, saying that he did not believe how people could revere and fear such a worthless person as Lugard. Ern swung his sword and cut the lord in half, who still had not said a single word. The blonde man watched in amazement, wondering how a man could do such a thing. Lugard spoke up, saying he was sorry he couldn't help Ern find the light. The man looked surprised, his gaze fixed on the figure, and then began to strike him repeatedly, cutting him into pieces. Nero screamed for him to stop, but it was too late. The remains of Lugard lay on the floor, and he fell silent. Ern ordered the soldiers to bring the eyes of Seknium before the pieces came together, and the soldiers rolled 2 huge stones. The man looked at the 2 crystals and said that in a spiritual sense, Lugard and Seknium were infinite beings who could share their souls and communicate with every living being. However, when they crossed the line of our world, their bodies fell apart and became like lumps of mud stuck to the soles of boots. The chopped body of a deity began to reach for the crystals. If they were divided into 3 parts, and then all the forces were gathered together, then a being appeared that could be reached. Ern asked Nero if he understood everything and added that all the guys were his work. Evan was a bowl for a part of Seknium's power, and the blonde one was a bowl for a part of Lugard's power. The man grabbed the guy and dragged him along the floor, saying that he knew how to control the bowls, he just needed to seal Nero, perform a small ritual and release him again. Ern frowned at the guy, who was gradually getting lost behind the crystal, and said that at this rate even God would become his puppet. Ragnar screamed furiously and cut the enemy down. Frowning, he watched as blood spattered. The man looked at him in surprise. Looking at the cosmos, he said that he saw all the systems of the world and every creation of the universe at the moment he defeated Seknium. He approached the mirror and said that it was he, the only one who has power over time. Ragnar looked ahead in surprise and called for the architect. From the mirror came the architect's voice, saying that he saw that he dreamed of a world without Lugard and Seknium. The man closed his eyes and answered that it was true. He wanted to create a world in which there would be no place for the gods. Frowning, he said that there was good and evil, life and death, weakness and strength. He hated this balance, the eternal stagnation of energy in the world, the false assurance that everything was in its place. The architect asked through the mirror why he should grant his wish, and Seknium and Lugard, they were a kind of magic that his mind, the mind of the self-created beings, had created on a higher level. The man stood in front of the mirror and listened as the architect asked if he meant to say that he dreamed of destroying his own creation, whether he spoke for all self-created beings. Ragnar drew his brows together menacingly and declared that he alone had enough courage to stop deluding himself with empty hopes for salvation and the justice of the gods. He was silently hovering in the air in front of the mirror. The man looked at the scroll that appeared in front of him in surprise. He took it in his hands. The architect said that everything was ready, the laws to control them, let him take them. Ragnar stood in front of the red crystal and said that he was given the knowledge of how to seal the gods and control them forever. Lugard, imprisoned in the stone, looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist walked across the field. Lugard appeared behind him and asked if everything ended like this. Nero turned to him and asked if he was saying that even he could not stop Ragnar. Lugard stood in front of him on the field and told him that they were not so different from them after all, and they could not control time. It was only a matter of time until Ragnar learned the essence of self-created beings. Closing his eyes, he said that they existed long before them. They were the true children of the architect. He imagined a mirror with a man and said that the architect gave them life and the ability to create their own world. It was a time of peace. But then as a result of an error, time began to generate imperfection and uncertainty, in other words, chaos. Lugard imagined the body of a man and his shadow, explaining that is, existing in this world, they cannot be absolutely good or absolutely evil. Clasping his hands, he said that from birth, being in conflicts and resolutions, they learned to recognize imperfection and at the same time strive for it. Imagining the ear of an elf, he said that there were many ways to achieve what they wanted, and first of all, they created a guide the elves. Lugard stood in front of the surprised guy and said that these were creatures that were supposed to help them, not to forget about light and order. He imagined a chopped skeleton and said that with the appearance of the elves, the balance was disturbed, so with the light came the shadows, their consciousness gave birth to monsters. Kate kissed a surprised Evan and Lugard said that the more desire grows, the more they suppress it. The guy grabbed the girl by the shoulder and pushed her away. Evan looked at the girl in confusion and said that this was not Kate. He remembered how the guys fiercely fought monsters and said that for Kate, her desires were most important, she would not indulge him. Evan frowned and shouted that he still could not achieve reciprocity from her, so who was she then? He watched in surprise as the girl's body disappeared. Seknium stood behind the guy and said that it seemed that the anesthesia had worn off. Lugard stood in front of the protagonist and said that this was his first failure. He imagined a bow and an axe and said that the poles that divided their duality were simply a catalyst for themselves. Imagining an army of knights and monsters, he said that this is why the war of existence began. Lugard imagined the earth covered in blood and said that this war was enough to cover the earth with blood. He imagined streams of blood and said that in this sea of blood a desire was born, previously unknown. Lugard imagined a bloody silhouette of himself, saying that this was the desire to become one with the self-created beings. Having imagined the silhouette of Seknium, he said that this was the desire to create something like a perfect being that would be combined with imperfection. Lugard looked at the protagonist and said that in other words, he and Seknium are avatars of their duality. Nero looked at him with alarm and listened to what they were extremely unhappy with their gods, and with absolute certainty that they created, the war ended, they gave them all these powers. Lugard imagined himself and Seknium in the sky above the crowd of people and said that entrusting them with his creativity and magical power was not enough. They even hid the fact that they were created by them and sank into oblivion. After tens of thousands of years, they began to call them father and mother. Seknium remembered placing her hand on the head of a praying boy and saying that by their sincere desire, they began to treat them as their creations. She stood and said that they took the form that they see before them. Seknium stood in front of Evan and said that Ragnar did not want them to exist anymore. The boy frowned and turned around and asked why so. Without them they would not be able to control their duality. Seknium smirked and said that this is what he wanted. She imagined how the people argued in front of Ragnar sitting on the throne and said that imperfection itself is considered flawless. She imagined the man leaning on his arm and said that he wanted to let human nature be on its own and not depend on the gods. She remembered Ragnar saying boldly that this is what it means to be human and said that he wants a new existence. Lugard stood in front of the protagonist and said that he is the avatar of order. He looked calmly at the guy and said that he agrees with Ragnar's desire. Nero was shocked and asked what he meant. Seknium smiled and said that stupid Ragnar tries to understand them with his human mind. She stood in front of Evan and said that Ragnar does not know that they were created to know about the inevitability of what will happen in many years. Grinning, she put her hand on her chest and said that he will never be able to kill her. All he can do is seal her and control. Let's say that the existence in which the world was created repeats itself. Smiling, she asked if he really thought people would change. She walked towards the frightened Evan and asked if there were creatures that destroyed natural resources for their own benefit. The girl gathered the flame in her hand and said that they would separate and destroy everything again, and then a shadow would be born. Creating a flame in her other hand, she said that this existence would kill Ragnar because he would be no different from her. She looked at the energy in her hands with a smile and said that this guy would free her by becoming one with her, and then become stronger than Lugard. Evan frowned with displeasure and asked if she knew about Ragnar's intentions and chose to be fooled by him. Seknium smiled and said that this is why she wanted him to fill her with passionate desire in this dream. Lugard looked at the protagonist seriously and said that he was convinced that self-created beings no longer need gods. Looking at him, it was true. He opened his chest and asked Nero to kill him. The protagonist looked at him in shock. Seknium looked at her open chest in surprise. She turned around and screamed to stop. Lugard stood in front of the guy, creating a sword in front of him and saying that they were created to be destroyed by their hands. He opened the flesh on his chest and told him to look at the world without them, if they really would just self-destruct, as Seknium said. Nero looked at him in shock and cried. Lugard's hair turned blonde and holding his heart open, he said that they would pass on. The protagonist held the sword with trembling hands. He pointed the sword at the deity's chest. Blood gushed from Seknium's chest and she screamed. The sword pierced Lugard's heart. Nero walked to the mirror in space. He cried and looked in surprise, asking if he was their true architect. The voice from the mirror answered that it seemed he had come not from a great desire, but with a question. Let him ask. The protagonist asked in tears if they were created for good or evil. The architect replied that he would explain it with the numbers that Ragnar hated so much. The stone began to crack behind the man. The protagonist freed himself from the fragments of the stone and listened to the architect say that they were 50% chaos and 51% order. They were the ones who were moving forward, at least one. Ragnar looked at the guy in surprise and asked how Lugard got out. Nero stood menacingly in front of him in tears and said that the gods were dead. It was him. The monster extended his sword and struck a powerful blow. The flame struck the army of people. He swung his sword menacingly again. The flame of energy struck many people screaming for help. Mike covered himself with a barrier from the blow and thought that he was too strong. He could not block the attack. The monsters screamed furiously, attacking the people. The monster raised his sword and released a huge stream into the sky. He looked menacingly ahead and said that it was time to end this. The protagonist frowned, cried and said that the gods were dead. He was Nero. Ragnar looked at him in shock and asked how he could die. He could not have killed him. The man stood in front of the guy and asked if he was sure that he was not Lugard, but Nero. The protagonist looked at him and answered that Lord Lugard himself chose death. Ragnar frowned and closed his eyes and said that this was to be expected from a creature created by people. Putting his hand on his head, he laughed loudly. He smiled with his eyes closed and said that his dream came true. The true descendant of the architect again became the master of the world. Ragnar grinned, swung his sword and said that he was the strongest among these descendants. The man stood in front of the guy, pointing his sword at him surrounded by orange mana. Everything dissipated and they stood opposite in empty space. Ragnar swung his sword menacingly. Frowning, he asked if the mana had disappeared. The monster was hovering among the stones, releasing energy into the sky. Mike, being in the dome, looked down, deciding that this was the end. The monster was angry, seeing that the energy on the tip of the sword was dissipating. Mike's dome disappeared and he was falling in the sky. The guy landed on the surprised knights with a scream. The monster looked at the sword in surprise and said that the mana of Seknium and Lugard had disappeared. Mike closed his eyes and said that the gods were dead. Ragnar quickly pushed off the ground. He grabbed the frightened Nero by the neck. The man furiously pressed the protagonist into the ground. Frowning, he screamed in rage that this was all nonsense. Then he himself would create mana. He was a true descendant of the architect. The monster raised the sword and said that it was even better this way. His body could not be cut by their sword, but human bodies were very fragile. He was the one who became stronger for tens of thousands of years. Mike held the axe. He cried furiously, saying that there was no more magic and that everyone needed to take up arms. Mike stood holding an axe and frowning, shouting that they would save the world at the cost of their lives. The knights looked ahead in fear, raising their swords. The protagonist covered himself with his hands in fear from Ragnar's fists. The man smirked, swung his fist and said that even though there was no mana left in the world now, he had already gone beyond all limits of power. Nero picked up a piece of stone on the ground. He swung it and, screaming, hit his opponent in the neck. Mike ran with an axe and screamed. The monster swung his sword and said that he would throw a feast and enjoy his rotten meat. The guy ran, swinging his axe towards the monster. The opponent jumped and was hit by many arrows. Mike squinted and was surprised. He looked into the sky at Rebecca flying on a bird with a bow. The girl frowned and said that it was not the half-elf who was wrong, it was the deities. Ragnar looked angrily at the guy and held his neck wound. Nero looked at him pitifully and said in tears that he was wrong, he no longer had power. Ethan turned around in surprise, hearing a scream. Kara was riding a horse, raising her staff and shouting that they must quickly save them. Kate turned around and looked at her in confusion. The magician was riding a horse and shouting menacingly, pointing his hand forward, that they were now in the majority. He looked at the wall with the knights and said that even their main city troops were standing there. It seemed that something had gone wrong. The commander-in-chief stood next to the archers on the wall and shouted for all the troops to turn their arrows to the monsters of Secnium, since when were they on the side of these vile fools? They serve not only the emperor. Many monsters screamed from arrow wounds. Mike covered his face with his hand and cried smiling, calling Nero. Ragnar was strangling the protagonist, who said that he was just a part of him. Ragnar menacingly pointed his sword at the guy and told him to shut up. Evan grabbed Ragnar's hand and stopped him. He squeezed the man's hand with the sword and grinned, saying that he had nothing left. He did not recognize anyone but himself. Nero desperately stretched out his hand. He cried and in a trembling voice said that no matter how disgusting and terrible this world would be. Putting his hand on the shoulder of a dissatisfied Ragnar, he said that he would be with people. Nero lay on the ground and cast an Anacratia spell. Surprised Ragnar was struck by flames. The protagonist pushed away the surprised wounded man. Nero cried sadly and said that he will leave only one thing. Even if everything falls into decay, it seems that there is no hope. Ragnar fell to the ground, lying on Nero, who said that they will move forward as one. 2 years later, a bird was sitting on Ethan's hand. He raised his hand smiling and released it into the sky. A man stood in a field looking at the blue sky and told Erwin to look at this sky that she saved. A voice came from the castle asking if this was all she had left. A man stood near Kate's throne reading a letter and said that Rebecca was going on a trip, although she was not feeling well. Kate read the letter smiling and told her not to worry. Evan stood in royal armor and said that he, as the emperor, orders the abolition of slavery. People stood in front of his throne in the hall and said that he should not do this. He had not yet ascended to the throne, and already the government would not support it. Evan closed his eyes and frowned as he listened that this would lead to great unrest and economic collapse. He remembered holding out his sword and saying that he was a half-elf and could not engage in politics, but not to worry, there were still more good people than bad. He stood and watched as the men in front of him cursed for disobeying his majesty. The guy said that Nero had given him a lot of problems for the next 49 years. Mike smiled and pointed to the girl ahead. The plot told us that there was a first slave who went through the darkness alone and was eventually swallowed by it. Mike smiled sheepishly. Nero was plowing a field with Lucy in the city. The girl screamed in surprise, pointing her finger ahead. Mike and Rebecca smiled sweetly at their friends. Nero turned around and looked at them in surprise. The plot told us that there was a second slave who went through the darkness alone, but in that darkness he found himself, did not stop, but went on, and eventually found a light that could not be extinguished by any magic, a light inside himself. The main character smiled and the plot told us that he called this light inside himself his soft smile. The rays of the sun illuminated the sword and the book. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.